been a Sonic fan for almost my entire life. I can easily say it's my favorite gaming series, and Sonic himself is my favorite fictional character. I have so many memories with this series, so it's a pretty easy start for me. Without Sonic, I probably wouldn't be the person I am today. I own almost every game in this series. I owned a lot of the merchandise. Just to put it simply, Sonic is my bread and butter. Not to mention, not only are we getting a new movie this year, but also Sonic's next game, which... After Forces, I am very skeptical / worried for this new game. But for now, let's start from the beginning. I'm reviewing Sonic the Hedgehog for the Sega Genesis. But first, I think it'd be best if I looked at the history of Sonic. Why? Because not only is it more interesting than the final game itself, but it may give you guys a good look on how Sonic came to be. And of course, if you just want to see the review portion for this video, I have chapters in the description. But for now, let's give you guys a history lesson. Allow me to take you back. The year was 1990. Sega had little ground in the home console market even after releasing the new console, the Sega Mega Drive, thanks to Nintendo being absolute juggernauts and probably having a monopoly over the gaming industry at the time. Sega felt that it was important to have a strong mascot to represent their brand in their home console, and more importantly, to compete with the unstoppable Mario. So a competition was held in Sega to design a new mascot. Roughly 200 designs were made. And taking a look at some of these designs, I'm actually pretty happy none of these made past the drawing board. Enter Yuji Naka. He was looking for his next assignment at Sega. He made a list of game genres he was interested to work on, racing games being on the top of the list interesting enough. The game on the bottom of the list though was the one that caught Naka Superior's attention, an action game to challenge Mario. During this time, Naoto Oshima was trying to come up with his own proposal, a character that could not only star in a video game, but be something more. He wrote a proposal for a game that would have a speedy character that could run around loops. He was having a hard time getting the okay to develop more of this project, but he was told that only one person at the company could help him with this project, Yuji Naka. The idea of the game interested Naka, so the duo got to work. Naka was inspired by the original Super Mario Bros., where he thought it was fun to complete a stage as fast as he could. He just straight up said in this one quote that, "I like fast things, and I thought it would be nice to create a game where the more skilled you become, the faster you can complete a stage." The two wanted this character to embody speed, so the original game had a rabbit starring as the main character, because you know, rabbits are fast. This rabbit design tied into the mechanics for the game, which had the rabbit pick up different kinds of items with his ears and throw them at enemies. Naka was very persistent that the game only used one button for actions, so over time they realized that the concept of picking up items would severely interrupt the flow and speed of the gameplay, so it was scrapped. While thinking of new concepts, Naka revealed an idea that he was keeping himself to use in his own game, not relating to Sega. An attack that would let the player roll into a ball to attack enemies with. This would also let you roll into a ball during regular gameplay, allowing you to roll around the level. With this new concept in mind, the whole rabbit thing started to make a lot less sense, so they went back to the drawing board to design a character that could not only just be cool looking, but also have a cool personality. A lot of concepts were thrown around, like a panda, an old man with a mustache, some dog creature thing, and something pointy like a porcupine. But with the ball rolling thing in mind, they debated between animals like hedgehogs or armadillos. And at this time, Oshima booked a trip to New York, where he conducted a test. He had 3 designs ranging from a blue hedgehog, an egg-shaped old man, and a dog thing on a board in Central Park. Out of everyone he talked to, the hedgehog was the easy favorite, followed by the old man. No one gave a shit about this weird dog thing. Oshima hoped that this hedgehog would appeal to everyone, no matter of culture, gender, or age. And oh boy was he right! With the hedgehog being the most popular, the team chose Mr. Hedgehog, a placeholder name, as the character that would star in their game. His design took elements from a lot of different characters and sources. For example, his eyes were based on characters like Mickey Mouse and Felix the Cat. The quote-unquote blue fireball silhouette also made it so the character could have a spiky design and make it easy for kids to draw and have it be recognizable. Kinda. The blue on Mr. Hedgehog represented the blue on Sega's logo, but it also had a more personal symbolism to Oshima, symbolizing that the open sky is blue forever. Which is really cool in my opinion, and the red and white on his boots were inspired by none other than Santa Claus, who Oshima felt was the most popular character in the world. And I gotta say, I always thought this was awesome. Sonic in general always gave me a Christmassy vibe as a kid, but besides his boots, Sonic himself was actually born on an island named Christmas Island, which when I found out, I thought was very ironic. But you know, back to the history. The actual design of his boots, down to the buckles, were designed after Michael Jackson's boots on the Bad album cover. which is interesting, to say the least. With the core of Sonic's design covered, I really want to add how amazing it is how Sonic himself has a really basic yet complicated design. I mean, sure, it is a really simple design when you look at it, but it takes so much from so many different sources that when you look at it through that point of view, it makes the simplicity of it really genius. And it just adds to the notion that Sonic himself is one of the most unique character designs ever made. But with Mr. Hedgehog's design being finalized, there is still something that they needed to decide on. His name. The name Mr. Hedgehog was never really at any point meant to be Sonic's final name, it was just a placeholder. But with that said, the team wanted something that could, again, embody speed. Words based on speeds were thrown around that I really can't pronounce. Oddly enough, the person who came up with this concept is unknown, but someone said that this used the speed of sound, or in other words, a sonic boom as the name, which obviously led to Sonic. It was soon agreed that Sonic would be a perfect fit for the character. Moving on, when the 200 designs were boiled down to 8, Sonic was chosen as one of the 8, obviously. Each finalist would be shown to the CEO and president of Sega, Hayao Nakayama. Each team made their own presentation so they can stand out. Our Sonic team already had a playable build on stage concepts, but Oshima wanted to take things to another level. So we had the toy department of Sega create possible designs for merchandise, including this one-of-a-kind, super high-quality Sonic plush that could even stand on his own. Technically speaking, this was the first ever Sonic plush and it looked so good by today's standards. However, with all their efforts, the Sonic Team's project was approved and production officially started in April of 1990. We are slowly getting there. During early production, the team thought the look of the game was extremely important. They took a lot of inspiration from one of the markets they wanted to appeal to, America. Blue sky and rolling hills were actually inspired by California of all things, but the colors of the stage were inspired of a piece of art done by Japanese artist Aizen Suzuki. But the overall graphical aesthetic of the game was inspired by computer graphics at the time. And when you look at classic Sonic stages, not just Sonic 1, I'm looking at you Sonic CD, you can really see this inspiration. Speaking of the American influence, during the contest, Nakayama said they wanted a product that would be a major hit in America, and this had a big influence on the look of the characters. And looking at the concept art, you can see a lot of strange looking enemies, and even this character that was supposed to be the love interest for Sonic, Madonna. Based off the singer, obviously, Madonna was created to show that Sonic was older and more mature, since a lot of his colleagues thought that Sonic was cutesy and had a childlike design. It turns out Madonna was actually never meant to get past the concept stage, mainly because of how similar it would have been to Super Mario Bros., which makes sense. But what's interesting to me is that sometime after the Tokyo Toy Show demo, which we will talk about in a minute, trust me, Sega held a technical demonstration of the Mega Drive's hardware. These use several Sega franchises, but most important, we can actually see Madonna and Sonic from the concept art in sprite form, which is really fascinating to me. This would also explain why the Tokyo Toy Show demo had the weird underbite jaw guy in it, but these were probably the last time those early concepts were used. The only one of them that would actually be reused is this Bumblebee looking motherfucker we would know as Dr. Eggman. You know, I'm actually kind of sad none of these characters were ever used. Imagine a Sonic game where Sonic has to fight Humphrey the Dick. Another weird early concept was Sonic having his very own band called the Sonic the Hedgehog Band, which actually had the character Vector the Crocodile in there, which would make his first appearance and he would later on become a character. So yeah, he's actually a character before Tails ever was. But the rest of these guys? Dead. They're gone. Yuji Naka actually stated that the reason why these characters were removed because of time constraints, which means that they had more time, this idea could have actually been realized. Could you imagine if this was an actual thing? How different would Sonic be today? How different would his character be today? Moving away from the early concept art, Sonic's personality also drew some inspirations from America. For example, Sonic's core personality was based off Bill Clinton. Clinton's get it done now attitude was a perfect fit for the Sonic character. Although I feel like it's very important to say that Sonic was not only designed to be successful in America, it was also designed for the Japanese audience as well. So Sonic only being designed to be successful in America is actually a pretty big misconception. Speaking of the Japanese audience, first time Sonic the Hedgehog was ever shown to the public was at the 1990 Tokyo Toy Show, almost an exact year before the game's final release. This demo existed way before they even added the loops to the game, so all Sonic could do is just run across the stage. The funny thing is, the devs wanted the game to look more polished than it actually was, so they actually beefed up the game, even adding 7 layers of parallax scrolling, which is actually pretty impressive. And as stated before, the weird jaw guys in this demo, seen in these screenshots. Even Sonic's sprite seems to be much more fluid in the final game. His standing sprite in particular looks much more expressive. One of my personal favorite details is the sign Sonic can run past that says, "You are welcome." Ever since I first discovered this early demo, I was fascinated by it. I always wanted to play it for myself, even if it's a small demo. But you know what the worst part is? Yuji Naka wanted to include this in the Sonic Mega Collection, but the literal geniuses at Sega lost the file! Imagine losing the file for your most important franchise. The original demo for Sonic is just gone. It's likely the game is somewhere at Sega, but the fact that it wasn't properly documented is a huge crime. And the worst part is, the way that things are nowadays, even the files were found, it is likely that it'll never be released for us to play, which makes me really sad. As production continued, they refined the formula, gameplay, and Sonic's character and world. As they continued to do this, they soon realized that they needed a villain for Sonic to fight against, and looking back at some of the unused early concept designs, the old man with the mustache was used as the antagonist of the game, giving the theme of a nature versus technology theme, which I actually think is pretty cool. They also went with this character design because, like Sonic, it would be really easy for kids to draw. And just like that, one of the most recognizable video game villains of all time was born, Dr. Eggman, or Dr. Robotnik. Let's just get this out of the way. The American versions of the game call him Dr. Robotnik, while the Japanese call him Eggman, but it actually has been confirmed like 10 freaking years ago that his name is actually Dr. Ivo Robotnik, but the characters just call him Eggman to make fun of his shape. Now, from here on out, the game made appearances in other electronic shows and promotional images and whatnot, which if I went over all of that, we would literally be here all day. But I would at least like to show you some of these screenshots that show some concept art for at least stages. Some of these are really cool and I would like to see them in the final game. Not to mention the early screenshots of the actual game itself. A lot of these stages seem to have different obstacles and enemies from later on stages. At one point, there's this ball thing that kind of chased you around. I believe it's the same sprite used in the Green Hill final boss. Now, for the most part, this covers the entirety of the history of Sonic the Hedgehog, and obviously, it was successful. But one of the major things I glanced over was the westernization of Sonic, which I'm not a big fan of. To quickly summarize, in true American fashion, it felt like it was important to change Sonic's look, even though Sonic was clearly designed with American audiences in mind, but whatever. At the end of the day, I guess it doesn't matter too much since Sonic was still wildly successful anyway, but the Japanese art is just superior in every way. He's so much more expressive than American Sonic is. Like in most art, the American Sonic is just doing the exact same smile every time. Not to mention Sonic just looks kinda strange. I really hate the mohawk look they gave him, but I suppose 90s kids didn't notice or care too much. Besides the actual designs, the biggest changes were the box art. Although I can't deny how iconic these American box arts are, I vastly prefer the Japanese originals. The whole computer graphic inspiration was really nailed here. I also love the small details, like this quote from Sonic himself. Don't just sit around and waste your precious time. When you want to do something, do it right away. Do it when you can. It's the only way to live life without regrets. Man, I know these quotes are just common knowledge by now, but I love it so much. This quote actually inspired me to keep going on with this video. Truly amazing. Alright, I got that out of the way. Now, if you guys want to see me go more in depth with American Sonic, I could just make a Sonic history video that fully covers the American Sonic / the weird Sonic Bible origin story. Just let me know if you guys want to see that in the comments. But without any further ado, let's get into it. Let's review Sonic the Hedgehog. Now, of course I'm going to be reviewing the original Sega Genesis version of this game. I like to be authentic when I can. The starting screen for this game is just iconic. It's simple yet effective. Something cool is that a lot of the Sega games at the time used this kind of emblem type thing for the title screens. A pretty neat fact. Now, this game actually does have a story, so let's cover that real quick. Somewhere on Earth, specifically on a mysterious island called South Island, there exist 6 Chaos Emeralds that have unknown power. Dr. Eggman, having learned about the emeralds, set off to South Island to find and use their power for his machines. Having set up a base which he calls Scrap Brain Zone, Eggman kidnaps the animals that live on South Island and puts them to his badniks to search the island for the emeralds. Sonic just so happens to be on South Island during this time. He learns what Eggman is up to and instantly chases after him to stop his plans. And that's it! The story is really basic with it being a game from the 90s, and that's literally a non-problem. But honestly, there's more to it than you would think. Or you could be not thinking about it, like just not caring and playing the game. But I just want to throw out there that South Island in the world of Sonic exists on Earth, meaning that the classic Sonic games have always took place on Earth, except for CD, which takes place on a little planet, but the Sonic world is known as Earth, and the humans have always existed. I mean, Eggman's a human. It's just that it's common for anthropomorphic animals to exist, so humans don't really care. So the whole Sonic being with humans is weird ordeal never really made sense to me. But my weird rant aside, if you've never played a classic Sonic game, it's not your typical 2D platformer. Sonic the Hedgehog is a momentum-based platformer, meaning that you have to build up your speed and keep it going if you want to go fast. I love this gameplay. It's not perfect in this game, but as the classic Sonic series goes on, it's some of my favorite gameplay styles and easily my favorite type of platformer. It's everything I want out of a platform game. Sometimes you might have to go left instead of right. The level designs can be really expansive with levels having multiple pathways to take. I'm still discovering new things to this day in games like Sonic 3 despite playing those games more times than any human probably should. And nothing can compare to the satisfaction I get when I build up enough speed just to get to the higher portion of the level, or rolling down a hill only to land on a badnik that sends me flying to the air. No better way to explain it than just being pure fun. But in Sonic 1, there's a speed cap. Yep, meaning that Sonic's ground speed will always stay the same once he's actually running, even if you're running down a hill. Why? Well, I actually tried looking for this answer, but it's actually debated whether it's a bug or not. But either way, it actually does hinder a lot of the fun I can have with this game. I guess the simple fix is just curl to a ball and roll down the hill, but the fact that it exists in the first place is just a little silly, considering how the devs wanted to create a game that's high speed. Speaking of bugs, there's a spike glitch that can kill Sonic immediately even during instability frames. Even knowing about this glitch's existence, I still get very nervous when I'm traveling over spikes, because if you fall once, it's game over. Also, this glitch you can do at the end of Labyrinth Zone Act 2 by holding down.
It's not a Sonic game without its glitches. Shut the fuck up!
Anyway, the actual movement of Sonic himself is very simple. Just push the D-pad forward and get a move on. The only other thing Sonic could do is roll into a ball and jump. The best way I'm going to describe the gameplay of Sonic is easy to learn but hard to master, which was definitely the intention for this game. Sonic 1 in particular is hard to go back to because of the lack of a spin dash. I'm sure we all did the same thing as a kid, playing this game sometime after Sonic 2 or 3. Booting up immediately and trying to spin dash. Where is the spin dash? Later versions of this game will add the spin dash, but even to this day it throws me off. No matter how many times I played through the original, which trust me is a lot of times, I still never get used to the spin dash not being in this game. Moving away from the spin dash, or lack thereof, if you decide that you just won't move Sonic for some unknown reason, or you just forgot to pause, Sonic will get impatient with you and start tapping his foot. Although I'm not entirely sure about this has to be one of the first instances where a video game character would interact with the player. This little detail adds so much personality to Sonic's character. During this era of gaming, most characters just stood there no matter how long you waited, and to my knowledge, this was one of the first video games that changed that. Sonic also has some balancing animations when you stand on an edge of any surface. Sonic starts to lose his balance and in later games starts to panic. These two are charming and add a lot of character. Sonic can also collect rings as you go through the stage. To put it simply, rings are basically life insurance. If you get hit, they fall out of Sonic and you have to gather them again. This basically assures you that you won't just start running and die instantly for some badnik on the ground. And that was actually the intention. Yuji Naka added the rings into the game because he saw that people would just immediately run at full speed despite being their first time. Naka thought that people would just play the game at a slower pace the first time around. So the rings were added just so you're not dying 24/7, and thank God the rings are added because it would make the game a million times harder without it. Even the way the rings spread apart were designed so you would run into them again after recovering from a hit. The sound the rings actually make is just so iconic. I can't tell you the amount of times I've been at a convenience store checking out only to hear the ring sound effect play when they scan an item. Even non-Sonic fans would recognize it instantly. Sonic can also find item boxes that resemble computer monitors throughout the acts. In Sonic 1, there are the speed shoes that increase Sonic's speed for a short time, a shield that allows Sonic to take one hit from a badnik, an invincibility power-up that gives you invincibility for a limited time, the 1-up monitor that can give Sonic an extra life, and last but certainly not least is a ring monitor that gives you 10 rings. These are pretty well balanced throughout the game. Typically, if you're in need for rings or shields, a monitor won't be too far away. But if you finish a stage with 50 rings or more, you can enter a special stage. These levels suck. No one likes the Sonic 1 special stages. No one. If someone tells you like the Sonic 1 special stages, they are lying.
But Nick, I like the Sonic 1 special stages.
No. No you don't. Shut up, stupid.
Yeah, I know, I'm lying.
Yeah, I know. Idiot. But jokes aside, this is a pretty good segue because I can get these out of the way first. Sonic can go through 6 different maze-like stages to get one of the 6 Chaos Emeralds. And as I said before, these just suck no matter which way you look at it. All you can really do is just jump and pray you won't end up in the goal circles. I honestly couldn't be bothered to complete them all before the making of this video. The only thing that changes if you do so is alternate cutscene at the end, which I do have to admit is really cool, but it's not worth the trouble really. And if you don't collect them all, Eggman just taunts you with them. Like, cool dude, you can just keep them. So now that we've covered the gameplay, the rings, the special stages, let's get into the core of the game itself, the zones. Sonic the Hedgehog has 6 main zones to go through, and each have 3 levels within called acts. Typically the end of each third act is a boss for Sonic to fight. These can range from some of the easiest bosses you've ever faced to extremely infuriating. Now 3 acts as compared to the other games too can seem like a little much, but a lot of these stages are very short, so it doesn't really matter. The goal of each act is simple, just reach the goalpost. I always really liked these when I was a kid. It's funny to think that Eggman just placed these everywhere with Sonic's facing the other side because he knew Sonic was going to catch up to him sooner or later. Even in the beta, Sonic had this victory animation that would just have him jumping around over and over again. It's really funny stuff. In every zone, there are enemies for Sonic to fight against called badniks. As stated before, these are Eggman's robots, themed after bugs or animals. Killing them is really easy. It's just a matter of finding the right spot for some. The thing I like about the badniks is instead of literally murdering them, you free the animal friend that's inside whenever you destroy one, which is actually one of the other goals for the game besides just stopping Eggman. Something else I like about the badniks is that every stage features new ones. So in Green Hill you'll see bug-themed badniks, while in stages like Labyrinth Zone you'll see some fish badniks. So it doesn't get visually boring seeing the same enemies in every stage. Now the zones themselves range from pretty good to why? Literally why? But let's take a deeper look in that. Green Hill Zone. What is it to say that hasn't already been said? Green Hill is not only the perfect starting level for Sonic 1, but it's one of the most iconic starting levels of any video game. For better or worse. Green Hill not only looks good, I mean the parallax scrolling just adds so much to this game. Tokyo Toy Show. But the level itself is just so much fun to play. It really nails everything the developers set out to do. The sense of speed this level gives off is just great. It's perfect for teaching the player how the game works. And if the player gets curious and explores, they will be rewarded with monitors that gives rings, lives, and shields. Not to mention the music. Man, is it good. The boss for Green Hill is also a good starting boss. Even casual players will have no trouble defeating it. You can actually start attacking the boss before it even starts. It's what I normally do. Alright, Sonic can now free his animal friends, and we're off to Marble Zone. Literally the opposite of what Green Hill said. A 180. A complete 180. Where do I even begin? Nothing about this level emphasizes speed. You just move blocks, stand on blocks, occasionally get hit by the Caterkillers because they're just annoying, get crushed because the collision in Sonic 1 is a bit iffy, fall in the lava, repeat for 3 acts. The only enjoyment I get out of this level is doing the weird jump glitches Sonic. I've been doing it ever since I was a kid and I still get a kick out of it. I don't really know why or what causes it to happen. It even happens in Green Hill sometimes. Ugh. There's hardly any alternate paths to take. The only thing I know of is this area you can get an extra life, but the problem is it's not even worth getting because you have to go all the way back by riding on this stupid block and then all the way back to the area you're supposed to be going in. Maybe it would have been worth it if there was this little shortcut you could take, but nope. Even the music in this level is just mid at best. There's hardly any redeeming qualities about this level. It's so weird because the devs were so adamant about making fun levels that are like roller coasters, but this is like one of those kiddie rides that sucks shit. As the second zone, it doesn't leave a nice impression. It does nothing the devs set out to do. If it was a zone later on during the game, then maybe it could be fine, but as I see it, you have so much fun with Green Hill Zone though when you get to Marble Zone. The immediate stop just makes you have that feeling. Even the boss is pretty lame. I suppose a lot of the issues with this game can just get the first in the series excuse, but it doesn't make stages like Marble Zone any more fun to play. Spring Yard Zone. Definitely better than Marble Zone by a long shot, although there's still a lot of obstacles that slow you down.
Amogus.
If I'm being honest, there's not a lot to say about this level. It's not bad, but not great either. It's just okay. Something I always thought was weird is that sometimes you can see words like cope or CPU. I get the CPU, but why cope? What does cope mean? Apparently it's an acronym for something, but I can't find a good source to tell for sure. If someone out there miraculously knows the meaning of it, please do tell. You know, this technically is the first casino level in Sonic. And I'll be honest, I had no idea before making this video. I mean, sure, now that I look at it I can kinda see it, but the beta Spring Yard looks so much cooler! You can totally see the casino theme here. The final just looks like some random place, like whatever level, but the beta? Much better. I wonder why they changed it in the first place. but the boss of Spring Yard is probably the easiest yet. I know I didn't go as in-depth with this level, but that's honestly because there's not a whole lot to talk about. But don't worry, I have plenty to say about Labyrinth Zone. Oh brother, where do I begin with this one? Let me get the good out of the way. I love the way this stage looks. The colors are really nice and pleasing to look at, but look at the concept art for the stage, it makes it look a million times better. But I'm fine with the way it looks in the final game. Alright, that's it. In all seriousness, I don't hate the layout at times, but the problem with the stage is that it's just annoying. This is when we find out that Sonic can't swim. Why can't Sonic swim? Well, they thought it'd be a good idea for Sonic to have a weakness. So Sonic just can't swim. Sonic is fast, and when you sink in water, you can't just really run your way out. So Sonic not liking water makes sense, but the way the stage handles it is just not good. It's not the way Sonic controls underwater. That's fine, I guess. It's everything else. The enemy placement sucks. It's oddly punishing. I don't think they took into account that Sonic is not nearly as fast underwater, so Badniks can be a chore to get past. You will get hit sooner or later, especially by Orbinaut. Issue number 2. The bubbles. Sonic can't breathe underwater, so if you spend long enough underwater, a countdown will start and you need to find an air bubble fast. The problem is, sometimes it'll take longer to get to the bubble than it takes for the timer to stop. This has only happened a select few times during my last 20 or so playthroughs, but it's annoying, and it will happen to the player sooner or later. The worst part is, you can't even go to another air bubble spot because it'll take longer to get there depending on where you are, so you just have to sit there and face that feeling of dread, praying a bubble will float up, and that childhood fear always comes back whenever you play this game. You know, there's actually an unused sprite for this game that has Sonic gasping for air. I wish it made it to the final game. It would make drowning less scary. And don't get me started on the boss. It's not terrible, it's just really annoying to get past. I hope you'll have a lot of rings during this fight. You'll need them. Labyrinth Zone is just genuinely considered the worst level of the game, and I sadly have to agree. I like a lot about the zone, except actually playing it. I can't seem to decide if I suck at it or if I'm really good at it. Sometimes I can go through it without dying once, but other times I'm dying all the time. Oh, speaking of dying a lot, if you ever need it, on the title screen, press up, down, left, and right, hold A and press start. You can access the level select and pick up where you left off. Don't be afraid to use it when you're having a hard time in Labyrinth Zone. Just don't use save states. I mean, come on. But thankfully, other games would have much better water levels, and after Act 3, there will be no more Labyrinth Zone ever again. Starlight Zone! My personal favorite zone in this game. Finally, a true return back to high-speed platforming. I like pretty much everything about the stage. The aesthetic is really cool. You can actually go fast. But yeah, there's actually not much else to say about the stage other than being super solid and really fun to go through. Other than the music being amazing. Seriously, I love this track. And in my opinion, this was the start of the lifelong trend of Sonic having god-tier music. This soundtrack was actually composed by the Japanese music duo Dream Come True's Masato Nakamura. While making the soundtrack for this game, Nakamura had the mindset of making a soundtrack for a feature-length film, not a video game, which is just cool. They set the standard of Sonic not only having good video game music, but just good music in general. Oh, and the boss of the stage is just another Sonic 1 boss. Pretty easy to beat. Scrap Brain Zone. The final zone of Sonic 1. This zone set the standards of future final levels for the Sonic series, having a mechanical theme, which of course means a lot of obstacles and badniks everywhere throughout the level. This zone will put your platformer skills to the test, so be ready. There are some pretty annoying obstacles in the stage, but those are actually intentional. This is Eggman's base, so of course he would put traps that would literally stop Sonic. Sure, it's kind of annoying to play sometimes, but knowing it was made that way makes me appreciate it in a way. Act 3 is literally Labyrinth Act 4? I take everything back. This stage sucks. According to Yuji Naka, they wanted to give the feeling of finding your way back up, but due to time constraints, they just used the theme and general design of Labyrinth Zone. Just changed the background color. And I mean, okay, I can see where they're coming from, but why Labyrinth? They could have really done any other stage. I would have been okay with Marble Zone, but Labyrinth? That's just no. It's like they knew people would hate this stage, but I won't rant about it too much longer. At this point of the game, you should be able to handle it no problem. It just sucks that Labyrinth gets another level. But the end of the stage leads into the final boss of Sonic 1. Final Zone. This is where we fight the final boss, the Egg Crusher. It's okay. It's a lot of waiting. The stage doesn't give any rings, but honestly, you don't really need them. It's just dodging laser ball things and hitting Eggman when he's down. It takes 8 hits to beat, but it honestly feels a lot longer because of how long it takes. But when you beat it, Eggman makes an escape, and you actually have the option of kicking Eggman while he's down. With Sonic rescuing all the animals, he goes back to Green Hill and the ending cutscene plays. And that's Sonic 1! I'm really stating the obvious when I say Sonic the Hedgehog was a really successful game. Not only were they successful in making an action game that could challenge Mario, but they were successful in making one of the most popular characters of all time. As the first game in the series, I really can't say much bad about it, because every first game in the series is more or less a test to see how future installments will work, iron out what doesn't work, and improve what does work. But just looking at it by itself, Sonic 1 falls flat with half the levels being what I consider unfun to play, and that's on a good day if I consider Spring Guard a good zone. Now, as the years went by, we got a million different ports to this game, but as we all know, some of them actually do improve the game. Enter Sonic Jam and enter the remake. Sonic Jam. A Sega Saturn game released in 1997, it was the first Sonic game compilation. What makes it unique, just besides Sonic World, is that the Genesis games were not emulated, they were actually rewritten for the Saturn, and on top of that, every game has bug fixes and general improvements, with the most apparent being in Sonic 1. The biggest fix out of the way, it fixes the spike glitch, which is awesome. But easily the best change in this version is the addition of the spin dash. This rocks! It makes up for some of the most boring parts of the game. Now in Labyrinth Zone, you can just spin dash your way through the level. You could even break some of the parts of the game because it clearly wasn't designed for the spin dash, so you could do some crazy stuff with it. One of the more interesting changes to me is that they fixed the level select order, so now it's in the actual order of the game. But unfortunately, they did not fix the speed cap. Kinda surprised they didn't fix it, honestly. But the spin dash makes up for it. Overall, this is the way I used to play this game. The changes don't fix most of the issues I have with the game, but it does make it more fun to play. But nowadays, I don't really feel like going out of the way of hooking up the Saturn only to play Sonic 1. Not to mention these games are getting old, and Saturn games are pretty brittle, so I don't want the risk of ruining a game that's over $300 now. Might seem silly to some, but I replay the classic Sonic games at least every month or so I just stick with the Genesis version. Now let's fast forward all the way to 2013, when we got a full-blown remake of the game, and it was made by a fan. Now, I don't really have the time in this video to go over the entire history of Christian Whitehead, but long story short, he was famous for the fan game Retro Sonic, and in 2009 he contacted Sega about releasing Sonic CD for the iPhone, but instead of just porting the ROM, he would recreate the entire game from scratch. Now, what does this have to do with Sonic 1? Well, in 2013, he partnered with Stealth, another big name in the community, and both redid Sonic 1 and 2 for iOS and Android. And as we all know, in 2017, both Taxman and Stealth, along with Dakota West Games, would make Sonic Mania a main series game. How cool is that? Passionate fans would end up literally making one of the best Sonic games of all time. How incredible. Some other companies should be taking some notes. Now, before I get sidetracked, let's go back to the mobile port of Sonic 1, because no surprise, it's the best and a definitive way to play this game. The game was built from the ground up, so things like the speed cap and other weird little glitches are just completely non-existent. Even the fun ones like the Marble Zone were a Sonic jump glitch, so now I'm just a bit sadder while playing Marble Zone. And obviously, the spin dash is here too. They even added Tails and Knuckles. Knuckles being especially cool, because when you plugged in the Sonic 1 cartridge into the Sonic and Knuckles cartridge, it just took you to the No Way screen. But the best change to this is obviously the game is now in 16:9, which actually changes so much. You can better see upcoming obstacles and enemies. Now, I never really found the 4:3 thing being an issue, but the fact the game is in 16:9 now makes the Genesis versions really hard to go back to. Not to mention the removal of the speed cap really makes the Genesis version hard to go back to because it just makes the game more fun. But of course, stuff like Marble Zone and Labyrinth is still as annoying as ever, but the improvements of this version make it at least tolerable. Now all this sounds great, right? Well, it is, but of course, like everything, there's a catch. Yes. For some stupid reason, this game, along with Sonic 2, are only available on a phone? I don't even want to hear the excuse for this. There is no valid excuse. If we can get Sonic CD both on consoles and phones, there should be no reason why we can't get Sonic 1 and 2. And what's so surprising to me is that Sega will continuously re-release the old versions of this game when we have perfectly amazing remakes that you can only play on a phone. And before anyone says, yeah, it is pretty easy to get on PC and I recommend everyone figures out how to do so, but that's not the point. I want to buy this. I'll pay for more than what they are worth. And yes, I'm aware that Sonic Origins is a thing, but we haven't gotten any more information on the game since its announcement. My point is, the fact that it's taking this long is ridiculous. But it really doesn't take away from how awesome these remakes are. If you want to play these games and don't care about the authentic experience, you play these. Look up how to get them on PC and do so. When Sega doesn't supply, us Sonic fans will do what we have to do. And that's all I really have to say about Sonic 1. As I said before, a lot of the complaints I have with this game get completely obliterated with future installments. But it was really interesting going back and seeing the original standing on its own. Before, when I thought about Sonic 1, I always just wanted to get to the thing after and the thing after, never really looking at the game by itself. And you know, I'd play something like Sonic 1 over something like Mario 1 or Zelda 1, but that may be because this game is technically superior, or it could just be my bias for Sonic. Sonic 1 by the end of 1991 was the best-selling game of that year, and by the end of its life in 1997, it sold over 14 million copies worldwide. Sonic 1 might not be the best 2D Sonic game now, but when it came out, the impact it had on the industry cannot be ignored. With the game receiving critical acclaim, everyone was crazy about Sonic the Hedgehog. Now Nintendo had a competitor. A competent competitor? Not really. But Sega's incompetence will never change the fact that Sonic himself is badass. And fans everywhere adore him to this very day. So, remember how in the last video I said Sonic Origins was basically in limbo? Literally a month later, we got an official trailer for it, and later that June, it came out. I actually didn't pick it up until December. Why, you may ask? Well, we need to get into Sonic Origins as a whole to paint the picture here. Sonic Origins is a complete mess of a compilation, to say the absolute least, which is insane to me because you would figure they would not mess up some of the most popular games of all time, but who are we kidding? It's Sega we're dealing with. So, yeah. Sonic Origins was literally rushed, confirmed by the devs of the game too, and it really shows. Something that always stood out to me was this intro, specifically when the logos appear on the screen. It literally looks like PNGs are falling into place. Hell, I can do the same thing and make it look better than Origins does. Not to mention, the animations in my opinion look really rushed for the most part. Not saying I dislike them, quite the opposite actually. They seem just stiff compared to Sonic Mania Adventures, which is a shame because I actually really like them. Sonic Origins, in my opinion, is a death by 1,000 paper cuts. There's no major overglaring issues with the game, it's just a whole bunch of little things that really bother me. Keeping it brief, a few of them are the complete lack of customization, Knuckles not being playable in CD, and yes, I know he's being put into Plus, but he should have been there since the start. The 2011 menus from CD just being there for some reason and really looking out of place. Not being able to toggle having lives in anniversary mode. Sonic 3 as a whole, just wait for my Sonic 3 video if you want to know why. And overall added bugs and weird collision issues that just weren't there in the other versions. And many more. That's why I didn't get the game until it was on sale during Christmas time. And even then it was an impulse purchase. I only purchased my games physically. Now, I'm not trying to make a why Sonic Origins sucks video. Trust me, that will come later. I just feel like it was important to go to the game as a whole before jumping straight into the Sonic 1 part of the game. And truth be told, the only reason why I'm making this video in the first place is because there are some things I actually forgot to mention in the original video. So, with that all out of the way, welcome to NNC Revisits, a sub-series to my review series where I go back to look at a game, whether a new version came out and I felt like it was a big enough change to go back, or just my opinion changing with time, which, you know, believe it or not, can actually happen to people who play games and not just watch games on YouTube. But that's enough talk. Let's go back to Sonic 1 and see what changes are apparent. Like it or not, this version of the game is how thousands and potentially millions of people are going to experience. So having people play the Christian Whitehead version of the game was the best option. Now, I personally don't mind playing the game in 4.3 on the Genesis, but I know a lot of people do. Not to mention these are remasters, so things like the speed cap and spike glitch are non-existent here. So right off the bat, if you haven't played Sonic 1 before, this is the version I think people should play. As much as it pains me to say that. Origins provides 3 ways to play this game. Anniversary, basically the mobile port with a few changes. Classic, which by the title you would assume that's the original game, but it's just a mobile port in 4x3, but hey, we're getting ahead of ourselves here. And Mirror Mode, which is exactly how described. Most of the big changes are in Anniversary mode, so let's start there. First and foremost, they gave the game cutscenes. I think they look great. Now, I personally always disliked the more cutesy style that Classic Sonic has been given ever since he was made into his own character. Like, guys, Classic Sonic is cute, yes, but he was always cool first. Even Naoto Ishima said this. In fact, he was worried when some people called him more cute than cool. Something like Sonic Mania Adventures? Way too cutesy for me. Not saying it's bad by any means, but I like my Classic Sonic to look more cooler. Like the recent IDW Seasons of Chaos comic, which basically acts the sequel to Sonic Mania, is the perfect balance between this. A bit more lighthearted than the modern Sonic, but still really cool, not like the borderline Cocomelon Sonic we've been getting in recent years. These cutscenes hit the same mark for me. I especially like the ending cutscene. Very cool stuff. Oddly enough, I think the quality of the animation could be better. Ironically, compared to Sonic Mania Adventures, it just seems a bit stiff at times, but it gets the job done, and honestly, it's cool to see these games get cutscenes at all. In this collection, all the games have saves, which I like them in concept. Honestly, I really appreciate how they didn't offer any save states with this game. It only saves on an act-to-act basis, which is really sweet and it is something that even a gross purist like me can get down with. But to get nitpicky, it really bothers me how I can't just do a no save. I have to go through like 3 different screens before starting a game. And sometimes the Mega Drive games are the games I play and beat in a sitting as fast as I can, so having to go through like a million different things can get pretty annoying at times. But I understand that this is just me being kind of petty, and it doesn't really matter too much. In fact, I can see a lot of people enjoying it this way. More or less, the base game has remained largely the same, which I think we were all expecting, but as many people including me were hoping, we now have the drop dash. This, when it works, is so much fun. If you thought the spin dash broke Sonic 1, oh boy, you clearly haven't used the drop dash. It feels so good to use. Again, when it works. Why do I keep saying that? What do I mean by that? Well, for some reason, sometimes you can't control it when you go in midair. Through my testing, it usually happens when you're holding forward on a D-pad as you jump, but still, this was never an issue in Sonic Mania, or hell, even the other games on this very same collection, so what gives? Why does it not work here? Did they not just have time to finish it completely? It makes no sense whatsoever, but when it actually works, it's really fun. Just please fix this issue in Sonic Mania Plus, please! Oh, also, a lot of people complain about the animation for Sonic when he uses the drop dash. Honestly, I think it looks cool. It looks like the drop dash if it was in Sonic 1, so I never really had an issue with it. Sonic 1 sprites were really limited anyway, so it looking like this makes sense to me. The drop dash really adds a new level of fun while playing Sonic 1. It makes some of the more stale parts more interesting. Now, the most controversial change to these games for me is the new coin system. Instead of lives, you get coins. What do coins do? Well, they let you redo a special stage if you mess up. Well, I think it's a good idea to add a retry to special stages for those who are not good at classic Sonic games. I just think this concept goes way too far. The special stages are hard, but they're not that hard. And speaking on the other games, it's just laughable if someone needs to retry these stages more than once or twice. But for Sonic 1, sure, the purist in me screams, but he can shut up because I want people to actually have fun with these games. Maybe if anything, they should have limited the amount of retries, maybe 3 per special ring. Now, the thing that upsets me the most about the coins is the fact they replace lives. Now, a lot of you guys may argue that lives are just silly in modern games, and yes, I totally agree 100%. Some of my favorite platformers of the last 10 years like Mario Odyssey and Sonic Frontiers don't use lives, and I never bat an eye. But the difference here is that in the Genesis games, you were rewarded with lives for going out of the way to get to a secret area, or maybe getting a crazy amount of points, or for getting 100 rings, and even doing good in special stages. There's nothing quite like the satisfaction I get whenever I do really good in a special stage and I'm rewarded with extra lives, and continues. In fact, I love seeing how high my number can get whenever I play Sonic 3, but since lives are gone now, it just doesn't feel nearly as rewarding of doing any of these things. Like, yes, functionally, you still do get something, but it's not something I ever need. A large amount of lives is a really good thing because you could mess up a bunch of times. Likely or not. But for someone like me, who are really good at the classic games that the special stages are just cakewalks, getting a retry to a special stage I'm already too good at to fail doesn't do anything for me at all. This would be a total non-issue if you could just toggle this in a setting, like swapping coins for lives, but you literally can't, and it makes zero sense to me. I really hope this gets fixed in Plus, because it honestly hinders a lot of the fun I can have with this game. So much so that I just stick with the classic mode most of the time, even if I can't use the drop dash. Speaking on classic mode, I should talk about that too. Why, you may ask? Well, it's simple. This is not a classic mode at all. It's literally just the mobile port. But in 4.3, this honestly made me laugh out loud when I first heard of this. This is absolutely insane. Why? Was putting a literal ROM in the game so hard? These special stages remain the same. Some of the issues I have with the mobile ports in general are still here. It just doesn't make sense. But hey, at least we have lives again. And the spin dash for Sonic 1? I don't think that was in the original Genesis game, but honestly, I'm actually kind of grateful for it. To me, this is like playing the Saturn version. That's pretty cool to me. Lastly for modes, we have Mirror Mode. I don't have much to say on this other than it's pretty sweet. It gives hardcore players such as myself a change up, and I gotta say, playing it really trips me out, and I'm all for it. Maybe I'll beat the game like this someday. I know a lot of people like their Mirror Modes in games and Master Quests and whatnot, so this should tickle their fancy. Since we got a lot of the major changes from Origins out of the way, I just wanted to bring up some of the things I forgot to put in the original video, because there was actually a lot more to the mobile remaster than I originally let on. Not for any particular reason, I just didn't know they were there, believe it or not. I don't think any of you could actually blame me. I really don't mind playing these games on the Genesis, so I never really paid too much attention to the phone versions. The thing I'm most embarrassed about is not knowing that there is in fact they added a 7th special stage, and by proxy, a 7th emerald. This is sweet. Now, the special stage itself, it's shit, but getting to be Supersonic in Sonic 1 is super surreal to me, pun not intended. I never tried this before making this video. Blowing through Labyrinth Zone, and especially Starlight as Supersonic, made that playthrough one of the most fun I've had with Sonic 1 in a long time. There's no new ending with it, but honestly that's not really a problem to me at all, and if it's a problem to anyone, it's probably just a nitpick at best.
Yeah, okay. Well, you're entitled to your own opinion.
The thing I'm second most embarrassed about not knowing is the fact you can actually switch on the elemental shields. Honestly, I had zero idea, and I don't know how I didn't know about this. This is so sick. Again, using these in Sonic 1 of all games is so surreal. But I think the bubble shield takes the cake here. They did it, guys. They actually made Labyrinth Zone actually tolerable. Not having to worry about losing air and waiting for a bubble makes things so much quicker. Of course, there's still elements of the zone I hate, but it makes it really fun for me to play. On top of the elemental shields, you can switch on a bunch of different settings. For example, the spike glitch, no spin dash, and the speed cap, which this was actually really funny to me to see these features, you know, as if those features were actually missed. Well, there you go. Hey, what's this? Sonic 3? Interesting. Wait a minute. Does that mean the Insta-Shield in Sonic 1? Why wasn't this in the game originally? This is amazing, and it works exactly like it does in Sonic 3. God, I love Sonic 3. And you can use the drop dash at the same time? This is what I wanted in Sonic Mania. Why couldn't Sonic just have everything from the get-go? This is so cool. That was genuinely my reaction to this. I really don't understand why the Insta-Shield is something you have to equip. It should be like the drop dash, something that Sonic just has, and if you don't like it, you can just turn it off. In fact, I wish all of these changes, Supersonic, Elemental Shields, and other abilities were just in the game from the get-go. I understand that something like this is not like the original, but the drop dash wasn't in the original, and the bubble shield makes the game a lot more fun, so why not? Not to mention, hiding it in the sound test and level select just makes it really confusing. It should just be in the options for Origins. I mean, I know why it is the way it is, because it's just a leftover from the mobile port, because, of course, they couldn't put a little effort into making on the menu and the actual game selection, but whatever. Even with all of its questionable elements, the mobile remaster and the Origins port are still the objectively best way to play the original games. Officially, that is. Widescreen and no speed cap seals the deal, no questions asked. And I know people will mention things like Sonic 1 forever, and I can agree that this is the version of the game that you should probably play. Every issue I had with Origins is literally addressed and fixed within that fan game. But the matter of the fact is that's just a fan game. While I will make a few exceptions, I want to look at all of the official versions of the game. An argument about Origins isn't countered by saying that you should play a fan game. Well, again, yes, it is better. I want the official version to be as best as it can be, and that's why I haven't mentioned it up until now. But if you want my personal opinion, you know, review objectives aside, play Sonic 1 forever. Just do it. Also, a lot of you may ask why I still prefer to play the original Genesis versions over the literal, in every single way, better version of the game. And well, I know the answer is wrong, but it's just how I personally feel. A lot of people let their nostalgia cloud their judgment. For example, people who grew up with Sonic Adventure DX over the original SA1 Dreamcast version say that it's better just because they grew up with it, you know, and they got it when they were 6. But for me, I just really get a kick out of seeing the progression of my favorite series, and just video games in general. That's why I just recently played Final Fantasy VII on the original PS1 over buying the remake, literally this year. Why? Well, I wanted to see what the original is all about, and same thing for a lot of games and their remakes. I just really enjoy playing a game on its original console on the CRT. I know not everyone wants to keep around a 30-year-old TV and their 30-year-old game systems. Some may say that authentic feeling is just an illusion, and I'm not trying to argue anything here. I'm just saying, illusion or not, that's the way I like to play my games. I am a retro gamer at heart,
a 40-year-old trapped in a 21-year-old's body, but again, I won't let this cloud my judgment. Play the remasters. It's the way to go for Sonic 1. The other games though, that's another story for another time. More or less, that is everything that Sonic Origins introduced for Sonic 1. Obviously, with the release of Sonic Origins Plus next month, there is room for that to change, biggest being Amy. But I'm fairly confident that not much will change for Sonic 1, so that's why I'm comfortable making this video shortly before the release of Origins Plus. And if off the up chance some big changes are apparent, I will address them in the Sonic 2 video. Before I wrap up this video, I wanted to go ahead and address one particular opinion I had in the original video. So, Marble Zone. In the last few months, I've seen a lot of people coming out of nowhere saying that Marble Zone is actually good because you can go fast in that level. It's just not really meant for you to do so. Mostly being this one part where you can jump off the blocks and go up to the top. Well, yes, in theory, you can play the game faster during those segments, but there's also a lot more segments where you do literally nothing and can't proceed forward without waiting. I actually know someone who's a Marble Zone offender, and they say the same thing, but again, there's only elements of truth to this claim. If you still enjoy the zone anyway, that's great. That's what different opinions are for.
You're entitled to your own opinion.
I'm just saying that the claim that you can play the zone normally is very false. Not to mention, I feel like some people like Marble Zone just because others don't. So basically what I'm saying is that yes, I can concede that there are parts of Marble Zone that you can go fast in. It's not bad all of the time, but the fact of the matter is that most of the level is just waiting and slow platforming, meaning it goes against the original design elements of the Genesis Sonic games, and I still stand by my original opinion. What about my other takes? Do I still stand by them too? Definitely, Sonic 1 is the first Sonic game. I know, original opinion, right? But seriously, think about it. This game was made by a bunch of numbnuts who didn't know what they were doing, and it turned out to be really, really good for its time, and that's something truly special. Because that team, they had passion. Sonic 1 has its place, but that being said, if it wasn't the first game in the series, I likely wouldn't go back to it, unless it was for a marathon or something. The story picks up right after Sonic 1's release. Despite Sonic 1 being a tremendous success, the development of a sequel is rather troubled. For one, Yuji Naka left Sega over some disagreements about company policies. Yep, one of the founding fathers of Sonic left Sega. Really mind-blowing. Meanwhile, back in the United States, Mark Cerny had been hired by Sega to create STI, Sega Technical Institute, a game development division of Sega based in America, likely because of the growing success of Sega as a brand in the United States. After the development of the first game, Hirokazu Yasushiro was set to come to the United States to join STI. When Mark Cerny learned that Naka left Sega, he quickly called him up and convinced him to join STI, promising him a higher salary and more executive power. Naka, liking this idea, was set to go to the United States. With most of the big figures behind Sonic being present, the biggest exception being Naoto Oshima, who never actually left Sega and later directed Sonic CD, it was obvious that the team would start work on the sequel to the hit game. However, Sega was very hesitant to give the green light, weirdly enough. They thought it was too soon for a new Sonic, but it didn't take Sega too long to realize that Sonic was literally printing Sega money.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
So they greenlit the production of its sequel in November of 1991. This meant that the team only had 9 months to develop Sonic 2, which, man, I'm getting ahead of myself here by saying this, but imagine making a great game like Sonic 2 in only 9 months. Insane, but hey, let's get back to the history. One of the first ideas the team wanted for the game was a new character, one that could also be a main character alongside Sonic, and much like the first game, another internal contest was held by Sonic Team to decide the character that would join Sonic on his next adventure. I can't find the exact number of entries, but I would at least like to show one by artist Great Stitt for a flying turtle character named Boomer? You guys might not give a single shit, but fun fact about me. I adore turtles. My favorite animal without a single doubt. I even have 2 pet turtles. Their names are Squirtle and Little. Say hi, Squirtle and Little. Okay, but anyway, although I kinda wish we had a turtle character, this drawing tells me that Boomer would have been a huge pace breaker, judging that he's taking Sonic over a large bed of spikes, which would have meant stopping mid-level to ride on Boomer. Pretty happy this never made it past the drawing board, but ultimately the winner was Yasushi Yamaguchi, who designed a Teal Fox. Yamaguchi wanted the name of the character to be Miles Per Hour, being a pun of miles per hour, as everyone knows, but the rest of the team wanted his name to be Tails, matching Sonic's simplistic name, so funnily enough, they decided to sneak in Miles Per Hour into the concept art, making both his legitimate name, Miles being his actual name, and Tails being his nickname. And just like that, Sonic's most popular number 2 was created, Tails, Not my favorite Sonic character, but I still love Tails. He proved himself to me in the later games. But getting back on track, during development, Sonic 2 was a very ambitious game, originally planning to feature over 18 different zones, and even a time travel concept was talked about in early development, which really fascinates me, but it was scrapped. It would have been difficult to do everything the team wanted within the 9 months of development time. One of the biggest struggles during the development was the cultural differences between the team. The American half were always used to the 9-to-5 mindset, while the Japanese half worked most hours of the night, fixing all the errors that the entire team glanced over. As time went on, the hype for Sonic 2 was really starting to build up within the team. Everyone was extremely passionate about making the game as good as it could be, and Sega wanted to advertise the game as much as possible, so they made a deal with Nickelodeon to show off the game, specifically an early Emerald Hill Zone on the show Nick Arcade, which that beta leaked on the internet sometime in 2006. And sometime after the Nick Arcade prototype, another build was shown off at the New York Toy Show. Fun fact, the cartridge for this build was actually stolen. Yeah, imagine that. That's something that could never happen in today's world. And that's just how big the hype for Sonic 2 was. Known as the Simon Y prototype, it was named after the dude who found the ROM back in 1999, and was the source for most of the beta content over the years. Now, like last time, I won't be going too deep into the beta. However, I do have a lot to say about a few of these scrap stages, starting with, of course, Hidden Palace, the most well-known scrap Sonic 2 level. The thing that interests me the most is the Badnik designs. They look really cool, but due to the game's pace and deadlines, the team was forced to scrap the zone. However, you can still listen to the stage's track in the game's sound test. Interesting. I know Hidden Palace is the most well known, but my favorite scrap stage is Wood Zone. This level has almost nothing to it, but it just looks so wildly different from any other Mega Drive Sonic zone. I do think Mystic Cave is the better forest theme zone by a long shot and was the better choice, but man, I would love to see this concept get reused someday. And here are some scrap stage concepts. I'm a really big fan of some of these pieces, and it shows the ambition that the game owns. Ocean Wind Zone and Emerald Isle Zone are my favorites for sure. I love any water/ocean aesthetics in video games. Emerald Isle is so cool to me because it's actually an area in the state that I live in, and I always thought the name of it was very Sonic-esque.
Sonic 2 is here with 10 levels and a fresh new half-pipe. A casino zone, his new buddy Tails, and blast processing, which makes him faster than ever. With awesome new graphics, the new split screen lets 2 play.
Just like that, on November 21st, 1992, Sonic the Hedgehog 2 was released and the world was never the same. The game was released in the United States and Europe simultaneously, on a day known as Sonic Tuesday, a very genius marketing campaign. This was also around the time the whole blast processing thing was being thrown around in commercials.
The Sega Genesis has blast processing. Super Nintendo doesn't. So what's blast processing do?
In other words, it's just showing off the speedy gameplay of Sonic. The one thing that the Mega Drive had over the SNES was the fact that it was slightly faster, so Sega used that in commercials, mostly as a coping mechanism, while in Japan, they mostly just advertised Tails.
And there we have it. Again, I did skim over some of the little details, but for the most part, I covered everything that's major during the Sonic 2 development cycle. Now, for the moment you have all been waiting for, let's review Sonic the Hedgehog 2 for the Sega Genesis.
Like last time, I'm going to be playing this game on the original Genesis. I know a lot of you are going to ask why I don't play this game on emulation to get quote-unquote better looking footage, and I answered this in my revisit to Sonic the Hedgehog, so I'll keep it brief here. I personally like to have the original experience when playing a game. I'm huge into retro gaming, and thus I like to keep things authentic. I'm not against emulation. In fact, I think it's the morally right way to play Nintendo games, especially Switch games. I'm just saying, something like this to me looks very unnatural. My reasoning being stupid or not, this is how I like to play my games. Not to mention, it's just cool to play this game on a CRT, like when it originally came out. The game starts up with Sonic running past the screen, forming the Sega logo, and I just love this title screen. It's just good. Nothing less than iconic. The addition of Tails on the ring is just great. And look at Sonic! God, he's so cool. Okay, I'll stop. Before we get into the gameplay, let's talk about the story, because there's actually more than you might think. After putting an end to the Doctor's plans time and time again, Sonic decides he needs to travel the world to seek more adventure. And since he can't travel over big bodies of water, Sonic uses the Tornado, his plane, to fly into the unknown. After stumbling upon an island with the name West Side Island, Sonic decides to explore the land. Sonic is also completely unaware of the legend connected to the island and its similarities it shares with South Island. 7 stones are used to give peace to the people of West Side Island. This peace could have been everlasting if it weren't for other people and their desires to use the stones for their own selfish gains, which the gods took the stones and hid them throughout the island. Over time, Sonic realized that someone was following him. Meet Miles Per Hour, a young fox with 2 tails. Being that this is abnormal, Miles was bullied by his peers, even getting a nickname that would overtake his actual name, Tails. When Tails first discovers Sonic running around, his entire way of thinking changed. He wanted to be cool and follow in the footsteps of his hero, and I mean, who can blame him? As time went on, Sonic accepted Tails and both explored the island together. While traveling on his own, Tails discovers the tornado sitting on a beach. Being a huge nerd, Tails got excited and went over to check it out. It didn't take long for Tails to discover whose plane it was. I mean, Sonic's name is literally on it, but no, it was Sonic sleeping under one of the tornado's wings that gave Tails a pretty good idea on who owned it. Suddenly, in the distance, an explosion went off, waking Sonic from his sleep. As Sonic and Tails looked off in the distance, Sonic spotted a familiar robot army. Sonic, knowing who was behind this, ran off to stop the Doctor's plans, cursing his name. The Doctor followed Sonic to West Side Island, and with that, he learned about the island's legend, and Eggman knew that the legend was indeed the Chaos Emeralds. Now, not only learning that West Side Island was the true home of the Emeralds, but now knowing there is also a 7th, Eggman wants to use the Emeralds to power his newest creation, the Death Egg, to rule over the entire world. The story this time is definitely more involved than the first game, but I'm sure this is the first time that most of you are even hearing this. Well, that's because the plots are basically totally different in the US. In fact, this is a good time as any to bring up something that has always bothered me in the Sonic community. The classic games weren't just about silly old Robotnik kidnapping animals, like, at all. Yeah, sure, that was a part of it, but he used the animals to power his machines, nothing more. That's why when I hear things like, "What happened to Eggman kidnapping animals?" whenever someone talks about the newer games, it really angers me. Like, do the fans not even know what their favorite games are about? The localization Sonic is not the Sonic you know. The Western media like Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog and other concepts are what made people think this way, and I think it's absurd that it still goes on to this day. People don't call Princess Peach Toadstool anymore. So what makes Sonic any different? Why is that the people just ignore the source material and go on with their headcanon? I don't know, but it really bothers me. But hey, that's another topic for another day. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is built off the first game, and thus we get nothing but pure quality of life improvements. For example, the spike glitch has been totally fixed. And while there is a speed cap technically, it was adjusted so Sonic can still get a tremendous amount of speed. So much so I didn't actually know there was a speed cap until about a few years ago. You will never notice the speed cap. This game can get so fast by just running down a hill, rolling to a ball, or by going through the new to this game, speed boosters. And apparently this made the community split into 2, but honestly I can't find any evidence actually supporting this claim, other than mid-2010s nonsense videos.
I think we're at the point where we need to admit that this was never really a great franchise. Nope. And that
What the hell?
I think
this was just mostly some post-06 BS.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man?
However, I would be lying if I told you this was the biggest addition to Sonic 2, because Sonic 2 was the first game to introduce the Spin Dash. Yes, imagine being the thing that introduces something as raw as the Spin Dash. Now, I have to explain what it is, but I shouldn't have to. Anyone that knows what Sonic is knows about the Spin Dash. It's Sonic's most iconic ability, other than his super speed, of course. The Spin Dash will give Sonic an instant burst of speed. All you have to do is hold down and mash A to rev it up. Let go and Sonic will zoom across the screen.
What? You don't even earn the speed anymore? What even is this series? Gosh, what even is a Sonic game anymore?
Dude, shut the fuck up! The Spin Dash is awesome because it's not a handicap or a win level ticket. It's a tool. Want to get to a faraway platform? Well, Rep up a spin dash and jump at the right time. Need some extra speed but don't want to walk all the way back just to build up enough? Stop, spin dash, and get a move on. It cannot be overstated how amazing the spin dash is as a gameplay mechanic. It had such a big impact that it made Sonic 1 instantly unplayable for some people. It would be so popular that it would become a mainstay in Sonic's moveset, and almost every game since has it in some form. And the fact is that these levels weren't actually designed for the spin dash, and it feels this good to use. The spin dash was actually a later addition to the game, so it's just so weird how it works so well. While we were on the topic of Sonic in general, his sprite got altered slightly, now being a different shade of blue, and I much prefer this over the blue in Sonic 1. It looks way more vibrant to me. Not to mention he has some new animations, mostly being new tripping animations, and Sonic's new waiting animation, and man, I love this so much. It had so much charm to a character who was already bursting with stuff. And since we have a new character, being Tails, he's playable too. What are his differences? He doesn't have any, actually. Tails is known for his flight, but in Sonic 2, we were actually not allowed to use that ability, which is strange. I have memories of doing this on the Genesis when I was a kid. I guess that was just some Mandela effect or something. But that's not really an issue. Tails is more well known for following Sonic around in the game, or at least trying to follow Sonic around. The Tails AI is so bad, but it's pretty funny to watch. But honestly, I always turn Tails off, and I just play as Sonic only. Why would I do something like that? Well, naturally, the axe system from the first game returns, with some improvements. Instead of 3 acts, there are now 2. First act ending with the signpost, and the second ending with the boss. Some may ask if taking away an act means the game is shorter. I can say that this is not the case. Both acts are longer than the acts in Sonic 1 by a long shot, and the boss being the end of the second act versus having a third just for the boss makes sense to me. And the series will continue to use this for the 2D games, except Sonic 4 for some fucking reason. But anyway, another change to the acts is the way special stages work. Instead of keeping 50 rings until the end of the stage, you have to have 50 rings when you go through a checkpoint. These checkpoints, like the first game, are spread throughout the level, meaning you can actually do this more than once. If you're good enough, some people can get all of them by Chemical Plant. I greatly prefer this structure. It allows you to collect the emeralds at your own pace, instead of having to do them after every stage in the first game. Since we're on the topic of the special stage, it's time I talk about those two, because they are the half pipe. These special stages are laid out in a half-pipe structure, and before I go on, I just want to say that these are infinitely better than the ones in Sonic 1, by default. These special stages are not bad. Honestly, the half-pipe hate is so real, and I will admit, I'm a part of it, but I don't think that it's just bad, just overused. But in the context of this game, it was a new concept. I just think that it kept getting reused because Sonic 2 is Sonic 2, but ignoring everything else, these are okay. I can and will say that these to a new time player will enrage you. It sometimes requires split-second reaction time, and during a time where I was practicing these stages, it made me want to rip my hair out. And this is exactly why I play as a Sonic alone, because oh my gosh, Tails will ruin everything for you! Remember what I said when I played as Sonic alone? This is why! I remember first trying to do this with Sonic and Tails and my reaction was no! This could have been solved so easily by Tails not being able to take damage, but of course, that was not the option. When you're playing as Sonic alone, these can be really rewarding if you do it right. But I'll admit, this is probably because I'm very experienced at this game, and I can see the bullshit coming. It's muscle memory at this point. But I do get a kick out of Special Stage 7. The part where you jump from side to side to collect a trail of rings, it's just really neat. But no, the actual reason one would want to collect the emeralds is the reward. Remember last time how if you got the emerald, you just got a slightly different ending? Well, they decided to change that by making one of the coolest and rawest designs in all of fiction. Supersonic. What more should I say? This is one of the rawest things I've ever seen in my entire fucking goddamn life. Look at the sprite! Look how cool he is when he gets in position when you press down. He's so ready. He's not even phased when he's on a ledge. What a total badass. He never gets bored either. He is not playing around. And the fact he flies instead of runs, oh, this is so cool. I can stare at this sprite for hours. The developers decided that it was a good idea to give a new gameplay option to players who would get all the emeralds, especially since you can get them all in the first zone. Supersonic is a transformation for Sonic the Hedgehog. When Sonic transforms, Gosh, just saying that is so cool. Sonic is granted invincibility. It has an even greater speed. The design of Supersonic himself may look familiar to the two people out there who don't know the origin. Supersonic was almost unapologetically inspired off of Super Saiyan, so much so that this concept art for Supersonic was literally the same angle and expression as the panel for when Goku originally transformed. Straight down to the abilities too. Super Saiyan multiplies the strength and speed of its user, same as Supersonic. The funny part is, this was way before Dragon Ball kicked off in the West. So many people were unaware of this connection. This would not be the end of Dragon Ball inspiration for the franchise, however, the larger examples being Shadow being basically Sonic's Vegeta, Silver being a lame version of Future Trunks, and most recently, Sonic Frontier's boss battles basically being Dragon Ball fights. Even Sonic as a character has so many parallels to Goku. Some people may have mixed opinions about this, but how do I personally feel about it? Maybe I'm biased, but I don't care. I cannot put it into words how much I love this. Dragon Ball is my second biggest obsession, next to Sonic of course, so having my two favorite franchises ever being just inherently connected, it's so cool, and I can talk about it for hours. Now, just a PSA, please make a Sonic SH figure art, please! Back to Supersonic as a game mechanic, you can really feel the added speed. It can almost be hard to control at times. I had a pretty hard time in Oil Ocean Act 2. Blasting through a stage and destroying everything in your sight more than makes up for slippery control. You can beat the stage in record time using Super. On top of him literally being one of the coolest things I've ever seen, Supersonic is honestly one of the best rewards in any video game. I remember the first time I got on my own. I felt like a boss plowing through the game afterwards. It's such a good reward for getting all the emeralds. You can get the best ending in the game for it. I mean, look at this pose. Jesus Christ, he's so cool. This is it. This is so raw that it's still the fucking cow. Originally, I was going to talk about the level's bosses on their own, zone by zone, but as I went on, I noticed that I was saying a lot of the same things, so I'm just going to cover them here. At the end of every second act are the bosses, most of them being super easy. It's just a matter of learning the pattern. One of my favorites includes Aquatic Ruins boss, where you can jump on the totems and attack Eggman. I always thought this was fun to do. But since we got that out of the way, I think it's about time to cover the zones themselves, because I have a lot to say about each of these this time around. Now rocking 11, the first is Emerald Hill Zone. Such a great first level. It uses the same colors and general aesthetics of Green Hill, but yet manages to feel completely different. In the last video I said in the zones you can take multiple pathways throughout the level. Well, in my opinion, this is the first true start of that. You can take the lower level, usually with more spikes and other dangerous hazards, or the upper path, which is slightly tricky to reach, but when you do, you're rewarded with goodies and overall a much smoother time. I also think this level is really good at letting the player play around and get used to the new changes. Overall, the zone is such a joy to be in, and one of the best opening levels in any Sonic game. I always personally really like these twirling loops that make Sonic look kinda 3D. I know, I'm very easy to please. Chemical Plant Zone. The most iconic zone of this game. This stage is not only a fantastic second level, but it adds in a level gimmick without sacrificing the sense of speed. The thing I love about this stage the most is how unique it is. The total whiplash this level gives is intense. Coming from a beautiful land such as Emerald Hill to this depressing chemical plant with no nature in sight. As said before, this is the first stage that introduced the speed boosters, and they are used right in this level. Instead of being in every part of the entire level, they are used to grant the player a sudden boost of speed, and it's up to them to keep it going, versus like 15 of them in the exact same row, removing any challenge from keeping to your momentum. The speed you can achieve in this level is exhilarating. The design of this zone is definitely one of Sonic 2's best. There are so many different paths that some players can go years without discovering them, and that's great design. Contradicting that though is the elephant in the room. The infamous part of Chemical Plant Act 2. For years, players feared this part of the level, and honestly, it's just basic platforming. If people that are not kids still struggle with this, I don't know what to tell you. Go play Kirby or something. But as a kid, man, the anxiety of it alone scared me. I think what makes this part so scary is the fact that you know that the drowning music will start to play, so it's easier for you to slip up. Sonic's physics are different underwater after all. Not to mention, as a kid, I got crushed a lot. But that's just a larger issue of the classic games. But even as a kid, I never had that much of an issue with it. Maybe cause of death every now and then, but definitely an overblown issue. Aquatic Ruin Zone, my absolute favorite level in Sonic 2. Man, where do I begin? I adore the theme of this stage. An old lake with forgotten ruins. It makes for a gorgeous looking stage. And that's not to mention the plants that cover some of the foreground. Oh, the music. I love this track. It's my favorite in the entire game. I can't get enough of it. But my favorite thing about this level? The gimmick. You see, Aquatic Ruin is a water level by choice. The zone has two main paths. The underwater part, and the top portion which acts as a normal level, without even having to touch the water. This goes back to what I was saying about how the design of this game is brilliant. You don't even have to touch the water if you don't want to. Just be a little careful while platforming. You can enjoy all the amazing aesthetical perks of a water level, but without any of the BS, which, for someone whose favorite level aesthetics are water levels, this seriously rocks. Aquatic Ruin gives you options, and that is something that all games should have. And that's not to say the water part of the stage is bad. Far from it. I believe that it's really well made, and designed with Sonic Water's slower movements in mind, unlike Labyrinth Zone, but no, seriously, there's not one part of this level I dislike. But I always go for the top portion of the stage. Man, I legit love this stage so much. I hate to be that guy, but I don't think I've ever heard anyone share this sentiment. I know it's a meme for Sonic fans to go,
Am I the only one that likes this game? Huh?
But I'm being serious. In all my years of talking to fellow Sonic fans, everyone just kind of agrees that this level is just only okay, and I can't disagree more. You always hear people talking about Chemical Plant or Mystic Caves, but never Aquatic Ruin, and I think that is absurd. Where are my fans at? Where are the Aquatic Ruiners at? To me, this stage has such a strong identity. It did everything it set out to do, and delivers on it in my opinion. It has the most brilliant level design of Sonic 2 in general. Combining two levels in one was basically unheard of, and I think it's criminally underrated. I hope this sparks some interest in you guys out there, because, man, I want to see this level get the love it deserves. And apparently during the development of the stage, it was called Neo Green Hill. And honestly, I thank God or whoever is up there every day that this didn't happen. Branding it as a Green Hill variant would have killed any identity of the stage. Oh, and if the name sounds familiar to you guys, it was the name of Sonic Advance's first stage. Casino Night Zone, another very iconic level, second only to Chemical Plant. Right off the bat, some may say that the colors in this stage are way too distracting. And my answer to that is, it's a casino! Of course it's gonna be distracting. I absolutely adore the colors of this stage. It all looks so pretty. The neon palm trees, the flowers, the signs that say Sonic and Miles. I love these little faces of Sonic and Tails around the stage. The zone taking place at night really makes these colors stand out. Classic Sonic is all about wicked cool colors and cool vibes, so I personally love it. But what about the gameplay? Well, the gimmick of the stage is that it acts like a pinball game. You will be bouncing around everywhere. And while I can't deny for a single minute that this is a perfect fit for not only a Sonic game, but this level too, it can be sometimes really annoying to get past. But it's nothing to make a really big note of. I actually find a lot about the stage to be really fun, like these little things that change colors every time you bounce on them. Once it turns red and you bounce on it again, it will disappear. Half of my time in the stage is just bouncing off of each of them one by one. Oh my gosh, the slot machines. These were the reason why I found out time overs were a thing. This is one of my most fond memories of Sonic 2. One late night, I was around 7 or 8, I discovered that I can easily grind lives off the slot machine, so I did. I just kept going. But sooner or later I felt a giant spike of fear when Sonic randomly died. I had no clue why until the time over music started to play. Ugh, I don't know, man. Hearing the music right after a sudden fear really unsettled me as a kid. And I know, nowadays it's more like... But as a young kid who used to read creepypastas all the time, it really freaked me the fuck out. Hilltop Zone. Before anything, I have to say for me, this is the most unmemorable zone in the entire game. I'm not saying it's bad, quite the opposite actually, it's just the theme is kind of boring to me, which does make sense within the context of the game, because in Emerald Hill, Hilltop is actually visible, and literally as I'm writing this, I just discovered the name may be a pun, because Emerald Hill, Hilltop, but anyway, all I'm saying is, different graphics would have been nice. This level's main gimmick is that it takes place on a volcano, which you can actually go inside of, but this does mean it has some segments that remind me of... Yeah, but that's an insult because this is nothing like Marble Zone. Here, this obstacle is handled really well. For example, in Act 2 the lava rises up and you have to escape it, so it never really breaks the game's pace. Some may say the cable cars makes things slow, but you can just spin dash off of them and move on. And come to think of it, this stage reminds me a lot of Sonic 1. Not just because of the lava, these seesaws are similar to the ones in Starlight Zone, but as stated before, the thing Sonic 2 nails is introducing actual gimmicks without having to sacrifice the speed. In all, Hilltop is a really good stage, but in my opinion it's one of the lesser stages. Actually, I used to forget this stage was even a thing sometimes. Mystic Cave Zone. My second favorite level in Sonic 2, the Lost Woods with a lot of twists and turns, secret pathways hidden by vines, and a ton of traps to catch whoever attempts to enter. I love its use of purple and green, and let's not forget that music. It's so good. The stage obstacles are things like spike balls, moving block, and moss-covered rocks that can crush you if you end up under it. You know, like actual traps. Again, this is so cool. This gives a lot of challenge without it being punishing, which is something a lot of earlier 4th gen games can't say. If I die, I know it's my fault, not the game being overly punishing for the sake of padding out game time. I love this part where you can change the invincibility monitors, the vines you can grab on top of the level to reveal new pathway. It all feels so right. It's like I'm actually trying to find my way out of a real woods, and then suddenly I fall into a bed of spikes with no way out. Okay, yeah, it's time to talk about that part. In Act 2, there's a vine that can open up a new path. Sounds fine, right? Well, if you miss the vine, you fall into a pit of spikes with no way out. I have to be honest, I love this in a way. Not only does it fit with the context of the stage, but it's just funny. I can imagine the devs giggling while they were designing the zone. Even if you are on Sonic's super form, you can't escape. You have to sit there and wait for your rings to deplete. This part is responsible for so many deaths, including a lot of mine. I love this because it's such a shock and comes out of nowhere, and it sticks with you. I know I can never forget the first time I fell in. I couldn't process it. I had no idea what to think of it. Now, I feel like I have to bring it up here. The mobile remaster / origins port of this game completely removes this. Instead, it leaves it to something else entirely, which we will get into when it's time to talk about that version of the game. Oil Ocean Zone. The nature versus technology theme here was nearly perfected. This is a sea of oil dumped by the Doctor himself. There's no signs of life other than the animals you free. Going along with the polluted ocean theme, the badniks are based around sea creatures, like octopi and seahorses, which is really clever. Alright, so my question here is, what the hell happens to the animals? I mean, sure, Sonic sets them free, but where do they go? Do they just fall in the oil? I actually really want to know the answer to this. Eggman is a goddamn psycho. Now, if I'm being honest, this is one of my lesser favorite stages to go through in Sonic 2, but as I said in Hilltop, that's not saying the stage sucks or anything. Sonic 2 shines by the fact it does such an amazing job at even making the most lackluster zones at least fun to go through. There's not one level I actively dread. Metropolis Zone. One of Eggman's bases, and similar to Scrap Brain Zone, there are plenty of badniks and traps to stop Sonic. Metropolis is infamous for being very punishing, and I have to agree. The enemy placement in here sucks. You will get hit by them, no matter what. Time to whip out my gavel because this is bad game design to a T. Newcomers will not have a good time playing this stage at all. Each one of these bastards are really annoying. Slicers. As I said before, no matter how good you are, there will be times you will get hit by them no matter what. They shoot their hooks at you, and the movement makes it really hard to avoid, especially in tight spaces. Shellcrackers. Like Slicers, they are often found in areas where movement is limited, so good luck trying not to get hit. Last but certainly not least, the Astron. These dudes are probably the worst. When you run on the screws, they will trigger and launch their spikes. This is fucking annoying. You either have to hope for the best and make a run for it, or you just have to stop and avoid them. Both of those options risk you falling off the screw, meaning you have to walk all the way across the screen with the hope that the screw will spawn back in the starting place. Another element most hate about this level is the fact that it actually loops from top to bottom, and honestly, that's not really that bad. This ain't Zelda, it's a platformer. Now, I have to admit, I get a lot of enjoyment out of this zone. I think it does a great job at that Sonic 2 design philosophy. For example, these screws. Sure, it may seem like you're just standing around in one place, but the means of progression is still using Sonic's abilities. It's really cool. Sonic turning a huge screw by running up it, I think these little details are very much overlooked. I also believe that the challenge in the zone is very satisfying. And just to be clear, I am not talking about the badniks. I can't and won't downplay that. That is true bad design. It's actually the stage's obstacles that I love. For example, these blocks that have a spear coming out of all sides. There's always a chance you could get hit when jumping on it. Your timing has to be good in order to pass it, and I find it really rewarding. The average player might dread coming here, and I really can't blame them, but veterans and obsessive players won't have much trouble with it. I will just throw it out there that this was the first classic Sonic game I could beat by myself at age 8, so if I can do it, so can you. Sky Chase Zone. After his defeat in Metropolis Zone, Eggman makes his escape to the sky. This is the first and only auto-scrolling level on the entire Mega Quadology. Instead of platforming, you move on the plane back and forth and destroy the badniks as they come. A lot of people argue that this level is a pace breaker because of its slower gameplay, but I actually strongly disagree with this. Something like Marble Zone was a total pace breaker because of it coming directly after the first stage, Green Hill. But Sky Chase? This is the 9th zone. Coming after something like Metropolis automatically makes the change of pace feel more refreshing, or rewarding depending how you look at it. Compared to Metropolis, it's one of the easiest stages in the entire game. The only thing that may be considered hard is if you aren't careful, you could spin dash off the tornado. But after that, jumping forward or wherever will actually have the tornado follow you, so you have nothing to worry about. The funny thing is about the stage, it shouldn't be relaxing at all. Within the context of the story, Sonic and Tails are supposed to be in hot pursuit over Eggman, but the stage is just so relaxing. The music is nothing short of amazing. I even love the badniks. Nebula is just funny looking. Valkyries are just so easy to destroy that it's hilarious. And my absolute favorite badnik, the Turtleoids. Wait a minute.
Holy shit!
Jokes aside, as a kid and even now, I'm a huge kaiju fan, Gamera being one of my absolute favorites as a turtle-obsessed kid. So any sort of reference to him in any media always got me freaking out. And the funny part is you defeat him by killing the little one on top. So, what the hell happens to the animal friends when Sonic defeats a badnik? I mean, yeah, they are set free, but they literally just fall. There's nothing to catch them. Nothing like a little parachute or anything, they just straight up fucking fall to their death. What the fuck? Ever since I was a kid, I thought about this. I always felt so bad for them. Overall, I love this zone. Yeah, some may think of it as boring, but I see it as a great change of pace, especially after dealing with the gauntlet known as Metropolis Zone. Not to mention, this stage is actually a single act, because it leads directly into Wing Fortress Zone, basically Sky Chase Act 2. This stage, while short, rocks. It really feels like you're infiltrating a fortress. I don't think I've ever properly completed this stage. I always take the shortcut. The boss, the egg barrier, is actually pretty challenging to a newcomer. I remember struggling with this guy a lot during my time as a kid, but it's over before you know it. After defeating the egg barrier, Sonic and Tails chase after Eggman, shooting down the tornado in the process. Sonic catches onto the Eggman spaceship and successfully gets to Death Egg Zone. This zone gives off a "this is it, no going back" feeling. The Death Egg is Eggman's orbital fortress, an entire space station, also hosting Eggman's most dangerous machines. It's even designed after Eggman's head, which is honestly really funny. I love how egotistical Eggman is, putting his face on almost all of his inventions. But Death Egg Zone isn't so much of a level than it is a pathway to get to the two final bosses of the game. First up, Mecha Sonic. Mecha Sonic looks so raw. I mean, just look at him. That's cool as shit. You are a stupid liar that probably smells if you disagree. This would be the part where I complain about the fact Mecha Sonic has no merch, but the absolute chads over at Jakks Pacific made this badass Mecha Sonic figure. Jakks, you will forever hold my respect and go down as one of the best Sonic toy companies if you continue with this role. Now make Mecha Sonic from Sonic 3, I beg of you, please! Okay, anyway, so this zone's boss may seem hard at first, but let the Sonic 2 champion show it how it's done. When Mecha Sonic floats down, start spin dashing immediately as he lands to get as many hits on him as possible. Stop once he starts to curl up in a ball. Now, wait for him to land so you can start attacking him on his head. Just aim to where you're not making contact with the spikes. If you follow that, you should go down in no time at all. It's actually funny to mention, while I was recording for this video, I actually broke the game by going too fast. I defeated Mecha Sonic and I just got soft blocked. Mecha Sonic was just the warm-up, however. Eggman has one last resort, the Death Egg Robot. Holy cow, what a step up from the final boss in Sonic 1. It feels like there are actual stakes here. The music is intimidating. The design of the death egg itself really looks cool to me. When I was a kid, I dreamt about having a huge figure of this guy for my Sonic to fight. And again, the literal Giga Chad that Jax made a playset. I would have gone insane for this as a kid. But anyway, being a final boss, it takes longer to beat. It has about 12 hits, and it's actually really easy to get yourself killed. So reckless players, such as myself, will die a lot. I was always in a rush to beat the guy and end up dying a whole bunch. But when you beat it, it feels good. I will never forget the pure feeling of relief I felt when beating this boss as a kid. I was never able to beat a classic Sonic game as a kid. I never felt good enough for those games. But after beating Sonic 2 for the first time, I felt good. And since then, I've replayed the Mecha Quadrology games very often. After Sonic defeats Eggman, the entire Death Egg catches on fire. Sonic makes his escape in his super form, meeting up with Tails, who went to see if Sonic needed to be rescued. And with that, the story of Sonic 2 ends. Now, I can talk about the two endings. 9 out of 10 people prefer the bad ending, where Tails actually rescues Sonic because Sonic falls from space, versus the good ending where Sonic uses his transformation to escape, and Tails, he's just kinda there. They argue that the bad ending is more emotional because of the cutscene where Tails realizes he needed to join the fight. And while I can see where they're coming from, I personally like the good ending more. I mean, guys, it doesn't change the fact that Tails is still there, he shows up. It's not like he decided not to come, and I think it's just as impactful. Tails, thinking that his friend was in trouble, jumps into his plane only to realize that his friend is okay. It's just as emotional. And, it might have something to do with this ending shot looking really freaking cool. Look at that pose, it's just fucking awesome. Sonic 2 is the perfect sequel. It takes what Sonic 1 got right, refines it, and adds to it, and completely blows it out of the water. As I've said multiple times during this review, this game absolutely nails the high-speed platforming that the series is known for. Every stage, that's not Sky Chase, brilliantly integrates a new level gimmicks into the high-speed platforming without breaking the pace. Each one of these zones have their own identities, with their own set pieces. They have so much flavor, and so much area to explore. It's not just 15 speed boosters in a row. The pure design of this game cannot be understated. It's quite amazing. To put it simply, there was nothing like this game at all when Sonic 2 came out. Sonic 2 was a revolution. The replay value is just incredible. This, guys, is the true start of the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. Whenever I'm in game limbo and I've exhausted Sonic 3 and Mania, this is my go-to. The legendary status this game holds is undeniable. This game is what made Sonic a true household name. At the end of its life, the game sold over 6 million copies. This is the game that sold a lot of Nintendo people on the Mega Drive. And that said, I think all fans of platformers, and just video games in general, need to play this game at some point. Sonic 2 will forever hold my respect and a special place in my heart as the first classic Sonic game I was fully able to beat by myself. I know thinking a corporation is just stupid and is something you should never do.
My jaw's hitting the ground.
Looking at you, Nintendo fans, but in this case, I feel like I have to. Sega, thank you for making this game. Without it existing, I don't know if I would be where I am today. This game is what cemented Sonic as a franchise, and from here on out, it was pure Sonic mania.
Like last time, I feel like it's really important to look at the other versions of the game, because they add new additions plus just general improvements. And in the case of Sonic 2, they even restore beta elements. And I think it's very important to look at them. Let's head back to Sonic Jam and the mobile remastered.
Sonic Jam was a game compilation title released for the Sega Saturn back in 1997, and what makes this collection stand out is the fact that the Mega Drive games weren't emulated, they were actually completely rewritten for the Saturn. Each game has bug fixes and general improvements. But what about Sonic 2? What did it introduce? This version of the game doesn't introduce nearly as much to the game as Sonic 1, and that's not for really any other reason other than Sonic 1 feels so different because it was the game that needed the most changes. Sonic 1 had a lot of weird problems, like the spike glitch, no spin dash, etc. So when something like the spin dash is added to Sonic 1, it feels like a completely different game, versus Sonic 2 where a lot of those issues were already addressed. But that's not to say it didn't change some things, because of course it had some bug fixes. It attempts to buff the Aquatic Ruin boss, and it has enhanced sound, which means some of the sound effects are tweaked. It's debatable which is better, but I personally like the original more in some aspects, because I get the sound is technically higher quality on the Saturn, but I don't think it needed to be enhanced in the first place. One of the more noticeable changes is the Sega sound at the start of the game. In the original Genesis, it was at a much higher pitch. Jam fixes that. Pretty neat, I guess. Something that I definitely notice is the fact that the game lags less. In the original, sometimes it can lag, like games typically do, but since it was rewritten for the Saturn, that lag is basically gone, and it feels really smooth. Now I say this is something that most won't even notice, it's just when you play the two back-to-back like I did. The Sega Saturn was a 2D powerhouse, so it makes sense that it can make everything feel smoother. Just as I said last time, this is the best way to play the game. 60 FPS and in 16:9 is just what most players are going to want, and it obviously feels so smooth to play. These aren't ports, they are remade from the ground up. In terms of the little things, I don't have much to talk about. They didn't add the elemental shields like for Sonic 1, which is really confusing to me, but no, there are two major additions to this version that make it truly shine, starting with the special stages. Holy shit! This is the upgrade of the entire century. This, right here, is enough for someone like me, who can be seen as a purist, to never look back at the Genesis version ever again. I mean, it's so smooth! Not only does it run at a buttery smooth 60 FPS, but it receives such a graphical upgrade. No longer is it super pixelated and clunky to play. I always didn't really enjoy playing the special stages in Sonic 2. The only reason I would is for Super Sonic. But now, it makes them way more fun for me. This right here seals the deal. But no, they decided to go above and beyond. They actually added in the originally axed Hidden Palace Zone. Yeah, the beta stage that was everyone's obsession for years. I remember losing my mind when I found this out. And the cool part is, it takes a lot of elements from the original. For example, the badniks are the same, the emerald thing is a breakable object, and the general look is super cool. It feels really natural, like it goes in the game all along. How is it accessed? Remember how I said they changed the pit in Mystic Cave? Yeah, it's here. The pit always felt like something you fell in if you were unlucky, and that spirit lives on in a different way here. Instead of falling to your death, you can discover an entire cool new level. I can imagine so many kids finding this on their own and being mind blown. I know I would have been. But how's the level stack up? I think it's really fun. This is a labyrinth theme zone done right. It actually feels like you're going through a labyrinth. Not to mention, as I said before, it feels like it could have been in the original game. It has a lot of Sonic 2 style in terms of level design. But that's all I really have to say about it. It's only one act, and it takes you to Oil Ocean directly after, so it's basically a bonus. And then there's the boss. Oh, brother, I don't know why it's so bad, but it is. This feels nothing like a Sonic 2 boss. And before anyone says anything, no, it's not because it's more difficult. It's just weird. I had no idea how to beat it originally. You're supposed to let the water rise and let the big spike ball hit Eggman, and that's the only way to damage him. He's normally out of your jumping range? I just don't know. It was really jarring at first. I do appreciate the fact it is a harder boss, but at the same time it felt super out of place. This definitely could have been done better. Now, as for the changes introduced in Sonic Origins, the biggest addition are the game's cutscenes. The fact we actually get to see things like Tails before we meet Sonic, and his peers that bully him, is really cool, but as someone who greatly dislikes the modern interpretation of classic Sonic along with its characters, go and watch my revisit for Sonic 1 if you want to see me going more in depth with that. At times, this can just feel way too cartoony and cutesy for me. I understand they have to make classic Sonic look less cool compared to modern, but this is just too far. Classic used to embody cool, but I'll stop here. The ending cutscene is actually really sick. We get to see the Death Egg fall into Angel Island, which we never got to see. Very cool stuff. The biggest gameplay change here is the addition of the drop dash from Sonic Mania. Man, this feels so good to use in game. It may not have been designed for it, but it's really fun to use here. I think the drop dash should just be a part of Sonic's natural moveset, but I really wish the Insta Shield was here too. I'm not sure why it isn't. It's almost like Sonic Team, or mainly this motherfucker, hates anything to do with Sonic 3. Another really unappreciated change is the fact that Super Sonic has his own button now, which is great. I've always hated how in the original, the moment you jump, Sonic will transform. It's so much better now that you can just save it for a boss, or just whenever you want. This all would make it the definitive version of the game for me, but of course, there has to be a catch. Drum roll, please. The coin system. It was added to replace lives, which I greatly dislike. Also, in my revisit to Sonic 1, I talked about the coin system in depth and why I think it's horrid. As bad as it was for me in Sonic 1, it's 10 times worse here. Lives are something that's given to you as a reward for doing great in stages, getting a lot of points, finding them within the stage, or even getting 100 rings. Whenever I would find a secret area, or get a bunch of points and get rewarded with lives, nothing can compare to that feeling. Coins, however, don't do the same. Yes, functionally, they may seem the same, but I never use them. That's why I have so many. Getting rewarded with, I suck so hard that I need to use this coin 400 times in the stage, does nothing for me. More so now because this game already has much easier special stages. I wouldn't even mind this if it was limited, like 3 per special stage, but no. Again, if this was an option, I wouldn't even bat an eye, but since I'm forced to play like this, it makes the game way more fun for me. The fact that toggling lives isn't an option is so embarrassing. It should be a basic function. If you enjoy this, that is amazing and I hope you're having a great time, but I just can't. Which is why I stick with classic mode. Now, everyone knows that this isn't actually a classic mode at all. This is just the same port as the remake, just in 4.3. I actually used this to get Supersonic alongside the original game. I just can't do it with the coin system, I'm sorry. But the fact this is even a thing in the first place is just so laughable. Why is this the way it is? Again, was a ROM literally too much work? What an embarrassment. Origins in general just such a failure in every way. This was the perfect opportunity to be the spiritual successor to Sonic Jam, but instead they give us this shit? Honestly, unacceptable. I will be getting Origins Plus in the hopes that it fixes things. Speaking on Origins Plus, as the time I'm editing this video, Origins Plus has not been released yet. We all know that Amy will be playable here, which is really cool, but we don't actually know if any of the big flaws with Origins as a whole will be addressed. And if they are, I will address them in the Sonic CD video. Despite being critically acclaimed upon release, Sonic CD has a more somewhat mixed reputation among Sonic fans. Some fans adore the game, while others don't really care for it. Sonic CD on the surface can be seen as an entirely different beast from the other games, but I disagree with this. Sonic CD is very much a part of these games, and I can't wait to get into the details. However, before we can do that, let's recap on what happened last time. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 was an outstanding success, selling over 6 million copies. This was the title that made Sonic an household name, even selling the stinky Nintendo fans on a Genesis. Sonic 2 was huge. My opinion on the game still stands firm, with brilliantly designed levels, great music, and a fun setup. Sonic 2 is a game that I feel like any platformer fan should play. Some may say that Sonic 2 is overrated, but my answer to that is the game is popular for a reason. Sonic 2 has the bite to back up the bark the internet gives it. Remember how the development of Sonic 2 took place in the US? Well, Naoto Oshima, my favorite and unappreciated Sonic godfather, stayed back in Japan. During this time, Sega was gearing up to launch their new add-on for the Genesis, the Sega CD.
Hey! You still don't have a Sega CD? Huh? What are you waiting for, Nintendo to make one? You have seen the games, right? Wrong answer, man. Show 'em!
In the early 90s, it was a trend for gaming companies to give their console a CD add-on. NEC did it with their PC Engine CD, and even Nintendo's gonna do this, but we all know how that turned out. Getting back on topic, Sega wanted a Sonic title to push the new add-on. Thinking their mascot would be able to sell more people on the Mega CD, Sonic was a perfect fit to show what the system was capable of. Oh boy, I feel like Sega thought the CD was a necessity. The entire point of the Genesis existing was to compete with the original NES, you know. Genesis does, but Nintendo don't. The Genesis was marketed as this all-powerful machine, but once the Super Nintendo launched, it blew the specs of the Genesis out of the water in almost all aspects. For example, the SNES had something called Mode 7. Think of games like F-Zero, FF6, Super Mario Kart, and many others. This gives the illusion of a character being in a 3D space. The Genesis could not do this, so Sega thought they were in some hot water and felt like they needed to address the power gap. Enter the Mega CD. And before anyone says it, while the system is known for crappy FMV games, this style of game did take over. This was not what Sega wanted for the system. The Sega CD is a terribly misunderstood machine. Sega gave the system CD capabilities, which I know is obsolete now, but this was a huge deal. CDs were barely 5 years old. It was a new technology. The system allowed for CD level quality music, more memories for the games, FMVs, which gave the possibility for cutscenes, and most importantly, more horsepower so the Genesis could not only compete with the SNES, but top it in terms of capabilities. This allowed for the aforementioned Mode 7. The CD was meant to have the definitive ports of the 4th generation. Games like Mortal Kombat, Mickey Mania, Echo the Dolphin were best on the Sega CD, but unfortunately, this is not what the Sega CD would ultimately end up being. Since the console could do FMVs, most developers that were interested in the Sega CD would solely make FMVs for it. You know, Night Trap, Sewer Shark, all that crap. Yeah, sorry for the Sega CD side tangent. I felt it was really important to go over the history and give it the true respect that it deserves, because often than not, the true history of it is not total mine, and rightfully so, but carrying on. Back on the Sonic side of things, originally talks about an enhanced port of Sonic 1 or Sonic 2 was considered, but later decided giving the system an original Sonic game would make the Mega CD more appealing. Sonic CD was in the first stages of existence. Who would be the director for this project though? Pretty much the only man for the job. Naoto Tsushima was set to be director. Not wanting to make the game too similar to the still in development Sonic 2, Oshima kept in contact with his friends in the US, trading notes, stuff like that. Oshima's team wanted this project to focus more on exploration, making the world larger so it would add more replayability. This eventually led to the time travel mechanic. If you recall, where in the early stages of Sonic 2, it also had a time travel mechanic. Naoto Tsushima wanted to take this concept and turn it into something completely different. It's very important to note that the time travel that was going to be in Sonic 2 is nothing like the CD counterpart. The Sonic 2 time travel would have been very linear. Instead of having slightly different level designs for each stage, it would have been more like Zone 1 would be in one time period, while Zone 2 would take place in a completely different period of time, if that makes sense. Sonic CD's time travel, according to Oshima, had a bit of a Back to the Future twist on it. You see, Oshima loved the idea of Sonic's surroundings changing as he's running. He originally wanted to be instantaneous, however, it was not technologically possible on this hardware, needing a loading screen between each transition. So the iconic time warping scene was created, Sonic flying through stars circling him. Something I personally love looking at. The team also wanted to expand the world by adding new characters, one to be a protagonist like Sonic, and another to be a villain with Eggman. They hoped to create the new villain to be as iconic as the Doctor himself, and jumping the gun here, they most definitely did. But hey, let's start with our new friend, Amy Rose. The visual designer, Kazuyuki Hoshino, is responsible for the new Hedgehog's design. Amy was actually based on a pre-existing character from the Sonic the Hedgehog manga. Interesting. Amy was created as a spin on the current video game love interest. During this time, the main character was usually the one who was in love with a female character, you know, Mario and Peach, but Amy was created so she would be the one who was gaga over Sonic, while Sonic never really showed an ounce of interest back. It's such an overlooked detail, but I really appreciate this. Sonic Team was always thinking of fun ways to break the mold. Of course, Sonic still saves Amy, but it's more of a side goal rather than the full mission. Speaking of my own opinion of Amy, I love her. She was always one of my favorite Sonic characters. She's often called annoying, and yeah, she can be a bit excited sometimes, but I think Amy's a really cool character. In Adventure, she learned how to fight back and stick up for herself, contrary to what Sonic Team wants you to think today, but you know, anyway. Especially in a post-Forces world, Amy could be a badass character. The second character we were blessed with by Hoshino was Metal Sonic. I mean, wow. What can I say about Metal? I've said numerous times that the Sonic games had a nature versus technology theme, but this just embodies it. Metal Sonic was created to be an exact robotic Sonic counterpart, the robot versus the hedgehog fighting through their own worlds. I think this idea was perfected here. People may ask what is the difference between Metal Sonic and Mecha Sonic from Sonic 2? Well, first things first, Metal Sonic looks infinitely cooler than Mecha, like hands down. Mecha Sonic is clunky, while Metal Sonic is exactly as described. Sonic's robotic counterpart, more sleek, agile. Second, Metal Sonic was used more like a distraction before Sonic fought the Death Egg, versus Metal, who was created to be the better and superior version of their living counterpart. Metal would act on his own and even race Sonic. That's not to mention Sega marketed the hell out of Metal Sonic, even making him more of a threat than Eggman himself. So it's obvious to say that Metal instantly became a fan favorite. Metal Sonic would even star as the main villain of a later Sonic game, Sonic Heroes. Metal Sonic himself is a very interesting character to me. Assuming he's a mindless robot would be incorrect. Metal Sonic is depicted as having his own personality and acting on his own accord, and it would even be revealed later that Metal Sonic legitimately thinks he is the real Sonic, and Sonic is the one who's a copy. This can be seen in the race in Stardust Speedway. Not to mention, Metal Sonic is literally one of the coolest things of all time. I don't think there's a single soul out there who doesn't like Metal Sonic. Both of these characters gained immense popularity. and arguably surpassed the fame of their own game. I would say these two had just as big as an impact as Tails did, just in a different way. Unlike Sonic 2, Sonic CD was not constrained by a pressured holiday release, so it was considered, quote, more fun to develop than any former Sonic game, ultimately meaning that there's not nearly as much to cover as there was in Sonic 2. I would like to share this really funny image that was hung in the entrance of the staff room, which shows Sonic smoking a pack. I love how humorous the teams were during the making of these classic Sonic games. But yeah, in September of 1993, hey, 30th anniversary, Sonic CD released for the Mega CD and Sega CD. Yeah, as I said, there's really not a lot to talk about this time around in terms of development. Beta though? Maybe, but that's another video for another time. As I've said, Sonic 2 around this period kind of hogged all the attention, and maybe rightfully so, but that's enough of that. It's about time we dive right into Sonic CD, but there's an issue.
You still don't have a Sega CD?
You know me, I like to play the original version of the game first. I think the progression of a game and its remasters are very, very interesting. Unfortunately, with Sonic CD, this is very difficult. Despite the Sega CD not selling horribly, a Sega CD on the aftermarket is very expensive, and while I want one in the future, I can't really afford one right now. I was very lucky to grow up with the retro system I had, with like the Dreamcast, Saturn, and all the Sonic games I wanted. But the Sega CD kind of slipped my radar as a kid. So for now, let's look into other options. My life would be 10 times easier if CD was on the Mega Collection, but unfortunately, due to disc-based limitation and emulation issues, it had to be canned. You see, for a while, Mega CD games were somewhat hard to emulate due to the music. This is likely why CD wasn't on Sonic Jam either, due to the music taking up a lot of disk space. Sonic CD not being on Jam is a serious bummer. Getting the Jam treatment would have done so much for the game, but again, due to low disk space, CD was left out. Interestingly enough, Sonic CD wasn't even included on 2004's Sonic Mega Collection Plus released for the PS2 and original Xbox. Plus was created specifically for the other 6th-gen systems, since the first was exclusive to the GameCube, plus included a buttload of new games. This would have been the perfect opportunity to include Sonic CD. They had more than enough room, but no. Instead, we got 24 Game Gear games. And Sonic 3D Blast? Really bad choice in my opinion. But no, in 2005, our prayers were finally answered with Sonic Gems Collection. Gems Collection is weird. Marketing as a collection of obscure Sonic titles, it was used for the compilation to host Sonic CD. And honestly, I always felt like Sonic CD was out of place here. I know why it's here, being the reason to own Gems, the killer app if you will. The other games on this collection include Sonic R, Sonic the Fighters, and 6 other Game Gear games. Great choices to be sure. I mean, the version of Sonic R here is the PC port, which added things like weather conditions in the game and a few other quality of life improvements that make the better way of playing it. But I don't know, Gems always looked kind of forced together and just an excuse to finally re-release Sonic CD. If it were up to me, I would have swapped the Game Gear stuff from Mega Collection Plus with Sonic CD, so all 4 games could finally be together. And to make Gems Collection more valuable to consumers, include a version of Knuckles Chaotix, which never got redone and to this day lives and dies on the 32X. And to top off the collection, include the Saturn version of Sonic 3D Blast. This way it's still true to what it's named after, actual gems. However, unfortunately, we can't change history, and this is the way we got Sonic CD, and I'm at least happy we got it at all. This could have been the way to introduce most fans to the game. But only released on GameCube and NA and PS2 only in Europe and Japan. It's almost like they wanted the game to fail. Releasing it on a console with a low install base compared to the competition in a region where the games sell the most is just stupidity. This right here is the main reason why I feel like Sonic CD should have been included in Plus. It just makes the most sense. This entire mess adds to my personal theory on why Sonic CD was considered a black sheep. And some of you may be confused on why I keep saying this, but let me clear some things up. Thanks to 2011 mobile remaster and Sonic Origins, Sonic CD is back to where it should be, but for a time, people wrote it off. Even in the Mania intro, there was no CD button. When asked about this, Tyson Hess and this absolute numbnut claimed that Sonic CD was its own thing.
Hey Tyson, we don't have Sonic CD on the elevator. They're probably gonna ask us why. And I think the answer we came to, it's like, it doesn't fit
in the timeline canonically, as far as I know. Right?
And I think with CD being like the whole like time travel and stuff like that, it's its own thing. It's the button on the other side of the elevator.
I think this statement is ridiculous considering CD introduced elements and characters that are still being used to this day. And Sonic Mania itself literally has CD levels in the game. It's obviously not true since these guys aren't really a good source of information. Just because something is not a part of your stupid nostalgia doesn't make it not true or part of a series. But we need to get back on topic because I can spend hours on this discussion. With all of my complaining out of the way, I feel like Sonic Gems Collection is my best bet to play the original without resorting to emulation. And truth be told, I actually don't have it currently. I was lucky enough to own a lot of the cool rare games, but I didn't have everything. And thankfully, Gems Collection is not too expensive on eBay, so I'll pick it up.
Three days later.
Finally! Let's play some Sonic CD! Oh! Gosh, this is based on the PC port? Yeah, so to sum this up fast, in '96 they ported Sonic CD to PCs. While this would be cool, unfortunately this version of the game suffers from graphical errors and even worse collision issues. And at this point, everyone will just ask me, is it really worth it? And in my opinion, yes it is. I am committed to giving you guys the best reviews possible, and I feel playing the game on original hardware is the best way to do it. Seeing the progression of just one single game is something most people straight up ignore. Can I blame them? No, not at all. But this is a comprehensive documentary review. I want to do this authentically and there's no changing my mind on it. Am I an idiot? Most definitely. But you know how it is! Yeah, I spent $300 on a Sega CD for the sole purpose of playing the original Sonic CD. But at least it came with the box. Okay, so I'm putting this in post-production. I had no clue, but they actually released the Mega Drive Mini 2. Believe it or not, it actually has Sonic CD on it. Yeah, like the original Sonic CD, marking it the first time the authentic game has been released since '93. It's odd I didn't find out this sooner, but I guess you can't see everything. I'm just gonna try to ignore it. Let's get this bad boy unboxed and... yeah, that's cool. At least now I have an excuse to play my copy of Sonic CD, which I had for years. Am I coping? Yeah, but hey, what's done is done. And hey, why stop there? Since I'm so dead set on playing original hardware, I got this RGB HDMI upscaler, which cleanups the images so much. I mean, look at this. Yeah, I was never happy with the way my old footage looked. No doubt because it used composite, which is total trash, but for the sake of the video, I will not talk about why. Go watch some Adam Korlick if you want to know more. The TLDR for people who just want to gist, this is an idea on how the Genesis is supposed to look, while this is how it actually looks. Yeah, so much better, am I right? This allows me to play on original hardware, while also getting the best looking footage possible. But, with all that BS out of the way, let's play Sonic the Goddamn Hedgehog Combat Disc! Instead of the typical intros that were used in the last games, a new one was made specifically for the Sega CD, in all of its library actually. A little Sonic doing a finger wag with stars going over the Sega logo. Honestly, so far, this is my favorite intro, only because it's visually different. It may be common knowledge, but fun fact, the Sonic that was used in this intro was a clay figure that was digitized for the game. Pretty cool stuff, honestly. But wait, what the hell is this music? Ugh! Oh, okay, it's time to talk about the game's soundtrack. I purposely ignored it during the history section because I feel like it deserves its own entire segment. As everyone and their goldfish knows, Sonic CD has 2 soundtracks, one for Japan and Europe regions and the other for the US only. But the question is, why did they change the soundtrack? Well, basically the same reasons why they slightly altered Sonic's design and backstory to advertise to American audiences, which I can say how dumb it is now, but no, even for the time it caused a bit of a controversy. Spencer Nilsson, the man who composed the soundtrack himself, actually commented on it, saying,
I think the controversy surrounding the 2 versions of the game soundtrack were really blown out of proportion. Honestly, I've had hundreds of people tell me that they love the score I wrote for that game, and I'm sure the Japanese version has tons of fans as well, so everybody wins in the end. As it should be. After all, it's only a game. I think critics were looking for reasons to bash the game, and so many critics are hardcore loyal fans, so they're not very objective. And they had all been playing the Japanese version for weeks or months before our version hit the street, so it was like we replaced the music to Star Wars after the movie had been out for a while. From that perspective, I can't blame them. But to be honest, the game critics were always very kind to me and my collaborators, so a little bad press ain't the end of the world.
Look, I mean absolutely zero respect to Spencer, but I take a bit of an issue with his response. Saying things like, it's just a video game, is absurd. Just because something is a video game doesn't mean it's not subject to criticism. Acting all high and mighty about the situation just because you composed it just makes yourself look like a douche. Of course, things like death threats and insulting him over such things is ridiculous. On that point, he is right, it's just a game, but this is not what that was. It's 100% fair criticism to bash on the fact that Sega even thought to replace it in the first place, and saying, there's people who loved my scores, again, makes you sound like a total douchebag. Not trying to rub salt on the wound, but yeah, original opinion incoming, I'm not really thrilled about the soundtrack. Spencer only had a single month to come up with these pieces, which I have to admit is impressive. The issue with the NA soundtrack is that it's so generic. It sounds like it was made for some cancelled 80s movie, versus the Japanese soundtrack, which is amazing. I don't know where to begin. It can be atmospheric, fun, rocking, happy, energetic, weird. It all makes me want to dance. The Japanese soundtrack embodies classic Sonic in every sense of the character, which I can't say about the NA tracks. Here, let's give an example. In the first zone, Palm Tree Panic, the music is so happy, there's so much to it. It's grand. It feels like you are in the world of Sonic CD. And a little detail, but the yay that's cheered in the song, it throws you into the level and makes you feel like the zone's a real place. Versus this. It's just so dull. And no, before anyone says it, it's not nostalgia bias. I personally never let my nostalgia cloud my opinions. I mean, I grew up with Sonic 06 for Pete's sake. I actually played the game with the US soundtrack originally. This is just how I feel about it. I legitimately believe that most of these tracks were made and randomly assigned to each zone. Collision Chaos straight up sounds like elevator music, Quartz Quadrant is outright ruined, and don't get me started on Stardust Speedway. That was supposed to sound like this intense crazy highway, but the NA soundtrack sounds like lobby music to a funeral. Again, I would be lying if I said I didn't at least like some of these tracks, because that's not true. Title Tempest is really catchy, and I actually prefer Wacky Workbench over the JP version. It may not fit the level that much, but it's still catchy. However, I do think the soundtrack goes a little overboard with the singing ladies. If you like the NA soundtrack, more power to you, but even you guys have to admit that the Japanese soundtrack is just a better choice and objectively fits the game better. This soundtrack is a fan favorite for a reason. There's nothing like it to this day. I know I already brought up Palm Tree Panic, but I love it so much. It's probably my favorite song in the entire game, for all the time zones. This is the first song in the franchise to make me feel an immense amount of nostalgia. You know, like how the annoying Nintendo fans are.
I've wanted it so fucking bad. I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man.
I can't get enough of a little yay in the song. I'm sorry, it's just so cute. I imagine all the little animals shouting it as they say Sonic. It's just so happy. In the good future, when they get even more excited, it brings me so much joy. And the same applies to the past for a different reason. It's a bit more somber. It makes me reflect on my past. Whenever I think about previous events in my life, I usually play this track. I'm being dead serious. Something the soundtrack nails is making you feel emotion. The US OST is more like uninspired. Going back to Palm Tree Panic, the past in particular is extremely popular. Even my siblings listen to it, and I've even heard it when I was riding in an Uber once. I am not kidding. It's so popular, it gets sampled in a lot of music today actually, especially this one song by Machine Girl. Girl, which I'm not going to play for copyright reasons, but you just look it up, you'll see it. Speaking on samples, is it just me, or does some of the sound effects in this game sound weird? In fact, I've heard a lot of the sound bites in these songs are in fact samples from other songs. I know a lot about Sonic, and I mean, I know a lot about Sonic. I've been reading about him since childhood, and I already knew most of the things in the encyclopedia, but even I don't know a lot about this, but I think I knew someone who does.
My Little Pony, my little... Ah! Nick, it's rare you call on me.
Yeah, but I needed your weird, obscure knowledge about this. I'm sure you've been listening in this entire time, so tell the people what you know.
This is Partly Pinky reporting live from the pocket dimension of white backgrounds and hijacking Nick's video. Sonic CD's soundtrack is just about as unique as the game itself, and could very well warrant its own video discussing it. From tidbits like the past and future stage songs being remixes made after the original present stage track, to the game's entire North American release having its own distinct musical identity. It really is a fascinating bit of Sonic trivia. But nothing about CD's experimental soundtrack interests me more than what it's comprised of. Lots of CD's most iconic drum beats, bass hits, and vocal notes are taken from sample CDs that were around during the time of its release. This isn't an unheard of practice or anything, it's quite common for songs to use samples from one another, but this is definitely the first time the Sonic series delved into doing so, at least to my knowledge. Some of these samples are so associated with Sonic CD in my head that listening to them separate is somewhat uncanny. Take a listen. The drum loop in The Bad Future of Quartz Quadrant is taken from this ambient noise CD, The Ecstatic Goldmine, by Polestar Magnetics. For a lot of these songs, you have to listen closely into the background to hear. Here's the drum beat. And now, here's Quartz Quadrant. Ever hear those robotic voices counting down in the invincibility theme? Well, they're taken from Zero G's Data File 2. Here's the sounds in high quality.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Also used in this CD are the vocals used in Stardust Speedway Zone, the iconic hey, 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 hey clips that are practically inseparable from the song come from here too. On the topic of Stardust Speedway, here's a fun one. Listen to what sounds to be the hit noise that leads up to the chorus. Believe it or not, that sound is actually taken from Jocelyn Brown's Love's Gonna Get You. Brown is quite a well-known singer/musician, and her aforementioned song is famous for being sampled via her various voice clips throughout. You'd be surprised just how much of this soundtrack is taken from sample CDs, many of which are played on top of each other to really overwhelm the listener with electronic sound effect bliss. While it may boil down to a 2-second loop or one small voice clip, without these short samples, the CD soundtrack wouldn't be nearly as memorable as it is today. It really makes me appreciate all the little things in the music that come together to make one big song. Thanks for having me on, Nick. Not a lot of people talk about this topic, so it was an honor to be able to do it for this series.
No problem. You're always my go-to when I need some weird, obscure knowledge to know about. But, don't get used to it. Now, go on, plug your channel.
Hi, I'm Partly Pinky, and I like to talk about things that no one else does. Thus, my channel is focused on the early to mid-2000s era of My Little Pony, and if that topic interests you, I already have a couple of videos up, and I'm planning on making another as we speak. So, do you want to hear about how Core 7 ruined G3?
No! Back to the title screen. You have a few options. Firstly, the new continue option. Yes, CD is the first game in the entire series to have a saving feature. Now, from my personal experience, the game is really short, so I'd never really make use of it in that aspect. In terms of the actual game itself, though, thank God! If you had to restart the game after a game over, I think most would hate Sonic CD.
Fucking crap!
There's a time attack, which is very cool. Rarely do we get to see a new mode in the older games, but here we are. If you beat it in under 37 minutes, you unlock the DA Garden, which is where you can listen to the game's tracks, kinda like a CD player if you will. Not gonna lie though, Ugly Little Planet kinda jump scared me. I thought this piece of art was made for the PC port, but unfortunately not. Ugh, I'm sorry, it's just so fucking ugly. Ignoring Hideous Planet, the garden itself is super cool. You can control Ugly Planet with the D-pad, make it grow or shrink. There's even a day-night cycle. Best part is the fact you can see a bunch of characters. Eggman, Metal Sonic, the Flickies, and even Tails makes another cameo. I never hear anyone talk about this, like the entire time I've been a Sonic fan, so I wanted to give it some spotlight. Also, one last thing, one of the tracks is labeled Little Planet. Listening to it is very intriguing to me. It's not used in the game at all itself, and I think that's a shame. The track is really good. I wonder what purpose it had. Current theory is that it's just the reward for unlocking the DA garden. Odd. Last but not least, if you press down, 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 left and right, hold A and press start, you get to the proper sound test.
Yeah, let's just get this over with.
The sound test for Sonic CD is very infamous. You know what? No, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Everyone has had an experience with the fun is infinite image of Sonic CD. I did, my friends did, the entire internet did. The image shows Sonic with a creepy human-like face with the text, "Fun is infinite, Sega Enterprises." I think this image is so scary because of how mysterious it was. Super dark background, the little Sonics just staring into your soul, the music being haunting, in the US at least. Another tip for the US soundtrack for making it infinitely more creepy with the boss music. And lastly for me, the word Enterprise is being used, which I think can be used ominously in some contexts. Originally, I wasn't going to give this a light of day for reasons I'll get into in a second, but I actually learned this might have been an anti-piracy measure for Sega, meaning if you pirated the game, this would show up. I find this so fascinating because this could have spawned so many stories. I know for a fact if I pirated Sonic CD and that showed up, my pants would have been browned. I remember being exposed to this image during my creepypasta phase as a kid, and it really freaked me out. But nowadays, I kind of have a hatred for this picture. Why? Well, the internet kind of took it and gave it a name, Majin Sonic, and I just hate this. Sonic community, I love you people, but please, for the love of God, no, for the love of chaos, stop giving names to everything! Sometimes things are more fun and creepy when it doesn't have an explanation or a freaky name. But I digress. Getting to do this on original hardware was a really cool experience for me. I even did it late at night for that spooky effect. But thankfully, that was the only nightmare-filled image in this entire game. Yeah, this is really strange, and I can't find any information on it, and that's how I like it. Sometimes not knowing is half the fun. These two images to me embody the whole we had more fun making this game than they did for Sonic 2, and I find that really funny. And that also applies to the next image, which is the world's fastest DJ, MC Sonic. I don't really have a lot to say about this one other than being objectively one of the best images to ever exist. The next one is pretty cute, saying you're cool with a cute little Sonic. Lastly, we have an image of Tails with the text, "See you next game." This image was created by Yasushi Yamaguchi, the character designer of Tails. Yamaguchi has stated that Sonic CD takes place before Sonic 2, and this image is more proof of that. Back on the title screen, depending on the version of the game you're playing, if you wait for the demo or simply start the game, you're treated to the animated anime-style opening produced by Toei and animated by Studio Junio. I have been waiting this entire video to talk about this intro. It's no unpopular opinion to say that this is the magnum opus of anything relating to Sonic the Hedgehog, and I wholeheartedly agree, 100%. I love literally everything about this intro. The animation is so fluid, Sonic's movements are so dynamic, the scope of it all is just amazing. Sonic fans worship it, and I do too. I have a huge vintage anime obsession. I love the way it looks, feels, sounds, and no, I'm not talking about the Twitter cringe aesthetic of what they think old anime is like. I mean actual old anime, hand-drawn. It all looks so right to me. The rainbows that Sonic creates when he runs over the water, the scenery of Never Lake, Sonic's shadow, the shot of Sonic gazing over Little Planet as it shows the grand scope of the world. It's perfection. I cannot think of a single thing that this intro can improve on. This is perfect, hands down to the last detail. The thing that this intro does the best is showing off Sonic's speed. The dust cloud, the rapid spinning on loops, Sonic building up speed and launching himself into the air effortlessly, jumping off rocks to keep up the momentum. They had no reason going this hard. It all gives me goosebumps. There is not a night that goes by that I wish we got a full anime using this style of animation. Yes, the OVA does exist and it does scratch the itch, but an entire series would have been so cool. Endless amount of potential there. Oh my gosh, the music. Oh my gosh, the music. Oh geez. You Can Do Anything fits this animation perfectly. The synchronization is so good. Oh my gosh, the part where Sonic breaks through the rock. Oh, it's so cool. This song right here, in my opinion, is the heart and soul of what makes classic Sonic what it is. It's wacky, catchy, cool, grand, weird. All of the vibes of classic during this era were all refined and perfected in this one song, and the lyrics are so cool, which I can't say about Sonic Boom. Like the rest of the game, we also got a new intro song for the US, Sonic Boom, performed by Sandy Chrisman, and if I'm being real, I do in fact enjoy this song. But for the intro of the game, it doesn't fit at all. Sonic Boom is a lot slower, it doesn't really synchronize that well with the animation. I almost felt like You Can Do Anything was made around the animation itself. The beginning where Sonic runs in the frame, the song truly begins, the part where Sonic breaks through the rock, it brings you into the experience. Not to mention, just comparing songs, Sonic Boom sounds more generic and uninspired. You Can Do Anything is so unique and unlike anything I've ever heard before, much like Sonic himself, such a unique identity. A while back, I really want to know an outsider's opinion, and instead of asking most people who review his games, I sent both to a buddy of mine who doesn't really play or enjoy many video games and asked him which one he liked more. And what he said really stuck out to me. He said while good in tone, Sonic Boom sounds like a generic song you would hear on the radio back in the 80s. And it's true. Again, if you enjoy this song, and I know many do, have at it. But I don't know, it doesn't really fit with the vibe of this game. If you haven't already, listen to the Crush 40 cover of the song. It's godly. Okay, I need to stop myself here. I can talk about this intro for hours if you let me. Sometimes I just wake up in the morning and watch this intro over and over and again. I just restart it and watch it all over again. I've been doing it for years and I don't think I'll stop anytime soon. But without any further ado, let's get into the story. Sonic CD was written to take place before the events of Sonic 1 and 2. There's no Tails or Super Sonic in this outing, and I just wanted to debunk the notion that Sonic Origins is what confirmed this. I won't say who, but there's some people online who pushed this misinformation. In 1993, there was an interview with the development team in an issue of Beat Mega Drive, where Yamaguchi himself confirms this and even teases the Tails cameo. Origins kind of reinstated it, that's all. And for some reason, fans still debate this. I find it so fascinating that a series as huge as Sonic can have answers and facts right in front of the fans' eyes, but they still ignore it. Why they do this, I'll never know, but we gotta stop here. I can't get into another rant. Every year, for a short time, Little Planet appears over Never Lake. Thanks to the mysterious time stones, time itself has been known to shift and change freely independent from the Earth itself. Eggman gets word of Little Planet, and with the time stones being a perfect fit for world domination, Eggman makes his way to Little Planet, in the process chaining it down and easily turning it into his newest fortress. He might have gotten the idea for the Death Egg from this. Shortly after this happened, Sonic was also curious to see Little Planet for himself, unaware of what the villainous doctor has done to the planet. Once Sonic arrives, he can feel that something is wrong, but it didn't take him long to see that Eggman was up to no good again. Sonic doesn't hesitate to jump on the chained planet and makes his way towards Eggman. After getting a glimpse into the future by her tarot cards, Amy Rose, Sonic's self-proclaimed girlfriend, follows the Hedgehog to Little Planet. This not really going in her favor because she ends up being captured by Metal Sonic, Eggman's latest invention. Sonic's goal now becomes more complicated. Not only does he have to save Little Planet, but also his biggest fan. You know, I love the story of the Mega Drive games. They're so compact and really fun to imagine in your head. Which I can't say about the US story. Oh, brother! First things first. Princess Sally? Really? So essentially, they changed Amy's name to Princess Sally, so they can have it in continuity between the games and Archie comics. Yeah, because kids totally would not question why Sally is suddenly a pink hedgehog, but whatever. Also, I think calling Amy a princess is kind of defeating the purpose of the character. She was supposed to be a spin on the current trend, not just another princess. It's just needless. Since it's based on the Sonic Bible, we have mentions of Mobius. And it contradicts the actual game because Amy is kidnapped before Sonic even steps on Little Planet. The line about Eggman bouncing off like a quote-unquote malicious rubber ball made me spit out my drink. Honestly, people, please don't pay attention to this. This is no longer relevant, and to newcomers it may confuse the snot out of you, so please only pay attention to the Japanese manuals. But alas, after the intro ends, we are placed right in the first level, Palm Tree Panic. And off the bat, the changes from being on the Sega CD are so noticeable. The higher color count, Sonic's new tripping animations, which are very charming by the way, and most notably, you can see the Mode 7 that the Sega CD adds. Right in Act 1, you go through this loop that changes the perspective of the level. This is the Mode 7 in action. Pretty nifty. The coolest addition to me is the spring animation for sure. When Sonic bounces from a spring, he does this really cool twirling thing, and sometimes I jump on the springs just so I can look at it. I know it's weird, but something about me is I always find the smallest details cool. Like sometimes I'll rewind an anime just to see a character do something I think is really neat, really minor or not. One of the most fascinating things about Sonic CD is that instead of animals, you say flowers. These are supposed to represent Little Planet's energy, and I think that's just the coolest thing. New additions go beyond just graphics and sound. We also get a brand new move for Sonic's moveset, the Super Peel Out. Hold up on the D-pad, and Sonic will run in place until he reaches top speed. Let go, and he will dart across the screen. I adore the Super Peel Out. It's one of my favorite moves in Sonic's arsenal, and for this game in particular, it works really well. It's not a push the one button. It still takes skill to keep the speed going, it's just a bit of a boost for when you need it. In addition, we are treated with this badass new sprite, where Sonic goes so fast his feet appear to look like an infinity symbol while running. I swear, Sonic can do literally anything, and he will look so goddamn cool doing it. This is the first time Sonic is seen running with his arms behind his back. The Naruto run, if you will. Alright guys, who here also did the Sonic run in middle school? Yeah, that's what I thought. The Peel Out isn't Sonic's only move this time around, because returning from Sonic 2 was the Spin Dash.
Have a good day!
Yeah, so the theory on why the Sonic CD Spin Dash is screwed up is while trading notes, Team Washima got the details on the Spin Dash wrong, and I totally believe it. It's not like they could have sent video samples or anything. The Spin Dash differs from Sonic 2 because instead of mashing buttons to rev it up, you have to wait until it fully charges, or else you won't be able to proceed forward. This kinda stinks, but honestly within the context, I really don't mind the CD Spin Dash. It's not the end of the world, and I've always had my headcanon for why it is the way it is. Please don't take what I'm about to say as actual canon, but as a kid, I figured since Sonic CD takes place before Sonic 2, the CD version of the ability was like Sonic trying to learn the Spin Dash. I know, it's stupid, but it makes sense. Look, Sonic 1 can't use a Spin Dash. Sonic CD, imperfect Spin Dash. Sonic 2, perfect Spin Dash. It's little kid logic, but it works for me, so it's my headcanon. A smaller addition that really boosts CD's unique identity is that Sonic talks? He actually has a voice. Voiced by Masato Nishimura, this is the first time in the games he's done so, and I can't get enough of it. Okay, well he doesn't speak entire sentences or anything, but he definitely has a voice. It's just so charming. Later iterations of Sonic would have him saying English words with a Japanese accent, but it all started here. Classic Sonic was always depicted talking in other media, so naturally with the upgrade to the Sega CD, they can bring into the games. There are only a few lines, so I'll go ahead and play them right now.
Yes! Yeah! Alright! I'm out of here!
One of them actually goes unused. When Sonic says, alright, I theorize it would have been used for when he gets one of the time stones, but that's just speculation. And even then, I have no idea why it was cut. My number one favorite part of Sonic talking is the time limit. You see, if you go AFK for longer than 3 minutes, Sonic will literally get too bored and leave, saying, I'm out of here. This adds so much charm to Sonic's character. Saying Sonic was gaming's most expressive character back in the day would have been an understatement. I remember the first time I experienced this. My friend told me he put the controller down for only a minute and Sonic talked and jumped off the screen. Of course, I thought he was lying out of his ass. Until I actually tried it. It kinda scared me at first. But not too long after, I was making everyone wait 3 full minutes just for Sonic to say a singular line and jump away. This, my friends, was my childhood in its prime. It's no secret that the sprite that Sonic uses in the game is the same from the first one. While I'm not thrilled with the shade of blue used, it's whatever. It's not the end of the world. Sonic 1 in general was used as the base of this game. Think of Sonic CD as the ideas of Sonic 1 continued. Every zone has 3 acts, and they work exactly the same. First 2 enter the signpost, and the third basically being a mini-hub for the boss. Even the special stages are accessed exactly the same as the first game, gathering 50 rings by the end of the level. I can live with this. I do prefer Sonic 2's way of handling zones. However, I can see the team thinking nothing was conceptually wrong with Sonic 1's layout, and I can't really disagree. It just takes a minute to adjust back to the way things were. Kazuyuki Yoshino, the art director, was even tasked to base the majority of the levels on Sonic 1, Palm Tree Panic being Green Hill Zone, Tidal Tempest, Labyrinth, etc. This led some fans to think of CD as a, quote, Sonic 1 remix, which, calling Sonic CD a Sonic 1 remix is such a gross oversimplification. While yes, some of the zones are indeed based on previous levels, can you seriously look me dead in the face and tell me they're all the same? Hoshino wanted to make these stages stand out as much as they could, and I think he accomplished this. Aside from the fact that grass is green, Palm Tree Panic is nothing like Green Hill Zone. If anything, Emerald Hill is more in common with Green Hill. Are we seriously going to compare Starlight Zone and Stardust Speedway Zone? Really? Sure. Both stages take place at night and so happen to be in cities, But that's the thing. Starlight, to me anyway, is like a city under construction versus a literal hectic highway. Also, the color palettes are not even comparable. Quartz Quadrant is straight up an original set piece. Jumping the gun here, Quartz Quadrant is my absolute favorite stage in the entire game. The purple background, the quartz hanging from the top of the stage to the ones in the foreground, when the crystals themselves change colors, the waterfall when you exit the cave, it's all so gorgeous. I love the sort of quartz mine aesthetic the stage owns. I think that distinctive Sonic CD design works best here. The colors are used in a way that's not overload. It all works. For the time, this would have had me blown away. I cannot fathom how people can actually call this a rehash. You can make a case for Title Tempest being Labyrinth, sure, but I would argue that Title Tempest sticks out with its level design and aesthetics, and that's the way it should be. If you have to base the new things on the old things, this is how it should be done, especially in this new era we live in. Recycled zones are nothing new, and in my opinion, as long as the stage itself sticks out in terms of level design, I don't really mind stuff being rehashed. Like Sonic Mania, for example. Sure, I wish we got completely new levels, but the reused zones always felt completely new to me, so I never really cared. Even so, this is not that. CD zones all have their own unique identity, and until I started to read about these games, I had no idea about the connection to Sonic 1. The level design for these zones have more of a vertical approach, some more than others. However, as you play along, the game subtly encourages you to explore. This may confuse new time players, but as stated early in the video, Sonic CD introduces a time travel mechanic. Oh boy, here we go. I've decided to play this game over 3 times for this review, multiple times for each path. Not everyone is going to want to get the best ending, so I wanted to experience the game in all aspects, so I could judge them respectfully. The length of your playthrough of Sonic CD can alter drastically depending on what path you go through. Let me explain. Each stage has 4 different variants: past, present, good future, and bad future. The past usually has a lot of life, nature-like visuals, and very calm music. The present is neutral. The essence of the past remains, but with a modern twist. Signs of things that can go wrong, but can be maintained. Bad future is depressing. It's dark, not a single animal in sight, badniks are everywhere, and the music is moody. It really makes you feel as if you screwed up. Last but not least, the good future. A visual paradise, animals all around, little to no hazards, and full of cheery music. The goal of Sonic CD on the surface is no different from previous titles. However, this time around, if you want the good ending, you either have to get the time stones, or travel back to the past and find the robot generators. What are the robot generators? Well, Eggman placed robot generators in the past so it would be easy to take over the future. They generate robots that will overrun and take over Little Planet. To good future a zone, you have to destroy the machines to successfully stop the production of badniks. One in the first 2 acts of a zone, take down both, and you have made a good future in that zone. And if you make your way into the future in a zone, it'll be the good timeline. In Act 3 will always start in the future timeline depending if you hunted down generators or not. Even if you got one of the 2 generators, it'll still end up being the bad ending, so it's really important to get both. There are also Metal Sonic holograms hidden in the past as well. These don't count towards the good ending, but taking them out will let the animals run around, which is cute. Just a small side note, I love how if you good future an act, it'll say, Sonic made a good future in Act 2. I don't know, just another reason why to enjoy the small details. How do you access time travel in general? Spread throughout the stages are these signposts that are either labeled past or future. After you go through one, you have to run fast and keep the momentum for a short while, and if you're successful, you go time travel. I feel like I have to address the collision detection, which even I have to admit can be sometimes a bit wonky, but in the original, it's not that bad at all, really. Pretty overblown issue in my opinion. I think most people are referring to the PC port, which introduces a lot of problems. While we're on the topic of version differences, when I first played the original on the Sega CD, I was shocked at how easy it was to warp, and that's because the time needed to gain speed is very low, compared to the 2011 remaster where they made it longer. This may seem pointless, but it changes a lot in that version, but we will talk about that when the time comes. Nevertheless, time travel, no matter the version you play, mechanically remains the same. I love the time travel of Sonic CD. For 1993, this was unheard of. Having a level change almost instantly, changing the look and feel, is just awesome, ambitious, and it's what makes me come back to the game over and over again. Making your way back to the past itself can vary in terms of difficulty. Palm Tree Panic, Collision Chaos, and Quartz Quadrant are very simple. These stages have areas that are specifically designed for easy time travel. Palm Tree Panic in particular, since it's the first stage, it really feels like a playground to mess around with and get used to the changes. The first act has a borderline scripted section where you can time travel. Not a lot of people talk about it. I truly believe this stage has brilliant game design. It makes first-time players invested in making a good future. My personal favorite starting stage in any 2D Sonic game for sure. Tidal Tempest can be somewhat tricky depending if you're familiar with the stage's layout. However, Act 2 basically gives it to you. Wacky Workbench Act 1 is absolute hell in my opinion. Having me crushed is a really odd decision. Like, typically in Sonic games you want to avoid being crushed, which I know that may be the entire point, but still, really odd choice. I spent so long on this during my first ever playthrough. Act 2 is really easy, however. Some people really complain about Act 2, but I always thought it was super simple. I believe Stardust Speedway can be a little too easy, honestly. Even when I'm playing through normally, I manage to travel back. Lastly, Metallic Madness. Getting to the past is not the issue. It's the fact that the first act is literally unbeatable in the past. I got a time over trying to beat the stage this way, so I ended up resetting the game. Overall, time traveling is fairly simple. The stages can be low on pass posts, but in general, when you find one, it's almost never too hard to keep the pace going into warp. And on the off chance you do blow it, just pause the game and press the C button. This will reset the stage from the beginning, and I found this out by complete accident too, and is something I use continuously throughout the countless playthroughs I recorded for this video. Giving the player a reset button on a 4th generation game is crazy to me. They really thought of everything. Keep in mind, this is only for the original Sega CD version. I may enjoy it, but I know others might not. Some may just want a normal Sonic game, but that's the brilliance of Sonic CD, because they give you options. Does the idea of time travel and exploration turn you off? Well, how about collecting the time stones instead? The time stones are the answer for those who just want a traditional Sonic experience. Obtain the same way as a Chaos Emerald, gathering 50 rings and enter a special ring, clearing all special stages, and once you collect all the time stones, every good future in the game will automatically be good futured. The fact they thought this out and gave the player other ways to beat the game is such a pro player decision. Sonic CD gives you options, and that's the thing I adore about it the most. Don't care for exploring and want to play it like a normal Sonic title? You got it. Do you also want to get the good ending and save Little Planet? You got that too. Hell, do you want to get both the time stones and hunt down the generators? Not sure why you would, but that's also an option. I did that. Mostly just to see Palm Tree Panic's good future. I can get enough of that music. Speaking of the game personally, the fact I can choose what kind of game I want to play with CD makes it downright one of the most replayable games in the franchise. It always feels fresh. It's almost like Sonic CD is personalized. I can go to any time period I want to. I can visit the great past of Collision Chaos, explore the vast waters of Tidal Tempest, and jam my way through Stardust Speedway. Some may find me crazy for this, but I actually greatly prefer Sonic CD over Sonic 2. While the stage layouts can be somewhat special, I always get a kick out of playing them, no matter what kind of playthrough I'm aiming for. I think they achieved almost everything perfectly, and for the time, this blew people away. Sonic CD is truly something special. Some of you are undoubtedly questioning my opinion. Surely the stages that were built with exploration in mind might be a bit awkward to play through when not going for time travel. And guys, I truly think that, for the most part, that's not the case. Starting with the first stage, Palm Tree Panic absolutely nails it. It's laid out like a normal Sonic game, but will have little obstacles and platforms that will encourage exploration, but can be totally ignored. As I said earlier, Palm Tree Panic acts as a crash course on how to play Sonic CD. Therefore, I believe it's beautifully designed. One of the best examples of CD's level design. Collision Chaos is the first where I can see people claiming has whack level design. But if you ask me, this zone is no different from Casino Night, Spring Yard, and the next game's Carnival Night. The entire premise of the stage is chaos. Guys, it's in the name, Collision Chaos. Now of course, just because something is the entire point of what it should be, doesn't automatically make it good, but I'd say Collision Chaos is the best out of these sort of theme stages. Ironically for me, it's the one that's the least annoying to get through. Tidal Tempest is Labyrinth done right. The in and out of water segments are really well balanced, air bubbles are plentiful, and I actually really enjoy going through this stage. The music makes me want to swim, I adore the stage's colors, Bannock designs, and obstacles. To me, Tidal Tempest is like a mirroring of Sonic 1's Labyrinth and Sonic 2's Aquatic Ruin. This is just normal Sonic level design. Quartz Quadrant, again, is my favorite stage in Sonic CD, and his level design is what I call the best in the entire game. It feels super satisfying to play either way. Going through it like a typical Sonic game is super fun. The obstacles don't feel like it's trying to make you go upward, and when I do go on the upper paths, it feels like the same as it does in Sonic 2. It seems this stage was designed to go fast no matter what portion of the level you're on, and I really appreciate that. Alright, so everything I've been saying does not apply to Wacky Workbench. I can concede to this stage. Whenever someone talks about how crazy and wonky Sonic CD's level design is, they are most definitely talking about Wacky Workbench. Truth be told, even I straight up don't like this stage at all. Both exploring and trying to traverse through the stage is super annoying. The floor is like a giant spring, and you will be bouncing up and down, getting launched into areas you can't progress through, It's not good. I can see what they're trying to do here, but this is just bad game design. Personally speaking, I can forgive Wacky Workbench because there's bad parts of every single game I love. For example, Mario 64, a game I adore. I can't stand most of the final floor, some of the most frustrating levels out of any video game, but I still love the game to pieces. The other aspects are so good that I can easily forgive some of the more questionable design elements. Stardust Speedway is pure bliss no matter what ending you're going for. It's chaos. It's true to the name. It's a crazy highway. You have to make quick decisions, and you'll go speeds you never thought possible in a Sonic game before. Stardust Speedway in many ways defines classic Sonic to me. The colors clash in the most perfect way possible, and in the JP soundtrack, it can really immerse you into the stage. It's like I'm really there, speeding my way through the level. Metallic Madness is your typical Sonic final zone. So far, this is my favorite out of these types of levels. The level design can be really tight, feeling like a gauntlet specifically designed to stop Sonic. I love the little leg type things that you can jump on. The looping maze in Act 2 is really fun for me to go through, and who doesn't love Little Sonic? Even if Sonic CD's levels can be a bit quirky, overall I think they did a fantastic job at satisfying old fans, and made new ones through the time travel mechanic. Sure, some of the acts can be pretty short all things considered, but I would argue it's no different from the first two titles. A lot of you have probably noticed that up until now, I haven't really mentioned the bosses for the game. Because yes, at the end of every third act, there's a boss. Typical Sonic stuff. However, in every one of the episodes so far, I have struggled to find a spot to fit them in. Because the bosses in the original Sonic games, at least for Sonic 1 through CD, are pathetic. Takes little to no skill to beat, even for a newcomer. CD is no exception, dare I say the prime example. Most of the bosses have a 3-hit limit, which is crazy to me. The Palm Tree Panic boss is just sad. But if there's one thing that I can commend Sonic CD on, is the fact they try to do something new with the bosses. After the first zone, each of them try to do their own thing. Tidal Tempest is unique because you have to inhale every air bubble before being able to get the last hit on Eggman. Wacky Workbench is weird. You have to keep proceeding upward to land a blow on Eggman, and the blocks just kind of jump upward. What a different boss. Quartz Quadrant has a running in place in the conveyor belt while playing the waiting game as the continuous grinding against the belt wears down Eggman's machine. Really cool concept for a boss. It's just a bit too easy. The only good boss here is the race against Metal Sonic and Stardust Speedway. This defines Sonic CD. In the battle between Sonic and his metallic counterpart, you have to keep on your toes because Eggman is not far behind, equipped with a beam that can instantly kill Sonic beyond contact. Not to mention, no matter if you got the good future, the bad future song will be playing during the boss fight, making it Metal Sonic's canon theme in my mind. This race is intense, fun, and can be tricky sometimes. After you prove who's the real Sonic, you save Amy. I always found it charming how she latches onto Sonic right after being saved. The final boss is the worst out of the entire Mega Quadology. From what I can gather, I don't think it's even possible to damage Eggman without hitting the blades on his Eggmobile. Maybe I'm just impatient, but I always jump, lose rings, and use my instability frames to give them a first hit. After that, it's fairly simple. Just be careful and it's over before you know it. For a final boss, it's just so lame, but the music and atmosphere say otherwise. The track Final Showdown does an amazing job at setting a sinister mood. Fight itself can be very lackluster, but it makes you feel like it's a big deal. But before you know it, you'll defeat Eggman and the game is over. Before wrapping up, I realized I somehow forgot to mention the special stages. I went over how to get to them, but what exactly awaits you inside of the returning big spinning rings? Epilepsy apparently. Unlike Sonic 1's block mazes or 2's half pipes, CD puts you into a pseudo 3D plane and has you maneuvering Sonic around as you try to destroy the UFOs. This is definitely the best showcase of the Sega CD's power. It uses that lovely Mode 7 that was all the rage in the 90s apparently. Back on the UFOs though, you need to take them all down before the time limit hits 0. When you destroy one, you're rewarded with either rings or a speed boost. There's also traps all around, bumpers guarding the arena, and water, whereas if you touch it, it drains your time by 10 seconds. The name of the game is preemptively getting Sonic lined up with the set path of all the UFOs, then jumping at the right time to destroy one. Do this enough times, and you're rewarded with the time stone. How do I feel about these stages? Personally, they're mega cool. A bit awkward to play? Yeah, for sure. It can be difficult to hit the UFO at times. They move in a set path, so sometimes it seems like they're avoiding you while trying to jump. No doubt this is because Mode 7 gives the illusion of being in 3D, so it messes with your mind. Even with the flaws, I really get a kick out of these special stages. I prefer them over the half pipe, and most definitely the block mazes. Only because if anything, I love the way they look. The backgrounds fascinate me to no end. I want to know the stories behind them, where they are, and if they're even real. I'll wrap this up by saying, I appreciate the Sonic CD special stages for being something completely different. Doing something unique while also staying true to the formula is how you win me over, and these special stages play a big part in making Sonic CD what it is, but I digress. With the chain that held Little Planet down being destroyed, Sonic successfully saves the world from Eggman's hands. Watching in awe as Little Planet vanishes into the sky, Sonic sets out on his next adventure, concluding the story of Sonic CD. The events I just described is the good ending of the game. The bad ending has Eggman getting away carrying a time stone. Sonic takes a rock, revs up, and launches the rock towards Eggman. I love both to death, and as much as I love watching Sonic do cool things, I adore the way he looks up at the sky as the stars fall down on him. It's so beautiful and gives me goosebumps. I especially love the part where he stops gazing at the sky and does the pose. Just the pose. It's so badass, and as a lot of people say, this is peak Sonic. Sonic only got this cool again a handful of times. I literally cannot spend more time on this, but I can't help it. During the credits, you get to see the rest of the animation that was made for the game, and it's so good! Complementing this is the song Cosmic Eternity, and it works so well for it. I love it as much as I love Sonic Warrior. It fits the animation so well, from Sonic dodging the Moss Queen and Palm Tree Panic, to Sonic avoiding Kama sickles. Oh my gosh, the part in Quartz Quadrant where he gets confused by Saucery's reflection has to be one of my favorite parts. I adore how he runs around the Bannock until he straight up dies of dizziness. The way Sonic effortlessly jumps from Bannock to Bannock and takes them apart like it's nothing, all while mocking them, is just so peak. But the best part is the Metal Sonic race. This only lasts for a few seconds, but it's a glorious 5 seconds. I love everything about this. The choreography is stellar. It captures Sonic's speed so well. It's spectacular. I use the term embodies a lot in this video, but this is the essence of Sonic the Hedgehog. Nothing short of amazing. High-speed thrills, cool looks, and catchy music. That's what it's all about. That, my friends, is Sonic the Hedgehog CD. To me, this entry is my second favorite out of the 4. I prefer Sonic CD to Sonic 2. I know, this is a huge, ginormous claim, but that's just how I feel. The time travel mechanic is what makes this game truly special and was beautifully integrated in the gameplay. It makes it all fresh and exciting. The level design achieved in giving fans what they were looking for, while also introducing so much new. I love the world, the atmosphere, the music. It really feels like I'm saving a planet from doom. The amount of replay value this game has is incredible. As a person who likes all the types of gameplay of Sonic CD has to offer, every playthrough feels like its own. And let's just say, the amount of times I fully beat Sonic CD exceeds 30, and that's lowballing it. However, no matter how much I adore this game and will continue to meat-write it, I can totally see why someone wouldn't enjoy it. The level design can indeed sometimes be wonky in certain levels. Being the point or not doesn't change the fact that some people won't dig it at all, and that's fine. Remember guys, the point of my series is to spark discussion. Unless people try to spread misinformation, I welcome all opinions. Which is exactly why I want every single one of you watching this video to go out and play this game. Form your own opinion on it, and tell me or a friend how it was. Don't let some guy online, me, someone else, or otherwise tell you how you should feel about something. Even if you don't like it, having your own perspective on a game is better than regurgitating someone else's opinion. There's been times where I was sure I was going to hate a game, but end up loving it because I decided to play it for myself. And to those out there who try to say this game is objectively bad, just because you don't like something doesn't make it bad. It just might not be for you. There are plenty of games I know that are objectively amazing that I just don't like at all. Example, I'm not thrilled on Super Mario Galaxy 2. That's another video for another day, but I can still see that it's a masterpiece. It's just not a game for me. Some people may say Sonic CD is too easy, and I do agree on the fact that it is a very easy game. I could beat it as a kid with no issues, but dare I say, I think this plays into its benefit. That friend I mentioned earlier in this review, who doesn't really like or play video games that much, he actually bought the game, played through its entirety, and loved it. And I'm talking the same dude who couldn't get past Angel Island Zone in Sonic 3.
Don't.
Not part of the plan.
Sonic CD is a very beginner-friendly title in the series. If you're watching this video and never played a Sonic title before, start with this one. It's easy to play, but difficult to master. Play through the normal ending a few times, and then attempt to hunt down the robot generators. I'm sure you get a kick out of it. Upon release, Sonic CD was critically acclaimed, receiving nearing perfect scores. Sonic CD was the must-have game for the add-on. In fact, Sonic CD was the best-selling Sega CD game of all time, totaling over 1.5 million copies, which for a game on an add-on is pretty damn good. Undoubtedly the best game on the system, Sonic CD's legacy will forever be strong in the community. It may have been seen as a black sheep for a few years there, but it quickly came back to the limelight, and to this day, is one of Sonic's best adventures. Oh, man, I love this game. It's the first game out of the series that I truly feel passionate about. A burning love, if you will. I hope hearing the opinion of a diehard, obsessive Sonic fan was really interesting for you guys out there. And the best part is, we're not done. This would be the part where I talk about the Sonic Jam port, but as stated before, sadly Sonic CD is not present on this collection due to space limitations. But fear not, there's a ROM hack out there called Sonic CD++. I think it's really cool and it's something everyone should know about. Firstly, this is something that any of you that owns a Sega CD can burn to a CD and play. You see, the Sega CD doesn't have any sort of copy protection, so it can read burned games with no issue. The first change to this hack is the Japanese soundtrack, even on US hardware. And just between me and you guys, I actually modded and burned my own copy of Sonic CD that has the BIOS of the NA copy, but with the JP soundtrack. That's neither here nor there. The biggest change was that they actually added in the Sonic 2 Spin Dash, and it functions exactly like it was in that game. This is so cool. This in itself is why I wanted to cover this for this video. It's just crazy that fans fixed one of the biggest mistakes in my opinion. Other changes include an increased ground speed, which from what I was reading, more speed was added in because they thought Sonic moved too slow in the original, which I find very odd, considering Sonic's ground speed in the original is the fastest so far, but nevertheless, having more speed is very fun. If you thought the acts were too short before, oh boy, you clearly have not played Sonic CD++. Having this much speed at your feet breaks the game. Lastly, they added in the homing attack from Adventure onward, and to be real, I actually kinda dislike this. The only reason why the homing attack was added in the first place was out of a necessity. In 2D, more specifically, games that weren't designed for it, it just doesn't work that well for me. It breaks the flow. But for those who are fans of the homing attack, I can see this being a good thing. Yeah, that's really all I have to say about Sonic CD++. It's a really fun hack, and there's not a lot of people that talk about it out there, so I figured I'll give it some coverage. But let's get to what you guys were really here for. The mobile port and the Origins remaster. And yes, I did pick up a copy of Origins Plus, like I said, in the hopes I would fix some of my issues. Did it? Christian Whitehead, who also goes by Taxman, was a huge Sonic fan. Being well known for the fan game Retro Sonic, he created an engine, the Retro Engine, that could perfectly replicate the physics of the Genesis Sonic games. In 2009, he went to Sega and pitched a re-release of Sonic CD for iPhones. One thing led to another, and in 2011 we got the Christian Whitehead version of Sonic the Hedgehog CD. Not a port nor emulated ROM, Whitehead recreated the game from the ground up using his engine. This allowed for various quality of life improvements such as a 16:9 aspect ratio, 60 frames per second gameplay, and so much more. And of course, this led to Taxman teaming up with Stealth, another big figurine community, in 2013, released from the ground up remasters of Sonic 1 and 2, and the rest is history. I was 9 when Sonic CD 2011 came out, and CD was the title that always eluded me. Everyone had that one game in their favorite franchise that always seemed out of their reach. Sonic CD was mine. I had a Genesis with Sonic 1 through 3K on it, a Dreamcast, which was my favorite, and I soon got a Saturn for Christmas of 2013. I loved the retro stuff. It was all I could talk about when I was younger. I really wanted a Sega CD, but even at the time, it was pretty expensive. I'm so grateful I had a mom who went out of her way to get the older stuff for me, but I don't think she was very keen on buying this expensive add-on just for one singular game. So I just had to hope that one day I would come across it. I remember one day at my elementary school, my childhood friend was telling me he was playing Sonic CD, and I of course asked him how he did so, telling me it just came out on the PlayStation 3. I rushed home after school that day, and lo and behold, Sonic CD was there, calling my name. I played it, and loved it. As I loved every single Sonic game I played as a kid. Good or bad. Before I made a case on why I would still play the originals over the mobile remasters, it's different this time though. Sonic CD 2011 is the best way to play the game. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Sonic CD was the game that needed the remake the most. And while I still stand by the fact that the collision detection in the original is not as bad as others made it out to be, I can't deny that it's a bit wonky, because it is. Sonic CD 2011 completely blows it out of the water. Playing them back to back is night and day. It flows better, feels better, sounds better, and manages to give us something that completely changes everything. The Sonic 2 Spin Dash. Oh yeah! It's here in all of its official glory. It feels so good to use here. It doesn't break the game like it did for Sonic 1. In fact, I still use the Super Peel Out more often, only because it was designed for the game. I have to say, the thing I love most is that CD 2011 is so faithful to the original. In the settings, you can toggle which version of the Spin Dash you want to use, and even which version of the soundtrack you want to listen to. It's so small, but I really appreciate the little things because clearly this was done for purists of the OG. No one else would have cared about this. Again, this was made for fans, and it clearly shows. Furthermore, because they added Tails as a playable character, this was so cool, and Tails works very well for Sonic CD. Being able to fly plays into the vertical design of the levels, thus it's a lot easier to find the robot generators this way. Special stages, oh my gosh, the special stages! Like for Sonic 2, this is one of the biggest upgrades. The original was a bit choppy, but having a silky smooth 60 FPS is just so stellar. It feels so amazing to play. Overall, I would say it makes them much easier than the OG, although I still notice the UFOs will sidestep out of the way at times. Now, the only real issue I have with this version of the game is the opening animation. For some ungodly reason, they cropped it to fit within the 16:9 aspect ratio. Literally why? Cropping any media that uses a 4:3 resolution looks awful. I hate when shows do this. In fact, let me release some autistic anger when I say fuck you, Funimation! But it's jarring here because everything else was crafted with love. This may have been an oversight, but it just blows. Adding salt to the wound, both You Can Do Anything and Cosmic Eternity were replaced by instrumentals. This I can't get too pressed on because apparently it was due to licensing. It kinda hurts hearing the epic build-up only be left with nothing. It's funny because as a kid, I really liked Sonic Boom, but preferred everything else in the Japanese soundtrack. So I would start the game with the US soundtrack, listen to Boom, exit the game the moment Palm Tree Panic started, and switch back to the JP. In the grand scheme of things, it's very small and does not at all affect the gameplay of the game itself, but it does bother me enough to actually almost want to skip the intro, which, by the way, is illegal in 13 different countries. Sonic CD 2011 did so much for this game. It took what was once known as a black sheep and put it right back into the spotlight as the fourth game of this quadology, as it always should have been. For that, I thank you, Sir Whitehead. You will always be known as one of the Sony gods. And lastly, we have Sonic Origins. Oh, I do not have the energy to complain about Origins for another 15 minutes. Because I've done that twice now. If you want to hear my thoughts about Origins as a whole, watch those videos. But if you haven't already, remember how I said I would purchase Sonic Origins Plus with the hopes that it would fix the main issues of the games, and give it a fair chance? Well, did they do that? Haha, nope! But instead, they did give us 20 Game Gear games. Game Gear games? Holy shit! Game Gear games! Wow! The absolute worst sin of this is the fact they aren't even the Master System ports, so we have to play them with the gross screen crunch. No. No thank you. You still can't switch coins with lives, the save selection screen is still as clunky as ever, and on top of it all, glitches both in audio and gameplay are still as abundant as ever. Speaking on some of the negatives that's relevant to Sonic CD, they actually had the audacity to remove Sonic's voice lines. Are you kidding me? Do you seriously expect to retcon Classic's talking? The only reason why he didn't talk in the Genesis games is because of the goddamn system limitations. If they had the technology, he would have talked, and that's exactly what they did for Sonic CD when it came out. Anytime it was possible for Sonic to talk, it happened. CD, Adventure Onward, even in other media, Classic always talked. Commercials, comics, manga, and not even mentioning the Western media. Classic being a mute in Generations is something I never understood, especially when Classic Tails talked perfectly. Do they seriously want to suck all the essence of charm out of these games? I love the voice lines! They even removed the I'm outta here part! Man, what a letdown. It's like Origins tries its absolute hardest to make me hate it. My reaction to this information was literally when I first played Sonic Origins. I shouted out loud, by myself, did they seriously remove that? What's the goal in this? Even the most try-hard Classic fans think this is stupid. Gee guys, I hope that entire year of doing literally nothing but adding Game Gear ROMs and removing everything we love wasn't too hard for you. Jokes aside, they did add in a couple of neat things. Objectively, the biggest positive is the CD intro animation. They not only remastered it, making it look better than it ever has, and I'm serious. The first time I laid eyes on this remaster, my jaw was on the floor and my cheeks were clapping. But they finally got the rights to Sonic Warrior and Cosmic Eternity. Yes! This was just amazing. It almost makes up for the issues of this version. I really wish we had the best of both worlds between 2011 and Origins. On top of the remastered opening, we also get the beginning and ending cutscenes, which are cool. Getting to see Amy actually use her tarot cards, which is a first, is neat. And I really enjoy how I get to see Sonic ride in the tornado, which is directly tied with the events of Sonic 2. The animation is a bit stiff, but other than that, these are great additions. On the gameplay side of things, Knuckles is finally playable in CD, which is cool, but it's not something that should be celebrated. The only reason why he wasn't playable in the first release of the game was pure laziness. He wasn't in 2011, so they could have been bothered at him at first. But he's here now, and honestly, it's surreal seeing Knuckles on Little Planet. They added in the spring twirling animation, which is super cool, and seeing him in the CD special stages feels wrong. However, Knuckles is completely overshadowed over something that fans have been begging for years. Amy is now playable. Yeah, even as the #1 Sonic Origins hater, this is hard to ignore. Amy always deserved to be playable back in the classics. I was shocked when Mania Plus came out with no sight of her. Originally, I was really worried because I thought they were going to make her play like her Sonic Advance counterpart, which, jumping the gun here, I hate. But no, they did her justice. A little too much justice. She is completely busted. Her hammer Insta-Shield type thing destroys the game. You can do so much with her. She even has a drop dash-esque move, which she literally cannot take damage as she rampages with her hammer. If Tails was the easy mode, Amy is the super duper Cocomelon mode. She is fun as hell, but good grief is she overpowered. And just speaking on classic Amy in general, I think Sega's taking this a little too far. Don't get me wrong, I love Amy, again, in my top 5 favorite Sonic characters of all time, but she's not the all-powerful deity that Sega and mostly modern Sonic team wants you to believe. Her bio in Superstar says it all in my opinion. I love all the attention she's getting, but making her an all-powerful being kinda takes away from her character development in later titles, but it's small potatoes. I'm glad she's here like it was always meant to be. Overall, Sonic Origins Plus is a disappointment. I should have expected it, but I like to look at the positive side of things. It gives something a fair chance before I hate on it, which, as I've said, is my mission for this series. Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Any Sonic fan will hear those words and just think, hell yeah. I'll be honest with you guys, I'm nervous as all hell to review this game. This is not just another Sonic game, but one of the greatest of them all, a genre-defining platformer. I really hope I can give this game the justice it deserves. Well, here we go. It's here. It's all been leading up to this point. We are at the climax of the original Genesis games. It's been a wild ride, but we're here. I am absolutely itching to dive straight into this game, but there's some history gotta go over first. And don't worry, I have chapters in the description for those who want to skip ahead, but, you know, history's cool, you should watch it. And one more thing before we get started, I want to give a huge shout out to my friend Scourge over on Twitter who did the thumbnail for this, and it looks incredible. I love it so much. Please give him a follow. You know, commission Sonic stuff if you like it. He's a really good artist, really nice person, really base person. But with that being said, let's get on to the review. Immediately after Sonic 2's release, Sega was already wanting another entry to start development. It's so funny how Sega was so hesitant to make Sonic 2, but suddenly when the series started to be successful, they wanted to make more, but you know, anyway. This time around it was Yuji Naka who wasn't entirely sure about making a new Sonic, not wanting to make the same things again. Which I can respect, but no, it was the promise of working solely with the Japanese half of STI that got Naka not only on board, but was made producer, giving him way more freedom for this project. Yeah, so one thing I left out in the Sonic 2 video is the fact that the Japanese half really didn't like the American half. Remember how I said the US half were used to the 9-to-5 mindset while the Japanese half had their work all night philosophy? Well, apparently rude remarks were being thrown around towards the American half, and yeah, that's really shitty of the Japanese half. The Sonic 2 crew was really just an oddball team, wasn't it? It was like oil and water. It just didn't go well together. I guess they thought the American team was holding them back or something. Furthering this, Naka and Hirokazu Yasushiro, who was director, wanted to make this title a huge ambitious project, larger in scope than any Sonic game before, which was basically what they wanted to do with Sonic 2 originally, which had a lot of its planned content removed due to large time constraints. This new game would be so big that the talk of splitting it into two was being considered during early development. Sonic 3 was seriously so big and innovative that the limits of the Genesis was being pushed to new heights. Seriously awesome. In fact, Sega was also playing around with the idea of having the game being in its own 24 megabit cartridge, which for those who didn't know, sometimes Sega would include bigger games in their own special cartridges. One of these would have been used for the entire Sonic 3 Knuckles experience, which honestly would have been really neat. Getting back on track, the SDI team had a lot of new members coming in from Japan, notably up-and-coming game designer Tashi Iizuka. It begins. Iizuka very much enjoyed Sonic 2, however he thought he could improve the formula by adding more playable characters with different abilities. Sure, Sonic 2 had Tails, but he was functionally no different from Sonic. Yes, he could fly, as we all know, but there wasn't anything in-game that differentiated him in such a way. He just played like Sonic. Adding different characters would heavily increase the replayability, a larger roster that could experience different parts of levels by using said unique abilities. With all that being said, the team agreed that a new rival for Sonic would be introduced. They originally wanted it to be another hedgehog, but instead another internal competition would decide which animal this new character would be. While some new characters were being presented to a select number of children, a Echidna character would be the most popular choice, except for the fact it was green. Kids didn't really vibe with green Knuckles, which led to the color being changed to red. Knuckles the Echidna was born. What made Knuckles distinct from Sonic or Tails was his lack of focus on speed. Instead, Knuckles was a powerhouse. His iconic spiked gloves aren't just used to showcase his strength, he can also use them to break down boulders, walls, and other objects that Sonic can't deal with. Another aspect of Knuckles' character design is his crest, which was originally supposed to be a Nike logo. Sega was trying to get a Nike sponsorship for Sonic 3, but it fell through. The Knuckles crest is a remnant of that. Pretty nifty. This made Knuckles stand out from the rest. Oh boy, did it work. Knuckles is undoubtedly one of the best inclusions in the entire franchise, ranking pretty high on the most iconic Sonic characters in my personal opinion. I love his personality too. Knuckles isn't the sharpest crayon, but he's intelligent in his own way, being the guardian of the Master Emerald, knowing a lot about his island, while wondering about his origin as the last member of his kind. I'm not a fan on how he was treated in the main series, from Heroes up until about Sonic Frontiers. It's like he was the Patrick of the Sonic universe, just a dumb sidekick who is stupid in all aspects, but when Knuckles is done right, man, I love this character. In a lot of ways he reminds me of Piccolo, who was once a rival turned friend, which, spoiler alert, Knuckles starts off as the antagonist in this game, but I think everyone knows that. In all, Knuckles was a fantastic addition to the series. While designing the zones that Sonic 3 would hold, the team took inspiration from the real world, taking notes from trips the group would take on to get away from production. You know the first part of Ice Cap Zone? Yeah, that was inspired off of a real snowboarding trip the team took. Carnival Night took inspiration from local carnivals that were taking place, and I just think that's the coolest thing in the entire world. One of my favorite parts of the Sonic world is how realism clashes with the cartoony world in the most perfect way possible. This takes that and brings it to the next level. 14 zones were laid out for the game. As said earlier, the game was being developed for the possibility of being split into two. However, a McDonald's promotion of all things was approaching fast. Sonic 3 was due to come out in February, so the team needed to hone in on the split game aspect, swap some zones around, and polish the first 6, slap an ending onto the last one, get their Happy Meals on, and focus on the next half. For example, Ice Cap was supposed to be after Flying Battery. Sonic would have used the door after busting through the ship as a snowboard in Ice Cap. The team tried their hardest to make Sonic 3, the first half, stand on its own. Did they achieve this? Well, in February of 1994, on Groundhog's Day, being changed to Hedgehog's Day, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 was released onto the world, came out to critical acclaim. No shocker there, most publications not only called it the best in the series, but one of the greatest platformers, period. There was very little criticism to be had, but few did mention the game's length. Some felt Sonic 3 was too short for the price, especially compared to Sonic 2, but it didn't take players long to find the level select, which had names of stages that were being planned later for the second half of the game. This was when people started to find out about the entire, this was part 1 sort of deal, and I'll be honest, I couldn't see this any other way. I think this whole ordeal is, well, for one, something that can only happen in the 90s, let's not kid ourselves here, and two, I actually think this was for the best. Let's say for a minute here, Sega did actually do a 24 megabit cartridge. It would have been way more expensive than your typical game, meaning not as many people would be able to experience the game, and before anyone says it, I do know this is going to be Japan only, but that's all we know. They could have been planning this worldwide if this Ronald tie-in didn't happen, but that's just my theory. That being said, Sonic 3 standalone being a success, both review and critic-wise, the team could focus on the next half of the game. The team really wanted people to play the game as originally intended, so they developed the second half's cartridge to be attachable to Sonic 3. Think a tokusatsu-style mecha but with a Sonic game cartridge, which means it's objectively one of the coolest things in the entire world, but no, seriously though, they marketed this as lock-on technology, which means once you lock on the Sonic 3 game cartridge, the entirety of Sonic 3 could be experienced, all 3 characters from the get-go, more bonus stages, and 14 special stages would be played. Altogether, no parts 1s or 2s, just one big game. Knowing that some people might be a little miffed about buying 2 games to get the full experience, Sega added some value to the lock-on gimmick. If you plugged in Sonic 2, you would get to play the entire game as Knuckles, which is wow. The fact that this lock-on thing can affect games that weren't even designed to use was just the coolest thing ever. And oh boy did this marketing work. This blew people's minds back in the day. And you know what? It's still impressive. This blew my mind as a kid. They also wanted to include Knuckles in Sonic 1, but due to some time constraints and issues getting it right, instead it would bring you to this no way screen and give the option to play randomly generated blue sphere levels. And it is actually randomly generated, which means it's literally almost infinite blue sphere to play. We will talk about this later. I know this is some hard copium and is likely impossible, but how cool would it have been if this could also work with Sonic CD? Like having an and Knuckles cartridge alongside a copy of Sonic CD to give you Knuckles in Sonic CD. I know it's stupid, I'll stop. But yeah. In October of 1994, Sonic & Knuckles were released to, again, critical acclaim both from fans and critics, this time more emphasis being placed on playing the game with not only Sonic & Knuckles, but Sonic 3. This was the way the game was always originally intended to play, and it's considered to be one of the best 2D platforms ever made for its time and to this day. Now, do I agree with this? But that's it for the history. Let's get right into the game! Why are you looking at me like that? As stated before, Sonic 3 Knuckles is the full, originally intended experience, thus, this will be the way I review the game. Playing both separately leaves a lot to be desired. I mean, the end screen of Sonic 3 screams, we need to ship this game out next week, hurry up. Also, in the title screen of Sonic & Knuckles, it literally picks up right where the first half leads off, not to mention you can't get the Super Emeralds in either half of the game, so there's little reason to do so. However, there are small differences in the game separate that are notable enough to cover, and it would bother me chronically if I didn't go over them, considering this is a comprehensive documentary review. One of the smaller differences is the sound effects. The 1-up jingle, invincibility, Knuckles, and the Act 1 mini-boss themes are totally different. Now, I do prefer the 1-up jingle. The mini-boss and Knuckles themes I'm pretty indifferent about. The mini-boss theme in particular is a bit more goofy. However, the invincibility track gives me flashbacks. There was a time where this was my alarm clock in the morning. Yeah, needless to say, it was absolute hell. I would hear this in my head at random times of the day, in my dreams, and I remember one day at work I thought I heard it in the other room, so I ran to get my phone, only to realize the alarm clock never went off. Yeah, needless to say, I changed it, and every time I hear it, I get that same panic feeling. Bigger differences start final boss of the game. This is known as Big Arms, and people love this boss fight. And yeah, it's good. I don't think it's worth playing Sonic 3 alone if I'm being honest. Like, sure, it's cool. However, I personally feel like this was added in last minute to make the ending of Sonic 3 feel more complete. In the full game, this is Knuckles' boss fight, and I think it fits better for Knuckles. It's a bit more tricky without Sonic's abilities. My opinion here is definitely wrong, because this boss was added back into the full game in Sonic Origins because people loved it so much. But let's be clear, this is just my opinion. I don't think Big Arms not being here takes anything away from Sonic 3 and Knuckles personally. Lastly, for Sonic 3, the ending credits song is different, and I quite like it. It's catchy. As for Sonic and Knuckles, there's no saving feature, no playable tails, and no Super Emeralds. This is clearly not meant to be played by itself. At least with Sonic 3, it was some effort. But for Sonic and Knuckles, nah, this screams, for the love of God, please plug in Sonic 3. That is it for standalone nonsense. Let's review Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles. Hell yeah. This is the best title screen of all time. I don't care what anyone says. Starting the game won't result in the beginning zone, this time it takes you to the level select. This is awesome. Sonic CD was the first Sonic game to have a saving feature, but Sonic 3 Knuckles was the first to actually utilize the fact that it could save. There are plenty of save files here that even show your lives and continues. This is just neat. Also, this music. The level select theme is among my favorite Sonic songs of all time. It puts me into that happy place. It makes me reflect on just life. Also, this is where you can pick any character you want to play as, and this is objectively better than having go to the settings like in Sonic 2.
Alright, now it's time we dive right into the story, and this is one of my most favorite aspects of this game, and I really can't wait to share it with you guys.
Right as Sonic is dealing the final blows to the Death Egg, far away on an island that is only rumored to exist in myth, a floating land known as Angel Island, Knuckles the Echidna was attending his duties. Knuckles is the last of his own kind. The only thing Knuckles knows about his past is the role he must take, guarding the Master Emerald. Suddenly, the Master Emerald begins to shine. Confused by this, Knuckles didn't have much time to react. Little did he know, the Death Egg collided with Angel Island, shaking the land to its core, causing it to fall into the sea, which hasn't happened in centuries.
Well, it's about to happen a lot more.
Knuckles wakes up and soon realizes that the emerald is gone. Looking to the distance, he notices an egg-shaped object. Wondering if this is the egg of the legendary dragon, Knuckles ventures off across the island to find his lost emerald. After checking every emerald altar to no avail, the Echidna continues to search. During his adventures, he comes across Dr. Eggman, as he was also taking a stroll through the hidden palace zone where the villainous doctor discovers the legend of the island and the Chaos Emeralds. Knuckles questions Eggman. The doctor smiles and yaps to the gullible Echidna that he was exploring scientists trying to study the egg that appeared. Eggman continued by saying he was aware of the emeralds, and that there was an evil hedgehog named Sonic who had all 7. Knuckles, who believed everything, ran off in search of Sonic. Meanwhile, Sonic and Tails were taking a well-deserved rest after what they just went through a few days prior. As Sonic gazes over the beach, he notices a ring washes ashore. Picking it up and noticing an ancient text carved into the ring, Sonic recalls a myth he heard a long time ago about an ancient tribe that lived in peace and harmony on a faraway land. The people attributed their prosperity to a quote-unquote stone of power. Sooner or later, there were greedy souls who wished to use the gem for their own selfish gain. Once they tried to harness the emerald's power, they failed and wiped out their own civilization in no time. The gods rebuilt the land into the sky using said stone of power. It was at this moment where Tails notified Sonic that his newly invented emerald radar was going off. Liking the thought of a new adventure, the two fly off on Sonic's airplane, their Tornado. As they get closer to the radar's readings, Sonic decides to speed up by using his recently acquired Chaos Emeralds and transforming into his super form. Once they reach the island, Sonic is caught off guard. Knuckles comes up from the ground and punches Sonic out of his super form and takes the emeralds. Sonic now has to travel through Angel Island and recollect the emeralds before Eggman is able to relaunch the Death Egg, and little does he know, Eggman has built a new army of badniks. Sonic and Tails make their way through varying areas of Angel Island. They run into Knuckles quite a few times, Knuckles trying to stop them, or let's be real, trying to be a dick and slightly inconveniencing Sonic at almost every turn. Meanwhile, Eggman is making his preparations to relaunch the Death Egg. Thankfully, Sonic comes in just in the nick of time to spoil the Doctor's plans. Sonic lands in Mushroom Hill Zone. There he notices Knuckles peer his eyes outside of a walkthrough. Once he leaves, Sonic wanders in and finds a special ring, warping into Hidden Palace, where the Master Emerald lies. The Chaos Emeralds react with the Master Emerald and transform into powerless, larger gems known as the Super Emeralds. What are the Super Emeralds? Well, we actually don't really know. They haven't appeared since. Not counting the powered down Super Emeralds we see in Mania, Izuka said the Super Emeralds reside in a different dimension, but that can mean literally anything because 1, this dude hates the Super Emeralds for no reason, and 2, the special rings lore-wise take Sonic through another dimension, so again, it could mean anything. But alas, to get the Emerald's power, Sonic has to once again go through the special stages, each one restoring a single Super Emerald. Before long, Sonic encounters Knuckles for the final time. Once defeated, Eggman goes behind his back and tries to harness the Master Emerald for his own bidding. Knuckles, realizing he was fooled by the Doctor, desperately attempts to get the Emerald back, but gets the shocking treatment.
That's a little dark for a Sonic game, don't you think? Whatever happened to Eggman kidnapping animals?
Knuckles gives Sonic the "my bad bro" misclick treatment and helps Sonic get to the next area, Sky's Sanctuary. Eggman uses the Master Emerald to relaunch the Death Egg, and with it his army of robots. Knuckles tells Sonic to get a move on without him, since he got shocked pretty bad.
Did he shoot me? He fucking shoot me!
Sonic runs off in hot pursuit of the Death Egg. The only thing getting in his way is Mecha Sonic, which is Eggman's latest Sonic counterpart. Oh, we'll talk about you later, buddy. But he goes down just as easy as the rest. Sonic blasts his way through the Death Egg, and in no time at all confronts Dr. Robotnik for the last time. Just when Sonic thinks it's over, Eggman takes the Master Emerald and makes a run for it in another Death Egg Robo. With everything exploding around him, Sonic has no choice. Sonic uses his new transformation, Hypersonic, to chase down the evil Doctor, one of the most climactic space chases all time in reclaiming the Master Emerald. Fuck, it's so peak. It's OP! Sonic successfully destroys the Death Egg robot and saves the entire universe from Eggman's hands, returning the Master Emerald to their new friend as they fly away with Angel Island returning to its rightful place in the sky. And that's it for the story of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. This is the embodiment of peak, and it would be the stepping stones for what the adventure games would soon follow. This is seriously one of the coolest stories in any Sonic game. I really don't know why some dumbasses think this game doesn't have a story, but this is our first ever high-stakes Sonic story. It in every way defines what I love about Sonic stories, and sets things up for future games. I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves here, but it straight up teases chaos. Again, as I said in the Sonic 2 video, do people even know what their favorite games are about? Sure, some of it's in the manual, but most of it's straight up told in game. In fact, the way Sonic 3 Knuckles perfectly integrates story and gameplay is absolutely amazing. There's a beginning, middle, and end. It's perfect. The game's cutscenes are just straight up ambitious. Watching the Death Egg fall right before Mushroom Hill, seeing it rise in the background of Sky Sanctuary and watching the egg robos fly out of it, Sonic running up the pillars of Sky Sanctuary to reach the Death Egg, it's literally what Peak stands for. Instead of the manual just telling you what happens, it actually shows you what happens. The manual just gives some additional context for the beginning of the game. Now let's get something clear. I'm not mad because of some old heads who don't know what they're talking about. I'm mad because people don't give the story the credit it deserves. Recently, we've been seeing the rebellion of people who think Sonic can't have serious stories is just straight up dumb. There are many, and I mean many other cartoons and video games that have ridiculous concepts or even goofy cartoon characters with serious, or as I prefer, cool high-stakes stories. In fact, I've seen these same people who say Sonic can't do this cry over Pokemon or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Sonic is no different. No matter how badly you want to believe it, the Mega Drive games were never about Eggman kidnapping animals. Each one of these have their own story, and they were taken seriously by the people who wrote them. The sheer amount of lore in Sonic 3 alone is outstanding. The mural in Hidden Palace that foreshadows the final battle in space, these weird Sonic-looking statues in Hydro City, hell, the entire mystery behind the Super Emeralds. Sonic 3 started what I miss most about the Sonic franchise, its world building. I'm glad we're just now getting back to that with Sonic Frontiers, but man, is Sonic 3 how you write a Sonic story. This and the next two games in the series get it right. It's cool, it has some light moments, sometimes has some darker elements, and overall ends in a world-ending threat. Seriously, once you're in space and see the planet Earth below you, you know you're in for a peak Sonic game. I can gush about this for hours. The story in this game gets me hyped to play it. I'm cheering as I'm fighting Eggman in space. I'm on the edge of my seat watching Sonic run up the breaking altar. I'm getting pissed when Knuckles takes away my emeralds I worked so hard for in the previous game. This story immerses you into wanting to know what happens next. It helps greatly that the story and gameplay are very much intertwined. You see the effects of Eggman's empire taking over in real time. Angel Island Zone is a great example. You watch as this beautiful jungle gets overrun with robots and catches on literal fire. You see it getting bombed, swarmed with other robots. It's cool. This game screams ambition in every sense of the word, and believe it or not, this is only one piece of this scrumptious cake. Everything you've seen up until now is 1/5.
What you've seen up until now is 1/5.
Let's start off with how this game looks graphically, and man, is Sonic 3K one of the most gorgeous Genesis games I've ever seen. The detail and sprite quality are amazing. That's not to say the previous titles weren't good looking, but man, this takes up so many notches, it's almost surprising this game is on the same console as the others. And we get new sprites for Sonic the Boot, and man, this sprite is amazing. Some weren't thrilled with the sprite, and I can't imagine why. This is just a visual upgrade in every way. I love the determined look he has when he runs. I love the idle animations. Some would argue simplicity for the old sprite, but I think the more detailed the better. Not to mention Tails. His sprite remains the same but has added details, so it doesn't look out of place next to Sonic, and I love his colors. And our new character Knuckles has some great looking sprites as well, but I'll be honest, his tripping animations just look weird to me. I don't know why, but they just always weirded me out. There's nothing wrong with it, just I don't really It's weird, okay? Graphics are one thing, but how does the game itself stand up? Well, Sonic 3 Knuckles has undoubtedly the best gameplay in the entire classic lineup. Yep, even compared to Sonic Mania and Sonic Superstars. The latter I'll get into later, but for the former, in every way this game refines and perfects the formula of Sonic the Hedgehog. Small additions to the gameplay greatly improved the experience for me. Remember the shield? It was kinda boring. I mean, it did its job, protecting Sonic and all, but Sonic 3 takes it up 3 notches because we get other shields with their own abilities, known as the elemental shields. Let's start with the fire shield, which protects against fire hazards and allows Sonic to do a mid-air dash. The electric shield, that protects against certain badnik projectiles and gives Sonic a double jump and attracts rings towards Sonic. Last but certainly not least, the bubble shield, which allows Sonic to remain in water without needing to stop for air, and you get to do this fun bounce thing, which can help you reach certain areas. These 3 little monitors do such a wonderful job at adding so much spice to this adventure. All 3 of these abilities are beautifully balanced between each other. There's not a single shield that's better. All of them have their own purpose, and depending on where you are in the level, you want to use a different shield. The devs knew this and placed them in such a manner. Need a fire shield? Well, there's probably one nearby. Even though I like the electric shield the best, I love them all for their own reasons. The fire shield allows me to be careless in front of fire hazards, which is really fun. The electric shield lets me rack up a shit ton of rings, and the bubble shield allows me to keep the pace going underwater. In fact, let me give the biggest praise to the bubble shield, not because it overshadows the others, but the fact that it addresses the #1 criticism with these games, the underwater parts. Sure, you move a bit slower when submerged, but finally having something to allow you to breathe underwater is a game changer. It keeps the pace going. I don't have to stop every few seconds to get air. I can just go. I think the greatest part about these shields is the fact they aren't tickets to win the level. They are tools that assist you in very specific situations and can be easily taken away from you. You need skill to retain the ability. For every enemy that's weak against a certain shield, there's 3 others that can effortlessly take it away from you. I think this is truly brilliant game design. Now there's a new element of suspense. I don't want to lose my super cool fire shield, and that leads me on to my next point. While the elemental shields are super versatile and great to use, I never feel like I'm crippled without it. And that's because in addition to the new power-ups, Sonic's own natural moveset gets a new ability, and it's one of the best Sonic abilities of all time, the Insta-Shield. Now let's get something out of the way. The Insta-Shield isn't actually a shield of any kind. This move extends Sonic's hitbox and makes him invincible for a very, very brief time. This is good for enemies with spikes like Orbinauts. Actually, no, it's good for literally everything because oh my gosh, this move is so fun to use. The slight extension of the hitbox literally murders all bosses, and the fact you are invincible makes it so fun to get yourself out of hairy situations. It's a bit tricky to get the timing right, but once you learn, it's like learning a bike. You never forget how to use it properly. It's broken in the absolute best way possible. Not in an unfinished cringe way, but in a fun, busted way. It's so fun I often use it over being supersonic. Yeah, it's that fun. This one ability for Sonic manages to change the gameplay completely. It feels so refreshing to not just defeat enemies by jumping on them, and this move is skill-based. It teaches the player how timing works, and if you get the timing right, you're rewarded with this busted move, which adds to the fun factor. It also does a great job at expanding your reflexes. This shield adds so much to make this game feel like the new Sonic game. You now have an alternative method of attacking badniks. This is by far the best ability in any 2D Sonic game, period. It's criminal how it hasn't returned in Mania or Superstars as Sonic's main moveset. Even the game's structure was slightly altered. Well, yes, the 2 act zones from Sonic 2 returns. It's been tweaked. Instead of a signpost at the end of the first act, we get to fight a mini-boss instead. I love the mini-bosses of Sonic 3. They add so much variety to the gameplay. Instead of a boring signpost, we get to fight a boss instead. And difficulty being easy or not doesn't really matter. They're fun at the end of the day. I would rather take fun and easy bosses over unfun long bosses. Is it technically too easy if I cheese the Angel Island mini-boss with my fire shield? Yes. Is it also super entertaining? Also yes. The best thing about the layout is the fact Act 2 always takes place from where the first one left off. There's never a fade to black with the new title screen. It's beat the mini-boss, fuck around with the signpost for a few minutes, which is super fun to do by the way, and then Act 2. Act 2 transitions make the world of Sonic feel more real. Not to mention, sometimes Act 2 takes place in an entirely different portion of the stage. For example, Sanopolis Act 2 takes place inside of the pyramid. Lava Wreath gets deeper and more blue as you descend, Land, also connecting itself to Hidden Palace. Angel Island catches on fire mid-level, going in and out of the caves and ice cap. Every act feels fresh. There's always something new to see. Even the music changes every act. This seals the deal. In other games, it always felt like it was just one place in a huge world, while in Sonic 3, it feels like I'm actually going through this huge journey. There's always something exciting to see around every corner. There's not a single level I find dull or straight up bad here. And while I still think Sonic 2 does a good job of having some speedy moments with good platforming, Sonic 3 takes what that game does and makes it infinitely better. There are still times in Sonic 2 where I feel like the game actively stops you from using your speed. In fact, many feel Sonic 2 gets weaker by its second half. Sonic 3 takes the whole roller coaster concept and rolls with it. What I mean is, instead of having speed sometimes, Sonic 3's platforming is designed with speed in mind. Dare I say, it was perfected. Everything is brought together around the idea of going fast. Level gimmicks like Sanopolis Act 2, where you have to keep turning the lights back on, will still involve you going fast, just making the occasional stop to pull a lever, sometimes even having to use your speed to get to said lever. Even water-based levels like Hydro City is anything but slow. Sonic runs so fast, he literally runs on water. Badass. Sonic 3 is also the first game that was truly designed with the spin dash in mind, and it really shows. It all flows together perfectly. It never feels like the act of going fast is being hindered by poor level design or doing something for the sake of a good future. And the zones are even more fun to play because of it. This is a good time to mention that the speed cap has been completely obliterated, grinded to dust. There's nothing stopping you from going so fast the screen can barely keep up. Hell, even the manual warns the player about going too fast. Yeah. No joke, Sonic 3 doesn't hold any punches. In many ways, it feels like what Sega originally envisioned Sonic to be. It's non-stop speed action the entire game. There's not a single level here that makes you take things slow. You are always on the move, doing tricky platforming, going so fast it makes Sonic CD look slow. The zones themselves this time around are huge. These levels are beautifully designed and are sprawling with secrets and pathways, some of which you can play the game for years and still never discover. Not to mention they are pretty sized, especially compared to the first 3 games that had levels that took maybe 45 seconds to 2 minutes to beat. It always left me wanting more, but here each level is paced perfectly. The shortest ones are clocking in about 3 minutes and the longer ones are about 5. I always feel super satisfied after clearing an act in Sonic 3 Knuckles. With 14 zones in total, there's a lot to dive into. These zones are ginormous. Just as I said a little bit ago, you can play this game for years and barely scratch the surface of what this game truly has to offer. There's so much to these, so many different pathways. Literally just by going through a different direction, whether being upward or downward, will result in a completely different pathway. Now, the natural question is, does the game's scope sacrifice the gameplay, such as Sonic CD? Absolutely not. The most captivating aspect of Sonic 3 is the fact that exploration was also integrated with the idea of going super fast. The game will constantly tease you, it'll give you hints. Huh, I wonder what these platforms lead to. I see platforms that disappear. I wonder if I can find something cool. Thoughts like these always fill my mind when it comes to Sonic 3's level design. Exploring here isn't required to get to the end, and unlike Sonic CD, the core gameplay isn't altered to fit its bigger scope, and you don't have to go up to explore. It's all designed like a linear Sonic game, but with extra pathways you can take along the way. Each character can experience different portions of the level. Knuckles can climb and glide, and Tails can fly, meaning you can see some stuff Sonic can't.
Wow, I wasn't expecting that. Is what I would say if I was an annoying Nintendo YouTuber.
Not to mention, the game itself gives you tools to explore. Remember when I was gassing up the elemental shields? They were placed specifically in areas where they could be to use to either reach a higher portion of the level or access another part that would be impossible without, and you were rewarded in space for doing so. Rings, extra lives, and even more shields. I love racking up my points in this game. The number gets so high and it's so much fun. I challenge myself to get higher score every run through. It's perfect. This is a great time to bring up the special stages. Sonic 3 and Knuckles handle special stages totally different from the past games. Instead of getting 50 rings by the end of an act or passing through a star post, hidden throughout the level are these big special rings that serve the way to access these stages, and the best part is, there are more than one of them in each stage, which means if you go out of your way to explore some, special stages are often another reward, and oh boy, this is a perfect way to encourage the player to explore. With levels this big, I would want to encourage encourage the player to just move around, explore the great lands of Angel Island. Sometimes you might have to push a bed of spikes, go left and spin dash into some rubble, or just find them by complete accident. This plays a huge part in why this game has outstanding game design. What if you don't want to explore? Don't fret, you can easily stumble upon these by playing normally, but if you want to explore and memorize the level's layouts, you can get supersonic super early, like I'm talking by the second zone. I do this all the time. There are 4 big rings in Angel Island alone. Yeah, it's that easy once you learn, and it's great. Sonic 3 gives you options on how you want to play, and you know how much I love options. This is as good as a time as any to talk about the special stages because these are the best special stages to grace a Sonic game. They are so much fun and addictive. The entire premise is that you have to clear out all the blue sphere in a stage. If you clear the outer row, it often takes the inside sphere with it, which turns big areas of blue sphere into rings. The stage also gets faster and faster each row you clear, which makes it so intense and fun. I have plenty of oh shit moments while playing these. The best part about these is the fact that it's skill based, not bad luck or RNG based like the first 3 games, meaning they are totally fair, and if I mess up, it's my fault, and I can't get enough of these. Whenever you get 50 rings, you get to continue, which gives so much satisfaction of actually playing these. Even if you get all the rings in a stage, you get a perfect. It's almost like a game within a game. They put so much effort into these and it shows. Also, the music here is so hypnotizing. Whenever I play one of these, the music gets me really in the mood. I'm not kidding either. Sometimes I'll be in my room or around my house and I'll just find myself moving like I'm actually in one of the blue sphere. It's like the Tetris effect, but way more autistic. Seriously, if there was a blue sphere guy, he's me. I would love a spin-off game based around this. I'm really thankful Mania brings it back as a minigame, and even more thankful that Sonic 1 doesn't work with Sonic and Knuckles, so I can play new blue sphere levels until I die. And the best part is, there's 14 main special stages to get through, 7 for the regular emeralds, and another for the super emeralds. Once you get the first 7, you're rewarded with a Super Sonic, which makes his grand return from Sonic 2, and he's just as fun to use here, and looks way cooler to boot. Green eyes, huh? Interesting. Once you get the Mushroom Hill, the first special ring would take you to Hidden Palace, and your emeralds would transform into the Super Emeralds as mentioned in the story. These are how you get to play the rest of the Blue Sphere, and my lord, they are way harder than the first batch. I adore this so much. These are way harder than the first batch. But, if you get all of them, huge if, you're rewarded with an even higher level of transformation. Hypersonic. Look, I know Sonic having multiple levels of transformation is semi-controversial in the community, but do you guys want me to be brutally honest? I don't give a single fuck what anyone says. Hypersonic is one of the coolest things I have ever seen in my entire life. Not only is he faster than regular Supersonic, not only is he stronger than Supersonic, he just looks so cool! He has after images when he flies. He has aura going around him at all times. He even has a mid-air dash! His coloring is probably the coolest thing of them all. He flashes a bunch of different colors, like a rainbow, but it's super fast. I know this is seizure-inducing, but it looks so cool! Maybe they ever brought Hypersonic back, which they won't. Maybe they could have a slow fade of all the colors, and when he goes faster, the colors get faster, almost like the Master Onion in Pikmin 3, but I think we can all mutually agree on him being white if he was just one color, which is cool, but do you know what? I like bleeding my eyes out looking at him. I love Hypersonic so much. I don't know. I always liked the idea of Sonic having multiple levels of transformation. I mean, Supersonic itself was literally designed after Super Saiyan. Why can't we take more out of that book? I would argue Hyper is more special because they made a unique transformation. I don't know if it devalues Supersonic at all, especially because Hyper is never used. Hyper itself is just such a mysterious transformation. There's hardly anything known about it, other than it being what the Super Emeralds transform Sonic into. And this motherfucker hates Hyper and refuses to bring him back. Did you know apparently Ian Flynn pitched the idea of Hypersonic versus the End, but Sonic Team turned it down? Of course they did. I would pay so much money to see that, but I guess it's just not meant to be. I mean, he doesn't have to be in every single Sonic game, but at least once every 10 years or something. But alas, Hypersonic is one of the coolest things to exist, and I'm happy he's here. It's easily my favorite reward in doing any task in a video game ever, and he's even more fun to use. That's not all though, even Knuckles and Tails get in on the super form action, Knuckles just getting faster and a stronger upgrade, which is cool. I know this is butt of many jokes, but I actually love that he turns pink. Pink is one of my favorite colors aside from red and blue together. Pink is just for badasses. But Tails? Oh my gosh, they really made up for him not having a super form in Sonic 2. Hyper Tails is insane. He has what we like to call the
Flicky Army of Death.
No joke, these are Flickies but super. Yeah, like their own golden yellow Super Saiyan bird form and everything. Flickies can be golden, but Amy can't? Sure, okay. Getting back on topic though, these little dudes are busted. They will kill everything they come into contact with, even bosses. This is just fun to watch. I love this. The funniest part of the form is the fact if Tails loses his transformation, the Flickies will just fly away. Like, fuck you, no more yellow, I'm out. I almost forgot to mention the bonus stages. Yes, once you go past the start post with 25 rings are over, you are able to play one of 3 bonus stages. One is a gumball machine that gives you power-ups, one is you have to escape the orbs of death, and finally the slot machines. These are really fun and provide a good break from the crazy gameplay. I use these as a way to get as many rings as possible. I think it's prime time I get into the zones themselves because, oh man, there is so much to dig into with these. Starting with the first zone, Angel Island is a really good starting level. It teaches you everything you need to know about Sonic 3. Its first special ring is right at the beginning. All 3 elemental shields are used at least once. It perfectly showcases act transitions, and the fact everything catches on fire is a great set piece to let us know, hey, this is a real place. You're going to watch it change over time. And lastly, it shows a player that there are multiple pathways. The platforming to get to the upper half can be really involved. Angel Island may not be my favorite starting zone, but I can't deny that it's objectively the best. Hydro City, and yes, it's Hydro City, is the best water level in the entire franchise. This is such a tightly designed yet expansive zone. You'll be doing a lot in this level. The underwater segments only last a moment and I actually quite like them. It never feels like I'm going to drown at all, and for a water level, it's arguably the fastest in the entire game. This is just the dopamine zone. It's so satisfying to play. Launching yourself upward using all that momentum never felt any better. Marble Garden visually is really amazing. While it's not my favorite, the scope of the zone itself is really jaw-dropping. It feels like you're working your way through some lost abandoned maze or something. It's really unique and I can't really define what sort of theme it has. It's close to aquatic ruin of Sonic 2 but without any of the aquatic elements. It's like an old civilization used to live here. There are puzzles to do before opening up a new area. Maybe puzzle is a bad word for it, but you do things like spin dashing off these wheels, which by the way I love standing on them before spin dashing. It's really fun. You can also defeat these guys who shoot arrows from their mouth. More aquatic ruin references. You can also scale the level by grabbing onto these pull cords, or by riding on this Beyblade. I wonder if that works. Aww. Marble Garden is undoubtedly one of the most unique zones in the game and it stands out with its brilliant game design. You're constantly going in all directions. Before, Sonic games would mostly go to the right with occasional left turn, but here it's all over the place. You may have to go up to progress, hell, maybe even downward. This I think adds so much spice to the general Sonic 3 level design, it makes it stand out. It always feels fresh. None of these zones blend together. Carnival Night, while being my personal least favorite Sonic 3 zone, still has a lot to love about its level design. It's very busy, and I love it for that. Carnivals are typically really distracting and constantly having obstacles making it hard to get through, and here it's the same way. There's obstacles that try to slow you down, and it's really fun to try to avoid them.
Say ooh.
Okay, fine, I'll talk about that one part in Carnival Night. So the barrel in Carnival Night is super infamous for some reason. The entire premise of this barrel is you press up and down while you're on the barrel. It'll move up and down, keep the momentum, and it'll get higher and higher. For some unknown reason, so many people didn't think to try this and got time overs. Absolutely no offense to anyone who's ever confused by this as a kid, but like, why wouldn't you try everything on the controller? If you were just spamming A, B, and C for 10 minutes and still not knowing what to do, that's kinda your fault for being a dumbass. It took me like a minute or two to understand this. It's like that one part in a chemical plant, except there I can understand at least. Being underwater will increase the nerve factor. Here it's just, Come on, dude. Ice Cap is one of my favorites in the entire game. It's cool, it's chill, the cavern vibes is nailed here. The music helps tenfold. I will die on the original hill. This theme just fits the cool and collected vibe perfectly. Ice and snow themed levels in games are always some of my most favorites, but I always hate playing them because most of them have the annoying ice physics. Some of my least favorite mechanics in any video game. Here, nowhere to be found. It's pure bliss. Ice Cap is the perfect ice level. It's a shame that it's the shortest zone in the entire game. Also, the snowboarding part is just so freaking raw. Sonic is just a badass. Launch Base feels triumphant. I love the colors that are used in the stage. The purple and yellow clashing with each other just works and makes it stand out between all the other mechanical themed zones in the franchise. In the context of the story, Eggman is trying to rebuild the Death Egg. This is going to be huge, and we have to put an end to it. There's a lot at stake here, and I really enjoy the challenge of this level. It always keeps me on my toes. Mushroom Hill is a fantastic breather level to take a break from the craziness of Launch Base, and for the levels we're about to get into, I always really like the things that stick to Sonic and nail you the spin dash out of it. I get a huge enjoyment out of bouncing up and down on the mushrooms. Flying Battery is another really unique stage. I like the idea of hitching a ride on one of Eggman's airships. This is also a level that really rewards you for knowing its secrets, like this 1-up you can get by knowing where to jump. It's the little things in this game that make it what it is. Going inside and outside of the airship is another really cool touch. Now, I know for a fact I'll get some hate for this, but I don't even care. Sanopolis is hands down my favorite zone in Sonic 3. Let's start with the fact this stage looks gorgeous. Sand-themed levels in video games are always my least favorite. They look so boring, just different shades of yellow and orange, but not in Sonic 3. The sun looks so beautiful, its purple fading into red. Its use of green also spices things up so well. I love the obstacles too. Scaling down these lines, jumping up the sand, and being launched up. It's so fun. Hell, I love Act 2 even more. You actually go inside the pyramid and accidentally unleash these ghosts. To keep them in check, you have to keep turning on the lights, and if you don't, they'll start to attack you once things get dark. This is so cool! I love this gimmick because it's designed around Sonic going fast. Gotta go fast before the lights dim, gotta go fast before the walls go back up. I've said this before, but it makes the world feel more alive. It's like someone designed this to be a gauntlet for anyone who dare to come in. Xenopolis may be the most unpopular stage in this game, but I find it endlessly captivating with its ideas and execution. Whenever I play this zone, I constantly think of how brilliant the design is. Real people brought this stage up. So much had to go into the making of this level. It's jaw-dropping if I'm being honest. Gosh, this game is just something else, man. The ambition flows like nothing else. Same thing goes for Lava Reef. This zone is fucking amazing. You're descending deeper and deeper into this volcano. It has some of the best music in Sonic, and Act 2 blows me away with how significant it feels. No joke, once I saw the crashed Death Egg staring back at me, I was at a loss of words. Remember how I said the story and gameplay are connected? This is a great example. I did that! I was the one who took this thing down, and once it flashes and starts to rise, it feels like something bad is about to happen. Gosh, this game is so immersive, and it's not even remotely funny. Act 2 also connects to Hidden Palace, where Knuckles is waiting for us to duke it out. And this fight is the butt of a lot of jokes, but it's really not that bad at all. I never had a problem with it. In fact, I find it quite fun. Also, it allows me to stare at the mural for a while. And man, I'm obsessed with this. It's the center of a lot of theories. The amount of lore jam-packed in this game is incredible. Sky's Sanctuary is nothing short of brilliant. There's only one act this time around, but I kinda like that. This zone is special. It's holy ground, and we are here for one reason, the chase after the Death Egg. But my lord, does this stage look beautiful. It holds up today. If I saw this back in the 90s, I would have been speechless. I can't express how much I love this stage. The significance it has in the story, how the egg robos come off screen to try to stop Sonic, bouncing off the clouds, running up the rubble as it breaks away.
That's what I'm talking about! That's why he's the MVP! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Not to mention Mecha Sonic. Who the fuck is this guy? Why the fuck is this guy? Where the fuck is this guy? He's literally one of the coolest designs in fiction, and the fact we never saw him again outside of the IDW comics is literally a crime. This will never be forgotten, and maybe that's for the best. It makes this game feel more special than it already is. Now, Jax, please make a figure out of this dude. You guys did it for Shard, do it for Mecha Sonic! Death Egg Zone is again the best out of these levels. I love how it feels like you're actually inside of a huge spaceship. Let's not forget about how big the Death Egg actually is. We're not just in a small room like Sonic 2 or Flying Battery. This is the real deal, and the level design is so intricate. You're always on your toes no matter what. There's always something to look out for in this stage. Act 2 has you outside of the Death Egg, and again, once we see the planet in the background of a Sonic game, you know some serious stuff is about to go down. down. This is the best final level in any Sonic game. It nails the suspenseful feeling of almost being done with your adventure. So close, but yet so far. This leads me to talk about the bosses, and wow, we are straight dubbing here, because yet again, these are the best bosses in the entire lineup so far. Some of them are better than others for sure, but the good ones are good! A lot of them make good use of the elemental shields. Angel Island bosses die with the fire shield, Hydro Cities is good for bubble, and Carnival Night works for the electric shield. Shout out to Flying Battery's mini boss for being a capsule. You know, the thing we're always considered the end of level. Huge change up there. Again, the Insta Shield kinda breaks these in half, but honestly that's half the fun for me. The Insta Shield is really good at teaching the player how to time your hits well, so instead of feeling cheap, it feels like you legit mastered a skill. Lava Reef's boss often gets a lot of flack, but hate me if you will, but I love this fight as well. I love how it's a chase, jump from platform to platform is super intense, and it also gives you a fire shield right before it begins, to take some of the stress off, but if you lose it, oh boy, you're in for a long ride. I dig it. Also, the Sanopolis boss is just blissful. Nice. Death Egg's boss is fantastic. I love the sinister feeling. Also, destroying all the fingers is such an interesting concept and is executed really well. And I love the chase, and how you can get multiple shots in before Eggman fires the cannon. Also, nose fired. All of this is cool. However, it pales in comparison to what I'm about to show you. I don't care if any of you think I'm cringe for saying this, but this boss fight gives me chills. Everything was leading up to this point. It got so desperate that Eggman literally took the Master Emerald and made a run for it. We're not just putting an end to Eggman's new scheme of the week, we are quite literally saving the entire Earth from Eggman's terror. Sonic has no choice but to transform. The Death Egg Zone boss left with everything falling apart. There's only one way out, a final showdown in space. At the start of the boss, Sonic will have to transform, and let's take another listen here. This isn't actually confirmed, but Sonic is 100% screaming here. No one can convince me otherwise. If it wasn't screaming, why is the sound specifically different? Here's what he sounds like when he transforms normally. He's screaming. He's in so much danger, and he needs to harness his power. He lets it all out here. Sonic screams. Literally the embodiment of badass, and is literally one of the coolest things I've ever seen. And the boss is actually fun to play as well. Don't get me wrong, the high stakes is really cool, but the gameplay also holds up. You're dodging asteroids in space, catching up to Eggman to make sure he doesn't leave with the Master Emerald, and being hypersonic means your rings will slowly tick down, adding to that suspenseful nature. You have to hurry. There's no time to play around. You have to do this and get it right. Leading the missiles to hit Eggman instead of you is super cool, and that final chase where Eggman gets so desperate is so fun. Mashing egg while slamming into the robot is some of the most intense moments in any video game. I was screaming on the top of my lungs when I was first playing this boss. I felt like the fate of the entire world was in my hands, and when you finally beat him, one of the most rewarding feelings in the entire planet. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is everything a third sequel should be. It not only refines an already established formula, but it perfects it with expansive maze-like level design, streamlined level layout, and even more special stages, items, and actual level to play with. The ambition of this one game is crazy. Sonic Team around this time going to the 2000s seemed like a small crowd, and their ambition grew bigger and bigger game after game. Sonic 2 was great, CD was different, but Sonic 3 was an entire epic. For a platformer game in 1994, the storytelling in this game is amazing and plays a huge part in making this game feel huge. This was the best Sonic game they could have ever made back then. Sonic Team kept going up, and this would continue in later entries. Sonic 3 may be the end to an era of the franchise, but in my opinion it would also start another part. Sonic 3 laid out the groundwork, Adventure and Adventure 2 would follow. Sonic 3 to fans is a holy entry. This right here is the best entry in the franchise, and I get down with it. Some may argue Sonic 3 has never been surpassed, but I don't think that's a good way of looking at it. Sonic 3 is what games should look to, and I feel like we got games on this level of ambition a few times. This game screams ambition. It's the definition of ambitious. The scope, the world, the music, the stories, it's all so grand. Before, you had to imagine the story play out in your head. Well, not this time. You are in the story. We are helping Sonic save the world. No joke, starting Sky Sanctuary gives me chills. Am I cringe? Yes, but honestly, I don't fucking care. If this was Pokemon, people would be wiping their tears to monsters being caught in balls. Let me enjoy my cool hedgehog stories, damn it. Some may argue that Sonic 2's easy to pick up and play is better, but I just can't agree one bit. Sonic 3 is bigger, The bigger the better, I say. The grander the better, and the ambition in these zones are through the roof. I feel the scope of the world when I play. I feel the passion that was had with the dev team. I feel how everything was refined and perfected. Sonic 3 is what Sonic 2 is to the first game. It expands on that style of gameplay and perfects it. Sonic 2 is great, yes, but Sonic 3 is amazing. Sonic 2 doesn't have high-stakes stories, mini-bosses, and scope. Sonic 2 is a fun romp, but Sonic 3 is an entire adventure. It's an epic. Sonic 3 was made for Sonic fans and it shows. And if it ever gets too much for you, simply turn the game off and continue from where you left off another time. The difficulty here has definitely been increased in Sonic 2. In a lot of ways, it feels like Sonic 3 was made for fans who could easily breeze through the other games. And I feel like that's also why some may prefer the second game. Sure, it's less challenging and that's fine, but for someone like me, who can play these games blindfolded, Sonic 3's difficulty is literally perfect. Like in this aspect, I can't think of a single criticism for the game to improve on. It's enough to give me a good challenge, but also easy enough for me to get through the game in a single sitting. But it wasn't always like that. When I was a kid, this game was hard as balls for me. I could hardly make it past Marble Garden. I preferred Sonic 2 purely because it was the one I could actually beat. It was only as I got older that my love for Sonic 3 started to flourish. The game's scope captivated me and encouraged me to keep trying. And once I finally got the best ending, it was the greatest feeling in the entire planet. Sonic 3 and Knuckles is the reason why most of us are even here. Sonic 3K is when Sonic stopped being a cool little platformer and started becoming something bigger, a huge franchise, a AAA success. Sonic 3 is a landmark title in not only Sonic, but video gaming in general. It was debatable if Sonic was better than Mario, but I think here is when Sega finally did it. They made a game that surpassed the original. Sonic 3 is one of the best games I've ever played my entire life, and I hope I can at least give it a shred of justice in this video. If you haven't played this game already, I don't know what's wrong with you. Go play this game right now, or else I'll be really mad at you forever.
Man, that was a lot. That's just how passionate I feel about this game. It's important. This game is special. It will always hold a special place in everyone's hearts. And the greatest part is, we're not done.
Yeah, no kidding. Remember the option to play as Knuckles? Well, Knuckles acts as the sequel to this game. It canonically takes place after the events of Sonic 3. It seems Knuckles has some cleanup to do, because one of the egg robos survived and it's causing a bit of chaos on Angel Island. So as Knuckles, you go back through the land and take care of what's left of Eggman's army. Bro, imagine buying both Sonic 3/Sonic and Knuckles and finding out you get another story on top of this huge game already present. That's just the coolest thing in the entire world. And don't mistake this for a retread. Sure, the level design is pretty similar, but Knuckles will go through completely different portions of the level that Sonic can't access. Remember the rubble that you couldn't do a thing about? Well, Knuckles can break right through them. There will be times where you just can't progress as Knuckles where Sonic could, and you have to find another way around. Marble Garden feels way better as Knuckles in my opinion. This zone was clearly designed with him in mind, and it's really cool. Ice Cap is a highlight for me in particular. I love how it primarily takes place inside of the cavern. You're so deep inside that if you fall off, you will die. You would imagine a lot of this was half-assed, but it really wasn't. Launch base as Knuckles is so cool. Act 2 has you running away from the rising water. Knowing you're not as fast and not having the abilities of Sonic is so scary. And my gosh, that's Big Arms! No wonder why it wasn't in the Sonic story. I actually really like this. The game ends at Sky Sanctuary, which makes sense, but it turns out Mega Sonic wasn't totally destroyed because we get another battle with him as the final boss. Sweet! This boss is super fun. Well, it's over now. Wait, what? The Master Emerald? Wait, what is he doing? Is he going super? What the fuck? What the fucking shit? Super Mecha Sonic? What the fuck is that? That was exactly how I reacted when I first got here. Super Mecha Sonic. Yeah, you heard that right. Just when you thought Sonic 3 couldn't get any more cool, they drop Super fucking Mecha Sonic. Right as you think it's over, Mecha rushes over to the Master Emerald and harnesses his power. The boss itself is so freaking cool and fun to play. You see Mecha flying around and launching beams at Knuckles. It's the essence of awesome. I think what I said earlier really hits home. Mecha being a Sonic 3 only thing really adds to the iconic identity this game owns. This boss isn't on the same level as Doomsday for me, but it's damn close. And the concept of a Metal Sonic counterpart being able to transform is just the wildest and sickest thing ever. Something like this is the exact reason why I'm not really thrilled on how classic Sonic is portrayed today. This cutesy whimsical Sonic clashes severely with how cool it used to be, but that's for another day. Knuckles' story in Sonic 3 is so great because in my opinion it's just more Sonic 3 to enjoy. It feels so fresh to play after beating the original so many times. When first going through it, I was surprised and impressed with some of the ideas that were had here. Knuckles' story stands on its own. Hey, look at that. Another thing Sonic Team would keep going for the next couple of games. Now, I'm sure there's a few of you out there that's wondering what Sonic 3 does that later 2D games like Mania and Superstars doesn't, and well, I think the answer to that is actually quite simple to answer. Sonic 3 was made to be the best Sonic game of that time, of its era, of its generation. This was pushing the Genesis to its absolute limits in almost every regard, versus Mania and Superstars where it was trying to be a game from the 90s. It favors to emulate the quote-unquote good old days instead of being something groundbreaking, but that's no shade on those games. I just think there's a reason why Sonic 3 will remain on top, even after all these years.
So, yeah, that was Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Now, I'm not going to act like this is the end, because if you've seen any review up to this point, you would know we look at the other versions too. But without any further ado, I welcome the grand return of Sonic Jam. Yeah, I grabbed the wrong copy. We're keeping that.
It's been a hot minute since I talked about this one. Sonic Jam was released for the Sega Saturn back in 1997. It tried to get new players into the franchise considering that the Mega Drive wasn't very popular during its time in Japan. Instead of being emulated, these games were completely rewritten for the Saturn, meaning they could fix bugs, add stuff, and run more smoothly than the Genesis games. That and all is present for Sonic 3. Sonic 3 has a few bug fixes and general improvements. It runs smoother, and is overall a great experience on the Sega Saturn. The music remains the same, but why would that be an issue? Good question! Anyway, one of the more notable changes in this version is the updated sound effects. So basically, Sonic Jam gives quote-unquote better sound effects, which I guess in a technical way they are better quality, but I don't know man, the new Blue Sphere sound sounds really weird. I'll never get used to it. But yeah, that's basically all the changes. Every video, the Sonic Jam segment gets shorter and shorter, and that's because there really isn't a lot that needs to be done for Sonic 3. The original stands beautifully on its own. It's nice that it runs slightly smoother on the Saturn, but I would argue it's not as noticeable as Sonic 2 was. Alright, now let's take a look at the most recent remaster of this game. After Sonic Jam, Sonic 3 only made a couple of reappearances, but for the most part it went into legal limbo. Why? We will get into that shortly, but in the meantime, welcome Sonic Origins! I think by now I've established myself as the #1 official Sonic Origins hater. I've literally complained about it 3 times now, so let's do a rapid fire on why I think Origins stinks. Life system is completely replaced with the shitty coin system, taking away any sort of satisfaction of getting points or rings. Severe lack of options, classic mode literally being the remake in 4.3, not the original ROM, having a clunky as hell saving feature despite Sonic 3 literally already having one. There has to be a better way of doing this. Again, as I've said before, Sonic Origins doesn't have one glaring flaw. It's a death by 1,000 paper cuts. All these little issues to me affect Sonic 3 more than any previous game. There are some wacky choices made here, like being stopped in Angel Island Zone Act 1, or this big ring you literally can't access as Sonic. It's almost like they want to remove any little bit of fun I have with this game. Every time I get to a cool part, I'm like, oh boy! Only to be let down because it was changed to be something lame. Not having lives or continues here is a serious bummer. You know how fun it was to watch that life count skyrocket as I play the game, or getting a continue? It takes away so much from this game. And no, I don't care that Sonic Superstars doesn't have any lives either. That game was designed with that in mind. Sonic 3 wasn't. This doesn't bother most people, and that's completely fine, dude. I just wish we got options. Literally a few checkboxes would fix everything. However, that's not to say there isn't anything that I don't like about Origins, because far from it. Amy's now playable, which is really cool. They restored some beta elements, which I really appreciate. The Sonic and Knuckles title screen was actually turned into a cutscene, which is super awesome. New sprites were all made for the characters whenever you look up, go in a barrel, or attach onto something. In the original, while being super, you would just revert to a yellow regular Sonic, and that just looks wrong. And finally, Super Sonic has his own transformation button, which changes a lot more than you might think. Super Sonic even has his own theme, which is another beta thing. In fact, Origins to even have Sonic 3 had to change a few things. What do I mean by that? Well, see for yourself. Oh boy, Carnival Night! I can't wait!
No! 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 No!
Oh, sweet, Sonic 3! Oh, I see what this is. Alright, so everybody and their mother knows about the fact that the King of Pop himself was involved in the soundtrack of Sonic 3. Not only is it the reason why dozens of these tracks are still beloved to this very day, but it also had negative effects on Sega's will to re-release the game. I'm sure my good buddy Nick will talk about that at some point, but for now, let's discuss music. So Michael Jackson was involved with the production of the music for Sonic 3. Although he's not entirely credited within the game itself. There are a few theories as to why this is, such as him not particularly enjoying the way the music sounded on the Genesis, or things happening around that time that made Sega want to distance themselves from MJ. I'm sure Nick knows the right one, but the main reason I bring this up is because it's the reason Sonic 3 has such an unfortunately limited release. Sonic 1 and 2 have enough ports to make entire video essays about that fact alone, but for the titular third entry, it's very scarce in comparison. And when the game is re-released, some audio tracks are flat out replaced. Most controversially, Carnival Night Zone, Ice Cap Zone, and Launch Base Zone. But there are some incidental ditties changed as well, like Knuckles' theme in the mini-boss. Now personally, I think some of these tracks go pretty hard. Launch Base's Act 2 especially deserves a shout out from me. However, said music carries a certain stigma with it, a very unfortunate one. Firstly, these tracks straight up replace the original Genesis tracks. I can understand how anyone would be upset with that. But also, the first time the public heard these songs was in the Sonic & Knuckles collection for PC. In MIDI format. Yeah, it pretty much butchers the entire soundtrack of the game. And case number 2 is just as bad. Sonic Origins. I'm not sure what Mr. Sonoe was thinking while adapting these tracks, but they're god-awful. Carnival Night especially, it sounds so wonky. Just another reason why Origins is not the definitive classic Sonic experience. Anyway, these tracks didn't originate from the PC collection. A few years ago, a beta version of Sonic 3 was dumped online thanks to Hidden Palace, and it was revealed that these tracks were there since day one, only replaced with what we know today as the originals. And these versions of the songs are what allow me to be able to confidently say I like them. With the original Genesis composition, we can hear how they were supposed to be heard. If you've never heard them, or are part of the crowd who have only heard the MIDIs or Origins renditions, I highly recommend you go listen to them. It's easy to find the tracks as they are, or even remasters that clean them up a little bit on YouTube. Plus, it's more Sonic 3 music. What else could you ask for?
What else could I ask for? How about some actual good music? I am not a fan of most of these tracks at all. Sure, you could say these were always originally intended to be the zone's themes, but just because something is an original doesn't make it better. Ice Caps is seriously weak. I love the MJ version. It was cool, chilly, it puts you into the mood. The Winter Wonderland theme doesn't really fit at all in my opinion.
I have to say I agree with you on Ice Cap Zone. I like it on its own, but having it sound like a generic winter-themed level really takes away from the unique, crystal-filled, desolate vibe the MJ version has. But I highly prefer the other two. At least the Act 1 and Act 2 songs actually sound different. That's something I've always disliked about the MJ themes. Act 2 is just Act 1's song with minor differences, like a few missing instruments. Boring in my opinion.
I'll give you that. The original never bothered me, but having a pretty different Act 2 song is cool regardless. However, Carnival Night was straight up ruined. This sounds awful. I'm sorry. I loved how busy the MJ one was. It was annoying, but in the good way. It sounded so generic here. Everyone hated these tracks before they were confirmed to be the original. Why did most people suddenly switch up?
Well, it's most certainly got something to do with how we've been listening to the MIDI versions of these tracks all our lives until they were revealed to be the originals. I'll agree with you to hell and back that those versions sound just awful, but I love this version of Carnival Night. It just makes me want to groove. The MJ version sounds like I'm waiting in line at the Clown Factory. You have to at least agree Launch Base Zone sounds good, right? Not even in comparison, just as its own song, eh?
Oh, absolutely. I'll give you that Launch Base OG is way better than the MJ version. It feels triumphant. It feels like, oh shit, here we go. Things are about to get bad. And I really like that aspect. It fits with the theme of the game in my opinion. I still love the original, but yeah, original launch for the win. Also, yeah, those mini versions were bad. I can understand the perspective there. It just weirds me out how the MJ versions are now kind of obscure, and to new fans, those sound weird compared to the Origins version. Like that meme, okay grandpa, it's time to go to bed, while I'm screaming, MJ did the music for Sonic 3!
I can definitely see where you're coming from too. I'm pretty upset that any future release of Sonic 3 probably won't have the classic MJ soundtracks. So, it probably feels like the shitty Origins remakes are gonna replace the perfectly fine ones we had. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is not only a grade A platformer, it also carries within it musical legacy, as well as a gap between generations and their connection with song. What a marvel of a video game. Anyway, you just like the originals more because you're a purist.
Lol, okay. Jokes aside though, I think I like the MJ tracks more because I feel like it adds a lot of that unique identity. I think if the originals were used instead of the MJ, it would take a lot from the soundtrack as a whole, and the uniqueness from the game itself. But that's just my opinion, unlike you NPCs that follow the bandwagon and gain their opinion from the masses.
NPC? I'll have you know I like these tracks.
With all that being said, I've actually come to terms with how Origins is. Yeah, I find a lot to dislike about the game, but in a lot of ways, I'm a purist when it comes to the originals. I just don't think they need any updating. Oh my gosh, is she still yapping? Get out of here!
Ah, okay, sorry.
Anyway, over the last few months, I've been getting a lot of people coming to me and saying how they got Origins and how much they're enjoying it, even calling themselves new fans. And that's great. In the end, all I want people to do is play these games. I may have personal beef with this one, but if that's the only way you can experience Sonic 3, by all means, go for it.
Not unless you got a PC!
Sonic 3 Air is undoubtedly the best way to experience Sonic the Hedgehog 3. I know the creator of this fan remaster doesn't want people to compare it to Sonic 3 Origins, but look, I'm sorry, but I refuse to not compare the obviously better thing to the official product. That's just how criticism works. It's not weaponizing it, this is just the better thing, and you better believe I'm going to talk about it. My favorite thing about Sonic 3 Air is the fact you can customize so much about the experience. Everything you could want is here. Lives are present, and it makes me feel like I'm playing the original. An achievement system was added, which is super cool. The more you get, the more you unlock. Like the drop dash, and this.
Did he shoot me?
Another thing I love about Air is the fact they added an option for Sonic's top speed animation being the peel out sprite from CD, and oh my gosh, this is so cool. I love seeing the Sonic 3 sprite with the figure 8. I wish it was in the original game. In all, if you haven't played Sonic 3 Air yet, give it a shot. It's free, and it's my favorite way to replay this game aside from the Genesis original.
But yeah, that was my review for Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles. I truly believe that this is one of the best games ever made, and if any of you haven't played it yet, please give it a chance. I promise you might find at least one thing to enjoy from this title. Real quick before I end off this video, I just wanted to say that the support I've been getting on the Sonic CD videos have been absolutely amazing. I mean, just the comments saying like, oh, you're so good, you deserve more subs. I don't think you guys understand how much that motivates me and how much it means to me. It motivates me more than you guys will ever know, really. It feels like I actually have an audience here now. Before, it always felt like I was making this for my friends and maybe a few other people. And don't get me wrong, I'm super passionate about this stuff, and I'm going to continue to do it even if there's like one guy watching, right? But the fact it feels like I have an actual audience, like there's people asking me like, hey, when's it coming out? It blows my mind, and I just want to say this is only the beginning of this channel. Seriously, guys, like, thank you so much for everyone that's been subscribed, you know, since the Sonic CD video. We're going on, like, what, 400 or 500 subs now? So, again, seriously, thank you all. This is only beginning. But what's next? Now, I don't quite want to run Sonic into the ground just yet. There's plenty of other series I like. Sonic will always be on this channel, don't get me wrong. But it's time we do something next. What will we do next? I don't know. Guess I gotta wait to find out. Nick here from NNC Reviews signing out, and I'll see you guys next time.